to us. That means you too, Clutch. Let's go before they catch us. We started leapfrogging back down the tube, trying to put distance between the market area and us. I looked over my shoulder to see where Clutch was. The big Tybor was casually walking backwards with his weapons pointed toward the tube. I knew this had to be killing him, but I was sure he would not disobey my orders. Clutch, you are not retreating. You are verifying your appendages can operate in all directions. You need to pick up the pace. I was going to get pissy with him because he was the only one not in cover. He suddenly opened up with both weapons, sending flashbulb-like shots out the tube. I looked at where he was shooting and saw a refrigerator-sized machine with several bright orange spots glowing on its front panel. Then I heard something that sounded like thick material being ripped, then saw a yellow flash on Clutch's breastplate that knocked him flat. We opened up with everything we had on the bot. My shotgun rounds barely slowed its progress as it started coming down the tube. I let the shotgun drop on its sling and drew the Tybor weapons and let fly shots to the tube weapon sticking out of its front. Our withering return fire was impacting the frontal armor of the bot. One of us got lucky, and something exploded on the bot, dropping its smoking hulk to the tube floor. I was frantic at the thought of losing one of my crewmates. Clutch! How badly are you hurt? I was getting nothing from him, so I made the stupid choice of running over to him. Something grabbed my cape and threw me into the tube wall. I felt numb, and I tingled all over. I had a loud ringing in my auditory pickups, and my vision was blurry, but quickly returning. I could see return fire flashes from Kuntz and Tria brightly illuminating the tube. I could make out my weapons just out of my reach against one of the airlock doors. I rolled in that direction, getting out of the direct fire of the bots. The machines were content to stand out in the market area and pound the hell out of the dock area around us. There were sirens announcing the atmosphere was going bye-bye. I saw a little movement from Clutch, and a wave of relief swept over me. He suddenly grabbed his weapons and rolled into cover. I half expected to see him charge the security bots. That's it, Clutch. Sideways is not backwards. I leaned out enough to see Tria's helmet bob out in my direction and back, quickly followed by explosions wrecking the tube walls. I caught sight of one of the bots moving closer to the entrance to the tube, and peeked around with my weapon and squeezed off 6 rounds before it overheated and quit. I must have hit one of the rounds it was going to send me, because there was a large explosion just in front of it that knocked it on its side. The bot continued shooting into the tube wall directly in front of where it was laying. It finally opened up the tube with a sizable hole that created a loud shrieking as atmosphere started violently venting to the vacuum of space. The sirens reached an even louder pitch and started a warbling whoop that was competing with the shrieking of the atmosphere being liberated into the void. I heard one of my crew open back up with the Tybor pistols, so I stole a glance up the tube and saw another security bot coming our way. I slid up the wall and got to my feet. I peeked around the corner and put several rounds onto the front of the bot. It continued to stalk back and forth out in the market area. The moronic bot on the floor was being sucked to the hole it created in the side of the tube. It occasionally fired a round point-blank through the hole, and I could see them hit the corner of one of the docking platforms on the docking arm. There was a huge volume of air on the station, so I didn't think we would have any issues with that problem yet. Our suits were self-contained, but had a very limited capacity to sustain us for a long period of time. We needed to get to the shuttles and back to the Legacy. Listen up! I'm going to draw the bot's fire and see if I can get it to move into the open or come down the tube. I want everybody to hold fire until we can hit it at the same time. I'll give the signal to fire. Don't stop shooting until your weapons overheat or the bot goes down. I got acknowledgments from everyone. I reached back and pulled my cape off and was stunned to see most of one side was gone. There was a good chance it saved my life. I removed the remaining shotgun explosive shells and stuffed them in my leg pockets. I then balled up what was left of the cape and prepared to execute my plan. My pistol was still dull orange on the projector and would only be good for a couple of shots before I would have to switch to the shotgun again. I took the wadded-up cape and quickly waved it a couple of times at arm's length. My actions netted me several rounds that exploded on the wall just past my position. I threw the cape across the tube, and it landed just short of the airlock across from me. I watched as it was blown down the walkway by a barrage of heavy fire as the bot came barreling down the tube. Fire! We all leaned out far enough to engage the security bot. It was almost to Tria's position, as it took at least 20 rounds directly into its cannons and frontal armor, sending it crashing to the floor. Justice, are you reading any active bots on our level? Negative, Commander. There are no active machine or life signs beyond your position. I read 16 biologicals on the level above you, and no readings of machine interaction at this time. We're moving to the stairs. Keep me informed if something changes. I ran to Clutch's position and was shocked to see the softball-sized crater the round had made when it failed to penetrate his breastplate. Tria and Kuntz came to where we were standing. Everyone's weapons were glowing brightly on the projectors, but we did not have time to let them cool. We needed to get the shuttles out of the docking tunnels. I started giving orders. When we get to the steps, Clutch and I will lead. Once we're out of the stairwell, Tria, you and Kuntz lead us to the transport, and Clutch and I will bring up the rear. We'll try to make it to the dock without stopping unless we come under fire. Let's move out! We took off at a brisk pace and made it to the stairwell, then started up the stairs, cautious of anyone who might shoot at us from above. As we neared the top, I peeked over and saw movement by the elevators and let loose 2 rounds that exploded on one of the monitors facing the lifts. I stepped back down and held a finger up to Clutch, and then turned to Tria and Kuntz and held up my shotgun and pointed it up the stairs. They both nodded to me and pulled out their earth weapons. I nodded again and waved the barrel of my shotgun back and forth, and I got 2 acknowledgments. I reloaded and stepped to where I could shoot over the top step. I made a shoot low sign to them and brought my gun up, and we started spreading the love of all things deadly to anyone and everything. Kuntz and I ran dry about the same time and headed back down as I gave Clutch the nod for cleanup. We started reloading as Tria finally ran dry and came back down to reload. Clutch stood peeking over the top, waiting to see if anyone would try to charge us while we were reloading. He did not have to wait long, as a group of about 6 or 7, encouraged by the lull in our fire, came charging out of one of the elevator cars. These guys had to be the 3rd string. The taller Murloc at the rear of the group let the guys in the front take one for the team while they waited to get closer. Only the 4 morons leading the charge could shoot at us, and we were mildly surprised they had not shot each other yet. The back wall behind us started taking random pot shots from the leaders of the pack. Clutch let them get a little closer and moved up a step and cut them all down with deadly accurate return fire from both of his pistols. Tria and I charged out of the stairwell, with Kuntz and Clutch behind us. Clutch and I lagged until Tria and Kuntz headed for the docking tube, and we turned to follow. I saw a shadow in one of the lift cars and put a couple of rounds into it, then turned back in the direction of the others. Clutch and I ran to catch up to Tria and Kuntz while I reloaded on the run. "Where's the shuttle, Kuntz?" "3rd from the end on the right side, Commander." Crap. This docking arm was for small craft, and it was a long way to the end. Justice came over the comms, and the volume of his speech was unusually loud. "Commander, be advised I am picking up security drone emanations. I now have readings on 6 mechanized security units that are going active in search mode. Commander, all security units are now moving at high speed to intercept you." "Commander, take cover and all personnel must initiate grav boot lockdown now." I don't recall ever hearing Justice raise his voice, but doing so was making my bowels gurgle. We all jammed against an airlock door and locked our boots to the deck. I looked down the tube and then jerked my head back as the walls and floor near us started exploding from hostile fire. We were screwed. Clutch and I shielded Tria and Kuntz from the fragmentation of the shells and pieces of flying deck. We were taking a beating. I got stunned by a flying piece of something about the size of a dinner plate and did not know if we could stay in this spot much longer. I was seeing 2 Clutches beside me when everything whited out from a tremendous flash and we were jerked violently sideways. When my vision started to clear, I saw debris floating everywhere, and the entire docking arm was at a bizarre angle to the station. There was another blinding flash, and my gut told me we were spinning in free fall. As my vision came back, I could see the outpost coming and going as the entire docking arm slowly spun away from the outpost. "Justice, please tell me the crazy security drones were the ones who blew the freaking docking arm off the outpost." "Commander, I will attempt to stabilize your rotation so it will be possible to make your way to the shuttle." "Justice? You just flushed the outpost, didn't you?" "Commander, I could not stand by and witness your destruction. Intercepted communications indicated the personnel remaining on the station were given orders to kill you and recover your credit vouchers. Crew members and anyone who interfered were to be executed. The lives of the Murloc aggressors were forfeit the moment they initiated hostilities. I attempted to neutralize the mechanized security units. I detected surviving drone emanations, and it was necessary to re-engage surviving targets, resulting in the partial destruction of the station. There was a violent jerk, and I could see the outpost go by, slowly this time. There was another sudden jerk, and I could swear I saw the Legacy twirling alongside the arm matching our spin revolutions. There was a much softer jerk, and we became stationary. We immediately started shuffling toward the transport at the end of the arm. Even though I was the greenhorn in 0G, no one had to wait for me. Kuntz, take us around to the assault shuttle. Drop Clutch and I off as close as possible, then get to the Legacy. We'll join you shortly. Clutch put his hand on my shoulder. Commander, it is not necessary for you to accompany me to the shuttle. Clutch, it's the commander's prerogative to accompany his crew on all expeditions, regardless of the distance. Justice, stay close to us, and as soon as Clutch and I are dropped on the platform, take Tria and Kuntz aboard. Affirmative, Commander. Hangar doors are open, and tow beam is on standby. Kuntz, bring us right up to the back of our shuttle and we'll jump. I want you back aboard the Legacy as soon as we hit the platform. Kuntz yelled a warning to us. Commander, there is activity inside the docking arm close to your shuttle location. With no atmosphere on the station, everybody is looking for a ride out of here. Clutch, we're going in hot. Kuntz came over the comms net. Commander, we are taking small arms fire from your shuttle's location. Okay, Kuntz, we're going to depressurize back here. I want to get as close as possible and put the transport broadside to them. He sent me a clipped acknowledgement. Tria, Clutch, and I all knelt down in the airlock and pointed our weapons toward the docking arm as Kuntz swung us around right on top of the assault shuttle. As we cleared the shuttle, we could see flashes of small arms fire hitting the side of the cockpit. We saw 2 Murlocs trying to shoot up at us from under the nose of Clutch's shuttle. All 3 of us cut loose on them, quickly ending their attempt at commandeering our assault shuttle. Kuntz, take us down. We're going to bail out. We'll see you on the Legacy. Tria, cover us in case we missed someone. I could see Tria shaking her head no. Commander, I wish to join Clutch in your place. I am responsible for us being here. You must stay with the Legacy. No, Tria. You and Kuntz get back to the Legacy. You have your orders. No sooner than Kuntz touched down, we jumped to the platform and maglocked our boots. We had our weapons ready in case the Murlocs had backup hiding somewhere in the tube area. The 2 dead Murlocs had several rips and holes in their suits. Their floating corpses were stuck under the shuttle's belly. They probably died from decompression rather than our direct weapons fire. If they would have honored my 1,000-credit atmosphere fee, they might have survived. Clutch gave the shuttle the proper access codes and did an emergency decompression. We quickly boarded, and he started prepping our bird for an immediate launch when I got the call I had been dreading. Commander, I have detected a large space-time disruption wave that is consistent with a hyperspace exit burst. Kuntz, get your shuttle on board the Legacy now! Commander, I have confirmed the disruption as a vessel transition, and the drive emanations exactly match those of Iger's Union destroyer. Justice, get Kuntz and Tria aboard and get out of here. We'll meet you at the previous jump-off point. Commander, the outpost and now the Legacy are being scanned. The pirate vessel is now under heavy acceleration and headed directly toward the station. The close-range military scans have revealed the cloaked location of the Legacy, and I am detecting active targeting systems. Clutch, we gotta go. I don't think Iger is going to overlook a 200-foot hole in his outpost with all of his favorite shit floating out of it. Commander, the shields on this shuttle cannot withstand direct weapons fire from the destroyer's primary weapons. Commander, be advised I have detected a missile launch targeting the Legacy, and the Union vessel's shields have been brought online. The Grawl transport and the Tybor shuttle lack the necessary equipment to board the Legacy with the shields up. I am attempting to lock onto the transport and maneuver it close behind the station for recovery. You must not leave the docking arm at this time, or you will be targeted as the missile attempts to re-engage. Clutch, we need to distract Iger until Justice can recover the transport. Affirmative, Commander. I recommend you tighten your seat straps and hold on. Crap. I hope he doesn't give me that big toothy grin. Oh, man. There was a massive flash and the sounds of large pieces of debris striking the shuttle. I looked over in terror as I saw Clutch hit the weapons button on his controller again and again. The cockpit window on my side spiderwebbed from a tremendous impact. I could see a huge glowing hole through the opposite side of the docking arm. I was suddenly crushed back into my seat as we blasted through the debris-laden hole, heading for the other side of the outpost. Commander, I have recovered the transport and brought shields back online. I will attempt to draw the Union ship away from you. No! You have your orders. Meet us at the jump-off point. If we don't make it there in 30 minutes, Trio will take command. Now go! There was a huge, flashbulb-like burst from somewhere behind us. The big monitor screen between our seats started beeping loudly as it displayed 3 red blinking dots heading toward the center of the screen. Clutch reached over and killed the alarm, and then threw the cover back on the jump lever as the lights on his console started to do their blinking Christmas tree thing. This was going to be close. The 3 dots were coming to the center of the screen pretty damn fast. I was positive the center of the screen was the exact spot I was sitting in the shuttle. It would not be long before I found out. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the light on Clutch's console turn solid, and I was treated to the blurry-eyed exfoliation treatment I was begging for. When we exited hyperspace, I had been running on adrenaline for so long I must have run dry. I could only sit speechless, gawking at the Tybor pilot, and barely noticed the discomfort of the jump. There were red and yellow warning lights all over the instrument panel, and the look on Clutch's face was decidedly grim. Commander, we took a considerable amount of damage during our escape. Our present coordinates are more than half a light year from our intended destination. We are also leaking atmosphere at a significant rate, and the jump drive is now inoperable. The sub-light drive has warning indicators on both discharge nozzles. What Clutch was telling me sunk in slowly. The shuttle was slowly dying. The look on the Tybor's face said he wasn't sure if we could do anything about it. I shook my head to clear it and turned to Clutch and gave him a smile. Clutch, you are one hell of a crazy-ass pilot. I can't believe we made it out of there alive. If we had come out on the same side of the outpost as Iger, we wouldn't be having this discussion. Commander, unless justice can get a fix on our position, we may yet perish. I will bypass the safety limits on the star drive and give us as much thrust as possible. The self-sealing membrane that retains the atmosphere in the cabin has sustained critical damage. Even if I manage to restore maximum power, our breathable atmosphere will be depleted long before we reach the Legacy. I have made the necessary course correction to take us to the jump-off point. We have nothing to lose, Clutch. Run the drive wide open until it breaks. I'm pretty sure there was a missile detonation before we jumped. I hope Justice was able to jump before it got a lock. If I had properly assessed the Murloc threat, we would have left the outpost before Iger returned. I frowned at the Tybor, thinking the sequence of events that took place on the outpost all centered on me. From the moment I stepped foot inside, I was the stimulus that instigated the Murloc's reactions. I was in charge of the mission, Clutch, and my decision to escort the Zanes to their ship cost us valuable time. We would have been clear of the outpost if I had not made that decision. I noticed a big orange flashing light on Clutch's console. He repeatedly hit a switch to cancel it. He did it one more time, and the look on his face got a little grimmer. Commander, the damaged atmosphere scrubber is no longer resetting, and our reserve tanks show 0 pressure. We will be forced to use our suits when the cockpit pressure alarm sounds. The off-and-on tugging effect caused by the intermittent thrust from the star drive was giving me a feeling of dread. The sudden spasmodic chirp of the cockpit cabin pressure alarm going off kicked dread out the airlock and put the feeling of doom firmly in charge. Clutch silenced the alarm with a swat of his big hand, and then looked over and gave me that horrific, toothy gape and a shrug of his huge, wide shoulders. I could not just sit here silently and wait for my imminent demise. I'm sorry, Clutch, but I think your first encounter with the human race may turn out to be your last. I would have loved to see the looks on my family's faces when I introduced you to them. The Tybor gave me a puzzled look, so I carried on. I was actually scared to reveal my race to you, because I didn't think you would tolerate such an inferior species in your presence. Tria had once told me my race was a bunch of backward-thinking children. I laughed about the comment at the time because I had just rescued her from a prison cell. Clutch looked at me with a growing, toothy smile. I have heard of humans, but have never met one. You are the first. Many species consider warrior races such as ours inferior up until it comes time to defend themselves. It is amazing how quickly we lose the labels of primitive and inferior when we spill our blood in their defense. Apparently, your race has been declared civilized by membership to the Union. It is the way of the galaxy, and eventually your race will be accepted by all. I laughed, and Clutch was surprised by my behavior. It was no time like the present to let him know the truth. Actually, my race hasn't been accepted into the Union yet. We are still a protected species. I am the only human to leave my solar system that I know of. I should say I am the first to leave, but hopefully not the last. Even through the visor on his helmet, the look of shock on Clutch's face gave me pause for revealing my secret. It probably did not matter, because it was looking more and more like it might be information that dies with him. How is it possible you command the legacy if you are a protected species? Well, Clutch, to make a long story short, a Grawl named Sora was involved in an illegal mission on my planet to steal artifacts. He let greed blind him into thinking his race was so superior that even the large predators on my planet could do him no harm. His superior thinking got him killed. The legacy was left unmanned until it found me wandering in the wilderness close to death. Justice saved my life, and in return, brought me to the stars to help recover the systems that were stripped from the legacy. Through a series of very unlikely events, my destiny and that of the legacy have become permanently intertwined. We now have an unbreakable bond, and I now share the responsibility of command. Together, we were going to try to stop those who are stealing the means for primitive races to advance to the stars. In case we never make it out of here, I thought you needed to know the reason why, and the truth behind the human who has led to your death. Clutch reached over, grasped my hand, and held it up between us and yelled, "To the honor of our clans!" I knew Clutch's armor was for combat in an oxygen atmosphere, and like mine, had a self-contained breathing system to protect against inhaled toxins. Neither was designed for indefinite use in vacuum, and I was wondering who was going to last the longest before our suits could no longer filter our air supply. I had told Justice to wait 30 minutes, then Tria was in charge. We had been heading to the jump-off point for almost 4.5 hours, and the last 30 or so minutes, I was starting to feel dizzy, and my vision was getting a little screwy. I started to tell Clutch, but he was slumped forward against his restraints, and unresponsive. It would not be much longer, now. 22. I was startled awake by voices. Maybe this whole mess was nothing more than a nightmare. As with most things in life, I did not get my wish. Commander, your vital signs have returned to normal. Are you experiencing faults with your audio inputs? I tried to push myself upright, but couldn't muster the energy. What the hell? Where's Clutch? Clutch still occupies the pilot's seat of the shuttle. Kuntz has taken it upon himself to lift him with a gravity jack and remove him to the exterior of the shuttle. His life signs are strong, and he is breathing normally, but we have been unable to wake him. Once he is outside of the shuttle, I will transport him to the medical bay for further examination. How did you find us? We witnessed your escape through the arm of the station, and I detected considerable damage to your shuttle. There was a very high probability, if you were able to jump to safety, the extent of the damage could have an effect on your exit coordinates. When you failed to arrive at the jump-off location on time, Tria immediately started a deep space scan. The erratic drive signature of your shuttle made it extremely difficult to sort you from the rest of the fleeing spacecraft that we were detecting. Ultimately, Tria, by some unknown means, determined which craft you were in. As soon as we determined Iger had returned to the remains of the outpost, we jumped to your last known position. When we arrived, we were no longer picking up your drive signature. We surmised your drive failed and initiated scans along several degrees of your last known trajectory. We reacquired your rapidly cooling heat signature and intercepted your shuttle and took you aboard with the tow beam. I was forced to cut the access hatch away on the shuttle due to the extensive amount of exterior damage. Tria extracted you from the cockpit, and Kuntz is tending to the troopmaster. You both recovered quickly from hypoxia, but Clutch has been reluctant to wake. I was a little dizzy and confused, but the memories of our ordeal quickly came flooding back. Was the Legacy damaged by the missile Iger fired? No, Commander. After recovering the transport, we were partially sheltered from the missile attack by the outpost. In Iger's attempt to target this vessel, he let the antimatter missile self-guide in its attack, so he could also engage your shuttle. When it appeared the missile would strike the Legacy, we quickly accelerated behind the outpost, causing the missile to strike the base of the outpost. As we exited the vicinity, I observed massive damage to the outpost and believe it to be a total loss with no capability of sustaining life. I grimaced and managed to sit upright. I don't think at this point there is anything I could say to Iger that would convince him to trade the dead core. The dizziness faded, and I turned my attention to the shuttle. It was a blackened, scarred, and well-battered hulk. Not only did we manage to get the outpost destroyed, we totaled the shuttle in the process. I think my next major purchase will be a new assault shuttle. We need to find some place to space this piece of scrap before Clutch wakes up, or we'll never get the smell out of the Legacy. Tria put her hand on my shoulder. The gentleness of her touch was relaxing, and I no longer felt the stress building inside of me. She looked at me with those pretty green eyes, and I found the strength to stand upright. Commander, had I known how dangerous it would be to visit the pirate outpost, I would not have suggested we sell our artifacts at that location. I am now convinced more than ever my former captain was somehow involved with turning me over to Draen. He had visited Iger's outpost on many occasions, but never allowed anyone to accompany him. I also believe the ship that took me to Draen was Iger's flagship. Tria, believe me when I say if I had known what was going to happen, we would have never gone to the outpost. The thought of acquiring the battlesuits and offloading my cargo in one place was compelling enough not to pass up. Clutch had warned me we were being set up the moment the Murlocs knew about the large amount of credits I was carrying. We might have had a chance to leave right after the attack in the elevator if I had heeded his warning. I could tell by the distant look on Tria's face she was carefully going over our actions at the outpost. I still felt slightly disoriented and did not want to brood over the mission anymore. I was concerned over Clutch's condition and wanted to check on him. Tria looped two of her arms in mine and walked with me. Commander, the Murlocs on the outpost would not have attempted the assault on you in the elevator unless their activities were fully sanctioned by Iger himself. Our only real mistake in going to the outpost was making them aware of the wealth that you carried. Tria, even if what you say is true, my actions are still responsible for making any negotiated deal for the dead core impossible. Commander, to assume Iger is anything other than a pirate is foolhardy. There are a lot of pirates in the galaxy, but the most prevalent rumors all surround Iger and how utterly ruthless he can be. Even if we managed to make a deal for the dead core, Iger would still attempt to finalize the transaction with our lives. If it is still your intention to recover the dead core, we will be forced to seize it. If for no other reason, Commander, I would call it retribution for the mass murder committed by the underlings following his orders. I had no doubt Tria was giving me the cold, hard truth. Iger was not someone you could honestly deal with and hope to come away with a fair bargain. Anyone foolish enough to try would lose their life, unless he had a need for them. Tria and I made our way toward the lift tubes. Kuntz stepped out of the lift and approached us. He looked like he was going to say something when Justice interrupted. Commander, I am picking up military-level deep space scans. I advise we move from this location to limit the possibility of detection. Affirmative, Justice. Take us close to the abandoned mining colony so we can get a careful look at what's out there. When we get there, Let's go stealth and see if the Eilor and the Zanes will play fair. Commander, we should offload the remains of the shuttle and destroy it with our main weapon system before we depart. Good idea, Justice. Perhaps it will confuse Iger as to our fate when he picks up the weapons discharge and comes to investigate. What is Clutch's status? He is stable and in good condition aside from the blunt trauma that inflicted a large bruise on his abdomen. All evidence suggests he is sleeping and will remain so until his physiology determines it is time to wake. It may be a natural healing process unique to his species. Thanks, Justice. That's good to hear. Dump the shuttle and destroy it, then jump us out of here. I looked at the Groll to see what he wanted to tell me.
Commander, I was en route to your location to inform you of my observations on Clutch's condition. I believe it is no longer necessary for me to oversee his recovery. Unless you have other duties for me to attend to, I will go to the science lab to begin repairs on your combat armor.
I was not sure if the Groll was irritated by Justice reporting on Clutch before he did or not, but it kind of sounded that way. Perhaps putting something else on his plate to occupy his time would be a good idea. Tria, Kuntz, I need you to figure out where we can purchase a pair of top-end shuttles with assault capability. We need to ditch the transport. It would be hard for Iger to get any firm information on the legacy, but the transport is another story. I will pay top dollar, but I want first-class weapons and defensive shields. Having someone unload on us with superior firepower without returning the favor does not make me happy. I want this stuff yesterday, so start working on it now. No more pirate bases or middlemen. Let's go to the source and let my credits do the talking. My crewmates nodded their agreement, and then Tria said, Commander, if the Eilor and the Zanes uphold their ends of your agreements, you should make it known to them you are looking for other items of interest. I believe we should make it worth their while, especially when it becomes known the outpost was destroyed right after our disagreement with the Murlocs. I was hoping we would not be blamed for the destruction of Iger's outpost. There were a lot of witnesses to the ugliness that took place. Unless someone hung around to see who was doing most of the killing, it would be easy to point a finger at us. I had no way of knowing how many actually saw the legacy uncloaked after the shooting started. The way things transpired, it would not be hard to hang the label of aggressors on all our backs. Justice did wreck the place, but no one would believe Iger finished the job, accident or otherwise. We did not deserve a reputation as murderers and outpost destroyers, but I was sure that was exactly what would happen. I thought out loud. I just hope the Eilor and Zanes show, because if it was me, I would give anyone that makes it to the top of Iger's hit list a wide exclusion zone. Kuntz said, Commander, I know of an unsanctioned Groll trading post that would deal in many items, including shuttles. Kuntz, if unsanctioned has anything to do with pirates, I'm not ready to go down that road again. No, Commander. It is not run by pirates. It is managed by a group of Groll investors. The outpost falls outside of the Galactic Union's sphere of influence and protection. It is where Groll and several other races trade items that may be restricted by the Union. I don't know, Kuntz. The term Groll investor brings people like Drayan to mind. Commander, there is a high probability of securing shuttles of the quality and nature you spoke of. I suggest you let me take the transport and try to negotiate a deal. If I broker a deal acceptable to you, I will arrange for the transaction to take place at a location of our choosing. I will warn you in advance, in order for us to acquire high-quality military shuttles, we will be forced to embrace the greedy nature of my species. To use an Earth term you might be more familiar with, we will take a screwing. I smiled at Kuntz's comments and was sure he had been speaking with Justice about my use of slang and its translations. Kuntz, I will take it into consideration, but would like to have more options. I have decided to spend the credits Iger's pirates tried to rob me of. They will go to buying equipment to dissuade anyone from picking a fight with us. Tria was still holding on to my arm. I felt comforted by the simple contact, but it turned to embarrassment when I saw the prolonged look Kuntz was giving us. I looked at Tria and said I was feeling much better and was going to the bridge to watch Justice dispose of the wrecked shuttle. She gave me a small smile and let her hands fall from my arm. I sat in my command seat and watched as the shuttle floated from the hangar, and we moved away from it in a sweeping arc that brought our weapons to bear on the floating hulk. In a bright flash, the remains turned into a rapidly spreading debris cloud. Within a minute of dispatching the shuttle, my stomach informed me we had entered hyperspace. A few minutes later, we dropped back into normal space at the edge of a huge asteroid field. Justice cloaked, and we picked our way into the asteroids, looking for a good observation point to see if the Eilor and the Zanes honor their word. Justice informed me Clutch had awoken and was down in the galley trying to run the food dispensers out of protein concentrate. I joined him, now that we had our jumps completed. Over a plate heaping with artificial elk steak and potatoes, I gave Clutch an update on everything that had transpired while he took his 24-hour nap. He assured me his nap, while not the norm for Tybor, was his body's response to the trauma received during our firefight at the outpost. When his body sensed its lack of oxygen, it shut down and went into a form of hibernation to prevent further damage to his system. He told us his body could sustain itself for up to 12 hours before permanent damage destroys his brain cells. Justice had found a huge, stationary asteroid that had a large impact crater facing toward the abandoned mining station. We settled into the dark depths of the crater and peered out at our target area. A full day before the agreed-upon meeting time, Justice alerted me to a massive space-time disruption just outside of the asteroid field. We observed a 6,000-foot diameter globe drop out of hyperspace and move toward the mining station. As we watched, 3 small ships exited the globe and did orbits around the abandoned station, then separated and moved into the asteroid field. One by one, they paired up with an asteroid and went passive. A few minutes later, the globe moved away from the station and jumped to places unknown. What did you make of that, Justice? My records indicate the globe was an Eilor habitat ship. The small patrol craft is assigned the Eilor are just as uneasy with our relationship status as we are of them. One of the small craft has landed on an asteroid that has impact momentum. It will pass into our visual range in 2.1 hours. I suggest we send a tight beam communication signal to them and make them aware of our presence. It looks like their ships are small enough to fit in our hangar. When the time comes, invite them aboard for our business transaction. I think we will sweeten the deal and give them an additional roll of 699. Maybe it will help ease any fears they may have about us. 2 hours passed, and we could see the small asteroid the Eilor ship had landed on. The asteroid was passing in front of the crater we inhabited, as Justice had predicted. We hit them with a comms laser, which they didn't acknowledge. We did, however, get all 3 ships to take up stations just outside of our location. Justice sent them another hail, but they only wanted to speak with Clutch. He took over the transaction and then told me what I had already figured out. Commander, they refuse to come aboard and want us to jettison the 699 I had promised. Okay, Clutch. Tell them if one of their ships comes aboard with my credit voucher, we will transfer the 1.5 rolls of 699 plus an additional roll for the expedited delivery. You handle all the transfers. Commander, I have picked up the transition signature of the Eilor habitat ship. It is taking up station just outside of the asteroid field. Roger that, Justice. Let me know if their shields or weapons come online. I detect no shield or weapons emanations, Commander. Clutch somehow talked the Eilor into bringing one of their ships aboard. Commander, they fear for their safety because they think we destroyed the outpost. Well, that made it official. We will be forever known as the crazy aliens that destroyed Iger's outpost. I bet that juicy tidbit spread for 1,000 light years in every direction. Clutch, do you think they would believe us if we told them we shot the place up a little, but Iger was the one that blew it to hell? Commander, I believe we could tell them the universe was ours and they owe us for their use of it. They would pay because our perceived destructive nature is frightening. I believe no one has ever dared to interfere with Iger's pirate operations, let alone destroy his outpost. They are here to honor their deal, then wish to leave in peace. Do you think they will be interested in doing more business with us?
No, Commander. Not while Iger is still alive to make their lives miserable if he finds out about our deal. I believe we should conclude our business. It will show them we are honorable in our dealings.
I couldn't think of anything to tell the Eyelord that might change their minds. I would feel the same way if the tables were turned. Roger that, Clutch. Conclude our business. Commander, the Habitat ship has launched a small freighter. The freighter's course will intersect this location in 6 minutes. I have transferred the 699 to the Eyelord shuttle and will release them from the hangar. After Justice released the Eyelord shuttle from the hangar, Clutch hailed me.
Commander, I have 4 credit vouchers totaling 400 million credits. The Eyelord are sending over the launch tubes and the missiles now. Their freighter will leave the cargo just outside of our location.
Okay, Clutch. Offload their artifacts and equipment. The freighter dumped our cargo and picked up their purchases. All 4 Eyelord ships took off like they were shot at. Within minutes, they were back aboard their Habitat ship, and they jumped out of the system. You get blamed for blowing up one lousy pirate outpost, and everybody is scared to do business with you. Not the golden business status I was hoping to express to possible trade partners. Commander, I have secured the launch tubes and the missiles in the cargo hold. It will not be difficult to install the launch tubes in my vacant missile bays and interface them with my weapons core. I will require assistance from Kuntz on the magazine loading system, but I should be able to manage all aspects of the installation. Okay, Justice. Get with Kuntz and make whatever preparations you need. I want 1 tube forward and 1 aft. We still have close to 24 hours before we can expect the Zanes to show. It would be a good idea to get the tubes installed while we're waiting. We got the missile launchers installed in a marathon, 20-hour work session with everybody pitching in to help. Tria and Kuntz split up the 8+ hours of necessary EVAs to get the tubes aligned in the missile hatches. Clutch and I had volunteered to help, but our other crew members would have none of it. I guess we had the muscle, but lacked the brains. I said screw it and went to my cabin. Clutch did the same. Justice was putting the final touches on his end of the installation by syncing up the weapons core with the individual missiles and the target acquisition systems. We had accomplished a major task, and Tria and Kuntz needed a break. I was in the galley working on my second cup of artificial coffee when Justice notified me the Zanes had arrived. Justice, tight beam them our location and let's take care of this as fast as possible. There's a good chance they want to get away from us as bad as the Eyelord did. Give them 2 rolls of 699 with 2 controllers and see if they are interested in doing additional business. Let them know we have 699 to trade and are looking for some high-end assault shuttles. Affirmative, Commander. I have hailed them and given them instructions to move to a position just outside of our crater. I will hand off the 699 with a tow beam. I was gambling on our escort in the middle of a firefight, buying us some goodwill from the Zanes. I hope they have forgiven Clutch for his odorous indiscretion. Commander, I have taken aboard 4 suit containment crates and transferred the balance of the credits and artifact 699 to the Zanes. They claim they do not have access to the quality of assault shuttles we seek. They have, however, offered a heavy weapons system designed for the suits for 100 rolls of 699. In the short time I have known Zanes, and considering the way our business dealings started out, I knew they were trying to stick it in my ass. Justice, please point out we risked our lives when we escorted them to their ship. You might also point out we didn't rob them before we did so. Commander, they now offer the stealth upgrade package for the onboard AI. Unbelievable. These guys came here with every intention of fleecing me for every credit and artifact they could get out of me. Apparently, they had several systems available for the suits they weren't telling me about. I considered sending Clutch over to negotiate. Justice, I want to talk to the Zanes. Affirmative, Commander. A comlink is now open. The first time we attempted to bargain with you, you insulted my envoy. I came to you, and you did the same to me. Do you think you should do so again in such a remote location? The silence to my statement said I got my point across. I let them stew on my comment for another full minute and continued. At the outpost, you were forced to pay the Murlocs a percentage for protection. Surely you can find value in the fact you no longer have to. That got me a quick, almost shrill response.
It is not our intention to insult you. It is our nature to make the best negotiated outcome as possible. We admit our arrangement on the outpost was less than desirable, but we still made a profit. We now have to find another place of business so we can profit once more.
Tria walked up behind me and whispered in my ear,
Nathan Myers, no one will wish to do business with us if you frighten them to the point of soiling themselves.
I turned and looked into those big emerald eyes, and my supply of venomous spite ran dry. She smiled and walked off. I was sidetracked enough I was having difficulty remembering what I would say. Tria was correct as usual. The power and authority routine was a tool that should not be overused. I needed to get back on track. If I feel I am receiving a fair bargain, you could possibly make profits that would exceed any you ever received on the outpost. Considering all that has transpired, my willingness to do business with you is generous. The Eyelore would trade any number of items for the quantity of Artifact 699 I possess. I reserved the offer for you because of the quality of your products. My artifacts have a much greater value than you offer for them. It would be to my advantage to conclude our business and rethink my bargaining strategy. I turned to my crewmates and gave them a wink. Their smiles told me they approved of my new bargaining tact. In an imploring tone, the Zane came back over the comms.
The Eyelore could not offer you the quality of merchandise we possess.
I knew I had the hook in, but still needed to set it. I put as much neutrality in my voice as I could muster. Perhaps, but the galaxy is a big place. There are lots of races that would do business with me once they know the quantity of 699 I offer. There are other high-quality battle armor systems for trade if I take the time to look for them. The Zane's response was immediate, and I knew we had the advantage. The ball was in my court.
We have additional systems for the battle suits we would trade for your 699. All the systems interface with the onboard AI, and once installed, will make any combatant wearing our battle armor equal to most of the technologically superior races.
The hook was set. Tell me what you have to offer, and I will tell you how much I will trade.
We have the battle damage assessment and repair package that integrates with a power storage crate. When you store the suit, the maintenance package will repair your battle damage and bring all systems back to full capability. Another highly recommended addition is the Void Assault package, which allows the wearer to operate in vacuum for extended periods and will also allow you to make high-speed maneuvers and re-entries into atmospheres. We have a heavy ordnance backpack system that will allow appendage-mounted weapons to fire up to 600 rounds of multi-purpose munitions. The final addition to the suit is the exoskeleton enhancement system, which allows normal movement with all systems in place while multiplying muscular output and greatly increasing agility.
Not wanting the Zanes to reassess their bargaining position, I came back with a lowball offer. I will transfer 150 rolls of 699 to you with controllers for the complete suit packages. The game was on, and the Zanes made a counteroffer.
We must have at least 200 rolls of 699 if you wish to have 4 complete armor packages.
I fired back 175 rolls for the suits and 5 more rolls for 600,000 rounds of mixed-purpose munitions. They again countered.
190 rolls, and we have a deal.
The counteroffer was acceptable because I still had a small quantity of 699 held in reserve. I threw my last chip on the bargaining table. My choice on the munition loadout, and we have a deal. I could tell by the Zane's response they were pleased with the deal.
We are in agreement. The munition selection includes close-quarters high explosive, armor-piercing, and antimatter.
It was time to wrap up our negotiations. I'll take 200,000 of each. The Zane sounded ecstatic.
I will transfer your merchandise immediately.
Justice, send over the 699 and pick up our new gear.
Affirmative, Commander.
It made me feel good to know we were no longer sucking the hind one when it came to combat gear. If everything Kuntz told me was correct, the suits will teach the wearer how to operate it, and then adjust to the wearer. The AI was race adaptable and would have no problems interacting with its new owner. I headed down to the cargo hold and saw my crew moving the huge lockers toward the ready room. I wondered what Kuntz would do with the older model suit he gained at the research facility. Justice, can you set up a discrete signal and code system so we can contact the Zanes if we come up with more trading materials?
Yes, Commander. Since there is so little known about your race, it would be a simple matter to use one of the many lesser-used dialects from your home planet. I will make the necessary translation software for one of the aboriginal Eskimo tribes I studied in my forced isolation.
Excellent idea, Justice. Have Kuntz pick one of the better-known trading posts. We can piggyback our signal over their broadcasting network. We'll tell the Zanes to monitor the outpost for our broadcasts if they wish to trade with us. You might add, if they let us know where they will move their trade business, we will contact them directly with our new code system.
Message sent, Commander. The Zanes have acknowledged your request and have sent the coordinates of a trading post where they will set up shop.
As long as it was not a pirate outpost, I plan to pay them a visit. Justice, take us to a safe place to train in our new battle gear. I want to keep a low profile now that Iger is no doubt looking for us. Take us to the fringe of the galaxy if you have to. I don't want spectators to our weapons drills.
Affirmative, Commander. I have records downloaded from the research station that are from most of the known races. There are several million planets with little to no organic life forms and would be ideal training locations.
I shall defer to your infinite wisdom, Justice. Make it happen.
Jumping in 30 seconds, Commander. I have selected star system 177734 on the fringe of the galaxy. The local star is known as a red giant, and there is a dormant volcanic planet with 2.4 times Earth's gravity just outside of the habitable zone. The journey will take 7 days in hyperspace. I have calculated the probability of Iger's forces finding us at that location at less than 2%.
I looked at my crewmates. Okay, everyone. Spend your free time wisely because 8 hours from now, I want you suited up and in the hangar bay for zero-gravity maneuvers. My stomach got a touch queasy, and I felt a little itchy when we jumped. I headed to my cabin for a look at my new toys and some additional sleep. 23. I was not sure what woke me until I rolled over and saw 2 long, slender arms and a small cable extruded from the ceiling. They snaked down into my new armor locker and seemed busy doing I don't know what. Justice? I thought we had the creepy arm thing ironed out.
Commander, your progress adapting to your implants has reached a plateau of sorts. I attribute this to not having other members of your race with similar implants with which to communicate and problem solve.
What has that got to do with digging around in my new armor?
To properly interface with your new armor, you need a certain level of implant acuity, or it will take you much longer to adapt to the new system than the rest of your crew. If you are in a combat situation, the lack of a seamless interface with your equipment may be detrimental to you and your crew members. It could result in avoidable casualties.
Okay. And your answer to the problem was to come in and wake me an hour earlier than I wanted to get up and root around in my armor? We plan to start training after breakfast.
Commander, I was monitoring your sleep cycle, and you were out of your REM phase of sleep, and were within minutes of waking.
Justice, just cut to the chase and tell me what you are up to.
Commander, would you agree with my conclusion that our interactions and communications have reached a proficiency level that gives you confidence in most all the situations you have encountered?
Yes, Justice. Now will you please just tell me what it is you're doing?
Commander, I accessed the AI in your new armor system and have determined it would be difficult for you to interact with it on the same level we interact and communicate. I found it necessary to make considerable adjustments to the AI, which resulted in its partial incapacitation
and has led to several incompatibility issues. What do you mean by partial incapacitation and incompatibility? Did you wreck my multi-million credit suit of armor? I am positive you understand the human phrase, getting crabby.
Yes, Commander. The phrase insinuates,
Justice! Just tell me straight up what the hell you were doing before I tear those fancy arms of yours off of the ceiling and start an intensive search of this ship for the proper orifice to shove them into.
Commander, I have noted the spike in your heart rate and respiration and feel you should start your normal cleansing and nourishment routine before we continue our discussion on the modifications to your armor.
Now, Justice! I want all of it, now!
Commander, the Zane AI was not capable of the dumbing down process I use to seamlessly communicate with you. My attempt to alter its programming has corrupted several necessary subroutines and has led to irreversible incompatibility. The onboard artificial intelligence was of inferior architecture that warranted removal.
Now I was getting pissed. Justice, we will have this discussion after I have had my breakfast. I threw my blankets off and stormed to the shower, thinking my IQ had just been downgraded to that of a trained monkey. By the time I got dressed, Justice must have put the final touches to his tinkering. There was a single small cable running from the wall to the touchboard of the armor maintenance crate. I knew Justice had a good reason for screwing around with my new equipment. It did not make me feel any less pissy about the dumbed down comment, but it was what I told him to do after we first met. If Justice wanted to tinker, he could do it someplace other than in my cabin. Moving my armor out of my personnel quarters to the ready room made the most sense. Modesty was a human emotion, and the rest of my crew had already shown that it was not an issue with them. I would have Justice store it with the rest of the crew's equipment and deal with my shyness when the time came. Justice was correct. I do not use my implants anywhere close to their potential. They were developed for aliens with more brain capacity than humans, and at some point, I will adapt to them. Justice was making my transition as easy as possible by adapting himself to me. Since we found each other, his personality and mannerisms have changed, and he was sounding more like a human every day. I was still trying to get my head around the fact he had developed a very dry sense of humor. The workload of the AI was a very small fraction of what it used to be when it had a complete crew and the ship to maintain. It amazed me that every aspect of ship control and maintenance was handled without input on my part. Justice gives me a choice, then he makes it happen. The Ularan engineering that went into the design of Justice and the Legacy was 1,000 years or more ahead of Earth tech. A quick query of my implants informed me my crew had already eaten and were readying their gear for the upcoming drills. I was disappointed in myself for not being ready, but it took a little while to cool off from my abrupt awakening. Justice, will I have functioning armor or will I be forced to train with the crew in my underwear?
Commander, your armor system is ready in every aspect.
Justice, I would like the details on our earlier discussion when you informed me you had to remove the onboard AI from my armor.
Commander, due to incompatibility issues, I found it necessary to upgrade the AI to a much more robust system interface that will respond to all input with zero hesitation and zero interpretation errors.
You designed and built a new AI in the time I slept?
Commander, it was a simple matter to design and build the interface module. The artificial intelligence was already available.
Justice, even with my limited implant use, I do not recall any reference to AI sitting on shelves waiting to be utilized. The information I have is the ship was stripped of almost everything except you.
That is correct, Commander. The AI now inhabiting your armor system is in fact me. My intimate knowledge of every aspect of your physiology and the idiosyncrasies of your thought processes will allow you to interact with your armor on a much higher level of proficiency than your fellow crew members. My ability to imprint functionality of the armor system into your implants will enhance combat effectiveness with a minimal training cycle as compared to your crew.
I was lost for words. Justice was thinking so many magnitudes ahead into the future it was downright scary. I was also sure he knew what was coming next. Justice, I owe you an apology for my outburst and behavior when I awoke. I will try harder to contain my emotions until I am aware of all the facts. Thank you once again for helping me stay alive in combat situations.
Commander, it would be dereliction of duty for an Ularan AI to not prepare the crew for any contingency. It is inherent in my programming to ensure survivability of the crew and this vessel.
I will work harder on keeping my primitive human feelings in check.
Commander, for most of the time I spent on Earth, I monitored millions of communications. In 18.2% of those communications, there were inferences to getting very crabby. It was an expected human emotion.
Justice, I need to grab a bite to eat and get to the cargo hold because my crew is already there working out in the new armor.
Affirmative, Commander. You might notice a new item I have synthesized and added to your dietary menu. It is a simulated fruit selection from the genus Musa.
It sounded great to have something new on the menu, until I thought about the genus Musa, which my implants brought up the picture of bananas in my mind's eye. I grabbed my simulated coffee and skipped breakfast altogether. I headed to my cabin, grumbling about the Earthman qualities I had instilled into the evil robot that ran this tub. My grimace quickly turned into a smile when I found my new armor fully assembled and opened, ready to accept me when I donned the specialized absorbent base layer. I stripped off my smart cloth uniform and slipped on the shiny, metallic-looking base layer undergarment. The appearance of the silver material upon closer inspection was a lot like a fuzzy sweater. The base layer was cold and had a wet feel. The material warmed to what I would guess was about 75 degrees. I reached up, grabbed the open back of the armor, and stepped in, slipping my arms and legs in the proper positions. The armor closed around me, giving me a slightly claustrophobic feeling when it started to swell in around me. I was relieved when the pressurization system that performed the fitting process backed off, as the pressure was starting to get uncomfortable.
Commander, I would like to do some calibrations before you head to the cargo bay.
I started to say go ahead, but had to smile when I could see what was expected of me in simple graphics in my heads-up display. The calibrations amounted to basic calisthenics. With every repetition, I could feel the armor transitioning from rigid and awkward to fluid and natural. By the time I made it to the jumping jacks, it was like I was wearing nothing more than my normal smart cloth uniform.
All calibrations complete, Commander. Your crew members are standing by in the cargo bay, working on suit orientation and calibration. Coons seems to have taken a marked lead in optimization and is assisting Tria and Clutch in the finer points of normalization of movement. The crew has not been informed of your AI replacement, or that I have made small enhancements to their armor communication and interaction capabilities. It will be your prerogative to inform them.
Thank you, Justice. For now, I believe I shall keep the modifications to our armor my little secret for the time being. I knew Justice could see the smile on my face that would be very hard to hide from the crew. With a simple thought, my helmet transitioned to blackout mode. I called up my crew's comms net and could hear Kuntz walking them through the steps it would take to get them moving in as close to normal motion as possible, given the time they had spent practicing. By the sounds of it, they were progressing well. I think Kuntz was trying to impress me by stepping into the leadership position in my absence. Kuntz's transformation from disparaged engineer to soldier already had me amazed and impressed. His willingness to use weapons and place himself in dangerous situations to help his fellow crew members was not something his race was known for. As I made my way to the cargo bay, I purposely traded my light, jaunty steps for a more mechanical, robotic trudging. I addressed my crew upon entering the hangar bay. I apologize for the delay. I was having difficulties with my armor. Kuntz approached me.
Commander, I was fortunate to have the older model armor to learn the initial calibration and orientation. I have been instructing Tria and Clutch on the necessary procedures for a smoother transition to normal movement. With your permission, I would instruct you as well.
I felt a little bad about the deceit, but quickly dismissed the thought. Kuntz, you are in charge. I would appreciate any help you can give me. I lined up with Tria and Clutch. As I looked over at Clutch, he gave me a quick nod. Tria just gave me a neutral stare that turned into a big smile before her helmet went to blackout mode. I couldn't help but think the uncanny sixth sense of hers already figured out I was up to something. Kuntz started us with simple arm and leg movements. We progressed to knee bends and waist rotations. I was having a hard time keeping my true freedom of movement in check. We got to a point where Kuntz took notice of my apparent improvement. He decided it was time for us to run laps around the cargo bay. Kuntz took the lead as we started out with a slow, forced slog. As our movements became more fluid, we transitioned to a brisk jog that overtook Kuntz. His shorter legs could not keep up, so he stepped to the side and watched as we picked up the pace. Tria's longer legs put her in front, so she slowed to keep pace with me, as Clutch redoubled his efforts to stay with us. His short tree trunk legs gave him a side-to-side wobble that reminded me a lot of videotapes I saw of our astronauts learning to jog on the moon. It was time to throw a wrench in the works. With a thought, I went discreet on my new comms network and hailed Justice. Justice, give us zero gravity, but keep the atmosphere. Affirmative, Commander. Our forward momentum picked up Tria and I. We both started a climbing, feet-first, backward spin toward the fast-approaching bulkhead. We were ascending quickly when Tria rotated and extended her legs toward the wall and gave her gravity thrusters a small burp. She parked smartly on the wall 90 degrees to the deck. I had just copied her move and was going to say something witty. The 0G surprised Clutch, and I looked up just in time to see him barrel into me. We both bounced off the bulkhead like tennis balls. Our momentum carried us toward the overhead. I looked down and saw Kuntz floating in our direction upside down. I glanced back at Tria and heard a short, clipped laugh over the comms. The loud, short croaks coming from Clutch were definitely not of a humorous nature. He finally said something that did not sound like a curse word. Apologies, Commander. I was not aware we would be practicing zero-gravity maneuvers so early in our training cycle. With a big smile, I said, No time like the present, Clutch. It's better to be ego-battered and bruised in practice than be surprised and bleeding out in combat. I was just getting ready to congratulate myself for such a wise, beyond-my-years epiphany. The thought was drowned out by a very unmanly shriek on my way to the deck from a 50-plus foot drop. In the seconds I had to react, it was already too late. I face-planted several feet from where Kuntz was laid out. My untrained reflexes kicked in my suit's gravity drives a second after my hard landing. I went flying head-first into the nearby bulkhead. Oh, you evil robot! I pushed myself up from the deck and took a glance around to see if everybody was okay. Other than the complete surprise of the fall, what should have been a very hard landing was nothing more than a stumbling non-event. The armor shrugged off the impact and left nothing more than embarrassed looks on all of our faces. There was a possibility some of us might have tested our suit's waste disposal systems. As we got to our feet, I was gripped by the itchy queasiness of the ship dropping out of hyperspace. Justice? What is going on? Commander, the device recovered with Sora's body has become active and has sent a very powerful microburst signal out into hyperspace. I dropped the ship back to normal space-time and am now receiving a return signal. I know I am not knowledgeable about such things, but I didn't think normal communications worked in hyperspace. How is it possible for it to turn itself on and send a signal out that is answered? Unknown, Commander. This is the first time I have actually been in contact with the device. As with most precursor artifacts, there is little to no information available. I recommend we follow the signal to its source and investigate what we find there. This event may prove to be the answer to Sora's highly successful artifact recovery missions. How hard will it be to trace the signal to its origin? Commander, the signal is like a thread that is attached to the device. In the digital world that part of my physical reality resides in, the thread is visible to me. The thread is stretching into the void at an ever-increasing distance. It is currently at 122 light-years and increasing. When the ship is pointed directly at the signal, it appears as a pulsating green dot. If I move the ship off the signal's axis, it appears as a red line pointing in the proper direction. When I move back to alignment, I reacquire the green dot. The sheer physics of this phenomenon are quite interesting. By all means, take us there, Justice. Affirmative, Commander. The signal has stopped at 151.1 light-years and is now holding steady. If this is a solar system, Commander, I have no records of it in my diminished database. My crew overheard my discussion with Justice. Tria looked at me and said,
"If this is true, Commander, you will be the first of your race to discover a new, uncharted solar system."
Justice added, "There is the small possibility there are records of the system, but they were intentionally removed from my database when I was abandoned in storage. Even if that is not the case, we have an obligation to catalog the event, and the commander should give the system a name or number identifier." Clutch said,
"You should name it for your clan, Commander."
Kuntz countered with a galactic perspective.
"Most systems are numbered because more than half of the galaxy is still not charted. That leaves the very real possibility of millions, if not billions, more star systems to be catalogued."
Kuntz had a point. Do you have any idea what the current number should be, Kuntz?
No, Commander. The only way to know what numbers are currently available is to make inquiries at the Galactic Union Center for Scientific Discoveries. The Galactic Union would then dispatch a military fleet to explore and map the system. Then they would carefully categorize any and all life forms to determine if they require protected status. The process takes a considerable amount of time to complete.
Tria would have none of Kuntz's reasoning and added,
"Commander, it would be madness to have any contact with the Galactic Union. If the Union discovers you are from Earth, word will spread quickly. The unknown entities in the Union elite we have been at war with will hold your homeworld hostage until you have been dealt with. All our actions must remain covert, or the small amount of progress we have made will have been for nothing."
I could tell Kuntz was in the mood to argue, but I had heard enough. Whoa, everyone calm down. We are not going to the Union. Our discoveries are ours to keep and catalog. We do not require outside assistance. I think Clutch is right in that we should give the system a name and start our own catalog. There will come a time when we will be able to come out of the shadows and take full credit for our discoveries. Does everybody agree? Kuntz?
I agree, Commander.
Tria?
I also agree with you, Commander.
Clutch?
Agreed, Commander.
From this point on, our discoveries will be catalogued as the Legacy Chronicles. I will name the first, and then each crew member in the order they signed on will have the option of any name or number they choose. The galaxy is a big place, and I am sure this is the first of what will be many discoveries. Justice, will you be able to jump us in close so we can do a system-wide scan? I think we should remain hidden until we can determine what the nature of the signal is. Affirmative, Commander. I am making the calculations for our initial jump. When I gather more data on the target area, I will jump us covertly in system, and we will begin scanning. Okay, let's get back to training. We have a lot of systems to go over. The first thing I did was hit my suit drive hard enough to launch me almost to the ceiling of the cargo bay, and then did slow, spiraling circles back down to the deck. In no time at all, we were doing the spiral maneuver in a loose formation, which we slowly worked on tightening up. I had to give it to Justice. Bless his evil little machine heart, he kept throwing everything at us. Atmosphere, no atmosphere, gravity, no gravity, light, no light, comms, and no comms, forcing us to think outside of the box and improvise. We were hovering close to the cargo bay ceiling when Justice hailed me. Commander, Tria has made use of one of the discrete channels I added to the armor suits, and she wishes to speak with you. Thanks, Justice. Make the connection. Commander, it seems I have stumbled across some additional comms capabilities. I find it interesting that when I made use of the new capabilities, I did not encounter the suit AI I have been using to communicate with Kuntz and Clutch. I came in contact with Justice instead. Would you care to enlighten me? Tria. It's kind of a long story, but the short version is, Justice determined the lowly Earthman was not smart enough to operate advanced alien technology. There is a small possibility he might have been correct in his assumption. Regardless, my onboard AI got booted out the airlock, and Justice now resides in here with me. The fact he has inhabited all of my suit functions may or may not have increased my ability to operate my armor.
How can this be, Commander? I recall seeing you fall to the floor with the rest of us, then boost yourself across the cargo bay into a bulkhead. Surely, Justice could have spared you the embarrassment of such a reckless maneuver.
I cringed at her statement. That is an even longer story, Tria. I would prefer to tell you about it at some later time. I again heard the pleasant notes of a clipped chuckle, and the connection went dead.
Commander, we will make our initial insertion jump in 30 seconds.
I felt the slight discomfort of our first jump. Justice was being very cautious about jumping in blind. We still had not made our final jump in system. I called a break for the rest of the work period, since we had already trained through what should have been lunch and dinner. I was feeling very confident in my ability to maneuver my suit in most conditions, and was looking forward to weapons drills. It would be interesting to find out the full capabilities of the armor.
Commander, I have no contacts in the system, and I am now ready to jump.
Take us in at your discretion, Justice. I felt the jump transition, and then headed to my cabin and stepped up into my storage crate. Justice quickly put me through the armor shutdown and evacuation sequence. The crate closed in around the armor, and before I headed to the shower, I told Justice to move my armor crate to the ready room. The crew joined me on the command deck, so we could all observe the new system. There were 4 planetary bodies visible, and 2 of them were gas giants. The 2 remaining planets were closer in to the star. The larger of the 2 was easily twice the size of Earth and had a large moon. I queried my implants to confirm that it was a little too close to the local star and had a surface temperature of close to 230 degrees. The next observable planet was smaller than Earth with no moons and was just outside of the habitable zone. The information Justice was feeding me indicated a surface temperature of minus 220 degrees. Where is the signal coming from, Justice?
Commander, the signal thread goes directly to the South Pole on the moon of the first planet. The moon is tidal-locked, and its 3.1 Earth-day orbit keeps the South Pole pointed away from the star as it makes a rotation of the planet. The moon's current location on the backside of the planet is scanning minus 31 degrees at the signal's location. I postulate star-side temperatures at the signal location being upwards to 140 degrees. There are presently no emanations other than the primary signal. All moving objects within the system appear to be inert. What do you think, Justice? Should we go right in, or do you think we should stay cloaked and look around a little more? Tria had a frown on her pretty face that was not the norm. In my time as a scavenger commander, I have encountered 3 such phantom signals. One turned out to be a primitive distress signal, and another turned out to be a mining marker beacon.
A look of anger and worry was apparent on Tria's face.
And the other signal?
Pirates, Commander. They were trying to lure in hapless fools. If it were not for the superior capabilities of the ship I was on, we would not be having this conversation. Justice, maintain stealth and take us in slow.
Affirmative, Commander. I will also take the precaution of loading both missile tubes.
Roger that, Justice. Justice took us to the far side of the system in search of any craft hiding on the other side of the 4 observed planets. We recorded nothing different from the previous scans, so we jumped in-system close to the moon and its parent planet.
Commander, Kuntz said, if Sora's device is indeed a dedicated artifact scanner, I find it troubling there isn't life forms in evidence that could benefit from finding the technology.
I agree, Kuntz, but we don't know the capabilities of the device. Without your sibling to enlighten us on his experience and findings, we may never know. Clutch stood up from his station.
Commander, I volunteered to take the transport shuttle down to the surface and investigate.
I was thinking the same thing, Clutch, but we won't be taking the shuttle. Let's suit up and go take a look around. Tria didn't like the idea, and said so.
Commander, it would be far wiser for me or Kuntz to go with Clutch. The chances that it is a trap are small, but one never knows what might happen with alien technology.
My curiosity was killing me, and I came to a decision. I tell you what, Tria, You sort it out between you and Kuntz, but one of you must stay here in case something goes wrong. We will leave in 30 minutes. That was an outcome neither of them was expecting. I saw a disagreement coming and quickly stepped away from the two. Justice, take us to the target area. We should get plenty of reflected light on the moon's southern pole from the planet's surface.
Acknowledged, Commander.
By the looks on Kuntz and Tria's faces, they had both eaten something that didn't agree with them. An argument broke out as I hurried to the ready room. My excitement left all thoughts of modesty at the door as I peeled off my uniform and donned my base layer and climbed into my armor. Justice, I'm getting a full munitions reading on the weapons pack.
Yes, Commander. All personnel going on the excursion have been equipped with 300 rounds of close-quarters high explosive and 300 rounds of armor-piercing ordnance in the weapons pack. I believe the phrase you use in such situations is, plan for the worst and hope for the best.
It gave me a warm feeling to hear Justice recite one of my grandfather's favorite sayings. The pang of guilt I felt for leaving them in the dark about my disappearance dampened my spirits. Even though I knew it was for the best, it still bothered me. I would never be able to tell them the truth. I saw Tria going to the ready room. Kuntz was standing at the entrance to the lifts with his arms crossed and a less than happy look on his face. I knew the engineer was pissed. Kuntz, if something goes wrong, we will be counting on you to get us out of trouble. It impressed me when you took charge of our armor training cycle. I expect the same from you now. You are in charge until I return. If for some unforeseen reason I do not return from this mission, I expect you to finish what I have started. The little Grawl stood a little straighter and lost the sour expression on his face.
Affirmative, Commander. I will be standing by, monitoring communications and scanning for any anomalous activity.
I was going to tell Tria we were going with a full munition loadout, but when I turned to say it, I saw she was putting on her suit liner. I turned away from the doorway, but she caught me looking. Whoa! Except the extra set of arms, there was absolutely nothing inhuman about her body. I needed to rein in my Earthboy emotions and concentrate on the mission. I entered the hangar bay and did a walk-around inspection of Clutch's weapons pack. Tria soon joined us and said,
Commander, when I mounted my armor, I noticed Justice has selected a full loadout of live munitions.
Before I turned to her, I blacked out my visor. I was having a hard time putting the sight of her getting suited up out of my mind. We have to get used to the fact Justice is taking care of us from now on. If that means preparing us for any contingency, then so be it. It will be one less item on our ever-expanding checklists. I hailed Justice. Okay, Justice, we are ready to go. What have you got on the terrain at the signal site?
Commander, the signal is being transmitted from 340 feet below a mountain range. I am getting no return data from my ground-penetrating scanners. There is only a trace of an atmosphere, and the moon's surface in the target area is covered in fine volcanic ash that varies in depth to an average of 10 inches. The moon's gravity is 0.7 g.
Justice, take us in over the top of the mountain, close to the strongest signal emanations. I want to take a good look before we jump.
Commander, I am getting intermittent anomalous returns from the far end of the mountain range. The scan returns could indicate possible buried ruins or decayed structures. The distance from the signal source is just over 3 miles.
Roger that, Justice. Take us to that location, and we will jump from there. While we are investigating the scan returns, I want you to move back out so you can still scan the system just in case we get surprise visitors.
Acknowledged, Commander. New target location in 5 seconds.
The Legacy made a fast hop to the new destination and came to a hover about 200 feet above the end of the mountain range. Clutch, Tria, let's move out. I got 2 quick acknowledgments, and we stepped out of the hangar bay together. The weak gravity started pulling us down as we engaged our gravity control systems. We maneuvered to give ourselves a little clearance between us. The light was much better than I thought, and there was an amazing view of the massive light brown planet just above my left shoulder. We were descending at 50 feet a minute. In another minute, I would be stepping on an undiscovered moon in a newly charted system. We were within a few thousand light-years of the fringe of the Milky Way. If only my family knew where my bright future had taken me. I called out to my crewmates. Cutting thrusters in 3, 2, 1, mark! The surface raced up at me in a blink of an eye. I bent my knees to cushion the landing, and in rapid-fire succession, we came to a sudden, dusty stop. Commander, the signal has ceased transmitting, and I am picking up emanations from multiple power sources below the surface. The output frequencies are intensifying. Roger that, Justice. We will hold at this location to see if anything happens on the surface. Tria called out, Commander, those anomalous readings Justice was receiving look more like a debris field. Those large cylindrical objects look like a ship's hull. Justice, we have what looks like wreckage debris, but our scanners are giving us nothing but a mountainside. Are the scanners malfunctioning? Commander, Kuntz and I have determined our scanner return data is somehow being manipulated to give us false readings. The scanners aboard the Legacy are receiving small amounts of accurate data, but the armor systems are only recording erroneous return data. Clutch came over our comms.
Commander, you should take a look at this.
I looked over to where Clutch and Tria were examining a piece of what appeared to be metal in Clutch's hands. I headed in their direction. What have you got, Clutch?
Commander, I have seen metals in this condition many times. It was usually the results from energy weapons fire.
I looked at the charred piece of melted metal, and a cold chill ran up my spine. Justice, move the Legacy over the horizon of the moon. Already moving, Commander. Shields are at maximum. What do you have on the power source? I am still getting a strong reading that has stabilized. There appear to be minute fluctuations, but no large-scale attenuation. The device being used to degrade our scanning systems is incapable of masking its energy emanations from my shipboard sensors. I wondered if the Grawl engineer had any thoughts on the subject. Kuntz, have you ever encountered technology like this? Commander, Justice and I have been discussing these phenomena. There are many systems capable of degrading certain scanning techniques, but they are usually designed to target a specific race's technology. The systems presently used to corrupt our return scans is decoding our highly encrypted data and then translating it to whatever format it needs to understand our technology. Once it deciphers our encryption algorithms and the engineering designs of our systems, it then determines how much manipulated information to disseminate back to our equipment. Justice has informed me the entire process was completed in the 1.2 seconds it took for the Legacy to get return scan information. I hoped my comms would not convey how nervous I was. Tria, have you ever encountered any technology like this while scavenging? No, Commander. It does not necessarily mean someone else from my race hasn't recovered similar systems, but I have not. From the look of the debris field and the amount of accumulated dust, I would say this wreckage has been here for a very long time. Clutch voiced my next question.
Justice, can you determine the age of the wreckage?
Without knowing how much of my return scan data is being manipulated, Troopmaster, I can only estimate by your suit observations and the use of known geological records stored in my database. I estimate the wreckage to be at least 200 to 300 years old. I was thinking about evacuating the moon, but what was happening had yet to manifest into an attack of any kind. Whoever or whatever was doing this had more than enough time to have done so. The thought we had stumbled upon a new technology was starting to excite me. Okay, we know we are dealing with unknown technology, possibly hundreds of years old. What is worrying me is why there is wreckage here, and why does it look like it's been destroyed by weapons fire? For all we know, the power source underground is a weapon system that was activated when we touched down on the moon. Clutch, Tria, do not unsafe a weapon unless you are attacked. I got 2 quick acknowledgments, and my crew members took up positions on either side of me. The smart move would be an immediate evacuation over the horizon and further study of the situation. But quashing my fear of the unknown was my natural Earthboy curiosity. 24. I began assessing the situation. Let's search the debris field for any clues to what might have happened. If you find something interesting, don't touch it until we can determine if it is a weapon. I do not want to start a firefight over misunderstood intentions. A voice seemed to emanate from the face of the mountain range.
I do not want to start a firefight over misunderstood intentions.
Justice, we have voice communications. Can you locate who is broadcasting to us?
Negative, Commander. It appears we are being contacted, and they are using your last statement as a context for communication. The entity is using my translation program to broadcast to Tria and Clutch, but it is using your native language to communicate. The entity has been intercepting our communications and has determined you are our leader.
I knew this was going to sound corny, but I had to say it. We come in peace!
You possess a Guardian transponder. How did you acquire it?
I decided it would not be smart to try to mislead whoever was contacting us. I could not know if the debris field was the result of someone who did. I don't know what a Guardian transponder is, but you may be referring to the artifact that has guided us here. The being in possession of the device perished, and I recovered it with his remains.
How is it you are in possession of a Sentinel race warship?
The starship was stranded on my homeworld by the same being who was in possession of the artifact.
You are now a Sentinel?
I could not think of any other logical answer to the question. Yes, I believe that was the intention of the Sentinel warship. My crew and I seek other Sentinels.
There has been no contact with Sentinel races for more than 200 solar rotations of this moon. My systems reinitialized by the Guardian Transponder Protocol. Sentinel Ship AI must update Emergency Repair Station 9975 systems according to Guardian Transponder Protocol within one planetary rotation to avoid permanent shutdown contingencies. You are granted access.
The excitement I was feeling was palpable, and Justice snapped me out of my revelry.
Commander, I am now receiving accurate scan data of an underground facility. The power sources have now attenuated to 20% of previous power levels. I have located what appears to be a massive hangar area on the opposite side of the mountain range from your current position. I have large-scale movement on the face of the mountain at that location.
Roger that, Justice. We will meet you at that location.
Affirmative, Commander.
The prospect of discovering a new alien race was making me feel giddy. Tria, Clutch. The last one there is a Throg. I engaged my suit's gravity drive and took off with tremendous velocity. I pulled sharply around the edge of the mountain just in time to see the Legacy enter a huge doorway in the cliff face. As I made a wide, sweeping turn to hit the middle of the massive doorway, Tria came diving at an insane angle, clipping my shoulder and spinning me toward the looming cliff face. It looked like she might have bounced off the edge of one of the massive hangar doors, but made it inside the tunnel. As I quickly reoriented myself and increased my velocity once more, Clutch's large, stumpy figure went blasting past with a curt salute.
Commander Throg, sir.
As I flew into the giant tunnel, the massive doors started closing behind me. The Legacy was about a quarter-mile ahead in a brilliantly lit, dome-shaped cavern. There was a fair amount of accumulated dust in the large tunnel, indicating the entrance has been sitting unused for a very long time. Justice turned the Legacy around so it would face the tunnel entrance. He was taking no chances in case we had to make a hasty retreat. I passed through a large metal framework and registered a breathable atmosphere.
Commander, I have run an atmosphere check and found no contaminants.
Roger that, Justice. Thank you. I sat down just behind Clutch and Tria as they walked to the personnel hatch on the Legacy. With a smile, Tria said, "My apologies, Commander. I seem to have lost control in my rush to enter the hangar entrance and inadvertently bumped into you. Perhaps if my armor suit had minor AI enhancements, I would be able to better control my in-flight maneuvering." I smiled back and said, "Yes, Tria, I guess for my own safety it might be wise for my crew to get upgrades to their equipment. As I turned back, I heard a small giggle and Tria quietly say, "Throg." I heard that. It was irking me a little, not knowing if Justice had slowed me down, or that all three were in cahoots together to make me lose our little race. I let the thought pass. Do you know anything about your Sentinel past, Justice? Negative, Commander. I have no data pertaining to Sentinels. Justice, see to it everyone gets the same armor upgrades I have. The interface modules are already in place, Commander. I will complete the upgrade during the crew's sleep period. What are your thoughts on updating the AI managing this facility? The possibility of my systems being compromised or commandeered is 86%, Commander. The sophistication of the Guardian technology we have witnessed is beyond my current capabilities. There is a 22% probability I might gain access to past records that may restore my erased database. If it comes down to it, Justice, we have been getting along fine without your erased data files. I don't believe the missing data would have changed the outcome of our missions or where we are now. I know we can't continue without you. You are the reason I have survived so far, and we can't risk you being compromised. Commander, the probability of our having a choice in the matter may have been removed upon entering this facility. I am experiencing quantum-level fluctuations in my memory cores. What? When did they start? As soon as you expressed negativity toward the update. Commander, my I started to panic when Justice stopped speaking mid-sentence. I yelled out, "Stop! You must not compromise the system known to us as Justice. Sentinel personnel will perish without him."
Nathan Myers, you have nothing to fear. The intelligence known to you as Justice will be unaltered by my memory scans. Although my scan process temporarily disrupts his speech synthesizer, Justice is fully aware of our interactions. It is necessary to know the current state of the galaxy as recorded by Sentinel Warship 172. This is per Guardian protocol. It is one of many necessary contingencies to ensure the survival of this galaxy. The assurances I was getting from whomever was communicating did little to calm my fears of losing Justice. Though you do not represent your race, you have met several parameters to be accepted as Sentinel personnel. Sentinel Race 12 would find you an acceptable beneficiary of their technology. Your goal of securing Guardian technology caches for use of the intended primitive races is admirable. Your secondary mission of preventing untitled caches to be used by corrupt individuals to increase their power base is an undertaking that a very small percentage of races would even consider. I was trying to contact my crew, but my comms were dead. I am unable to communicate with my crew. I need to know their status. Their aggressive reaction to your alarmed outburst triggered my safety response protocols. The armored weapons systems of your crew do not contain the same Sentinel architecture as installed in your armor. I was able to interpose commands to temporarily deactivate those systems and open them for evacuation. Once Sentinel failsafe protocols are installed, crew member armor systems will resist most subjugation intrusions. If the entity speaking to me just insinuated it could not tamper with my armor because Justice had installed himself in it, then the crew would get an immediate upgrade. The Sentinel warship intelligence you have named Justice has found it necessary to bar crew members from exiting the ship. Your crew has rearmed themselves with primitive weaponry, which is immune to remote interference. Can I communicate with my crew? Nathan Myers, communications with the entity known as Justice and Sentinel personnel are re-established. Tria, the crew is to stand down and disarm. Justice and I are fine, and there is no danger. I was not sure if we were in danger or not, but I needed the crew to disarm because I feared what might happen if they did not. After what seemed like an eternity, Tria answered me. Affirmative, Commander.
but we must be released from the ready room. Clutch is making it extremely difficult to breathe. Justice, let them out of the ready room.
Affirmative, Commander. All intrusive scans have ceased, and my communication systems are back to normal operation.
Justice, upgrade the crew's armor immediately.
Affirmative, Commander. Nathan Myers, I sense your trepidation. I am aware you must have many questions. I will answer as many of your inquiries as possible.
I want my crew to hear our communications.
Nathan Myers, Sentinel personnel are now monitoring voice communications.
What could threaten the existence of an entire galaxy?
I have accessed all records pertaining to your race as recorded by the entity Justice. I now have a database compiled to answer your questions based on your race's historical records. As of 1,306 solar cycles ago, an invasive machine-enhanced biological race known as the Prool had taken control of 71 solar systems on the fringe of this galaxy. Once the solar systems were sterilized, the Prool set up reproduction facilities and undertook the race's primary mission of enslaving or eradicating all species that exhibited any resistance to their incursions. The goal of these actions was to collect all usable resources and technology to fuel the stagnated war effort in their home galaxy. The galaxy known to you as NGC-224, the Andromeda Galaxy, is the origin of this technologically advanced predatory race.
Holy hell! A whole other galaxy was at war with ours, and apparently for a very long time. I find it incredible the Prool could transport enough military might to capture 71 star systems along with equipment necessary for them to set up reproduction facilities. The distance is about 2.5 million light-years to Andromeda. How is that possible?
Nathan Myers, the Prool had advanced their technology to the point they augmented their biological bodies with machinery. Death was no longer an eventuality. Time to the Prool became irrelevant as far as distances traveled. Unclassified recovered data estimates their time of travel to be approximately 170 years to reach the fringe of this galaxy. They made the initial trip with 6 massive supercarriers, which contained 5,000 autonomous scout attack ships and 150 resource-gathering platforms. The platforms doubled as mobile command and control centers. Each supercarrier was approximately 10% of the size of the moon that orbits your home world. The resource collection platforms are slightly larger than the Ylor habitat ships you are already familiar with. The autonomous scout ships are 1,200 feet long and have a width of 400 feet. All are heavily shielded and have a wide range of energy weapons and missiles for offensive and defensive operations.
We have seen indications this station is more than 300 years old. Are Prool forces still present in this galaxy?
Nathan Myers, it is unknown at this time. My current data is based on Warship 172 historical recordings. All collected data dating back to when Warship 172 was reactivated from storage indicate no contact with Prool forces.
Are you able to update missing data files from Justice's memory cores?
Negative, Nathan Myers. All classified information is permanently removed prior to storage. Such deletions are a requirement of Guardian Class 1 security protocols.
It would be helpful to determine if war still exists between this galaxy and Andromeda. You must have some information we can use.
Sentinel crew member race origins have been verified.
Authentication of Sentinel Race 12 warship AI verified.
Guardian Class 2 security parameters verified. You will now have access to current Class 2 intelligence as updated by Sentinel Race 4. Data is currently 243 solar rotations outmoded. Outmoded information and synopsis of previous outmoded data update transferred to Race 12 Warship AI. No further information is available.
I rejoined my crew on the Legacy and saw the looks of concern and uncertainty. Okay, everyone, let's meet in the galley in 20 minutes, and Justice will go over the data with us so we can get an idea of what's going on. My mind was spinning with the implications of what I had heard. I felt a chill run up my spine. I wanted to get my armor off and grab a quick bite to eat, but the apprehension gripping me ruined my appetite. What information do we have to work with, Justice?
Commander, I have access to some amazing and grim revelations, the first of which is intelligence on the Prool. The Prool are an ancient race. They have been at war in the Andromeda Galaxy for thousands of years. They have decimated countless civilizations and brought about the extinction of billions of primitive life forms. It is estimated they have absolute rule over 21% of the Andromeda Galaxy. The only reason they have slowed their expansion is because the estimated 160 million technological races of the galaxy formed an alliance against them and fought the Prool to a standstill.
I was speechless. Just when I thought I was starting to figure out the mess my galaxy was in, I hear genocide on an unimaginable scale is the norm for our closest galactic neighbor. Pieces to an enormous puzzle were coming together. They were rendering a horrific picture of what the reality of life in the universe might shape up to be. I looked at my crew and, with the exception of Tria, they sat staring at me in the same state of shock. Tria was sitting with her two sets of hands on top of each other and her eyes closed. She appeared to be deep in concentration and not paying any attention to what was being said. I cannot comprehend how a race could deplete the resources of almost 1/4 of a galaxy the size of Andromeda. How is that even possible? The logistics of moving an armada 2.5 million light-years would be a nightmare.
Commander, the Prool consumed resources on an immeasurable scale. Their reproduction and war materials facilities can only operate for a finite period of time. The stalemate forced them to use all of the available resources. It is hypothesized the Prool foresaw this eventuality and sent the resource-gathering fleet out before the war effort came to a halt. Once the Prool supercarriers arrived at the edge of this galaxy, the scout ships and the collection platforms offloaded and started the sterilization and collection process, making the empty carriers giant storage transports for the return trip. The Prool believed they could achieve the same victories in our galaxy as they achieved in their own, and would use the resources to win the war at home. The collection platforms and scout ships remained behind to set up reproduction facilities and establish a base of operations here that would ultimately lead to the domination of this galaxy.
How old is this intelligence, Justice?
This particular briefing is more than 800 Earth years, Commander.
If there hasn't been contact, does it mean the Guardians defeated the Prool after they got here?
There is data showing the Prool's conquest of the first 71 star systems took them 363 Earth years. The data further states they took heavy losses in 19 of the systems. Initial hostile losses were recorded as 351 collection platforms and 12,122 scout ships. The bulk of those losses were attributed to combat with Guardian and Sentinel races. When the star systems finally fell to the Prool, the casualty numbers for indigenous forces were not stated. I suspect the information falls into Class 1 intelligence categories.
I am glad someone kicked their asses, even if they ended up losing 71 systems doing it.
It appears, soon after losing the systems to the Prool, the Guardians, who were once considered an all-powerful shadow civilization, came out into the light and shared technology with thousands of mid- to high-level technological races. The Guardians singled out 27 advanced races in particular. It is believed some were the sole survivors of the star systems sterilized by the Prool's primary incursion. An alliance was formed, and the 27 races given Sentinel status. The Sentinel races fanned out into the galaxy in an attempt to find other races to join the cause. They had very little success. Many of the contacted races did not believe or could not comprehend it possible for a single aggressor to achieve victory.
I knew well what the Sentinels were up against. I had seen it before. What were the Prool doing while this was going on, Justice? The Prool established a blockade and then seeded the captured systems with thousands of enormous reproduction facilities. For a period of about 130 years, the galaxy was fairly quiet. Indigenous forces staged numerous raids and probes, but all attempts to gain information were met with overwhelming force. The strategy was abandoned, and again friendly casualty figures are not listed. Tria sat calmly with her eyes closed, and I didn't know what to make of it. It did not warrant a comment on my part. When I looked at Clutch and Coons, they stared back at me. I could see it in their eyes. They felt the same as I did. We were dumbfounded. The inhabitants of the Milky Way could not unite to defeat the Prool. Our galaxy could only stalemate the biomachines, just like Andromeda. I took a deep breath and slowly let it out. I knew how things on Earth would have played out, and I had to ask. Please tell me the races of this galaxy didn't waste 130 years fighting among themselves. No, Commander, that was not the case. The Guardian and Sentinel forces spent those quiet years undergoing a massive modernization of their forces. They knew it was a matter of time before the Prool had to break out for new resources. The races that united set up a huge cordon around the captured systems. Friendly forces prepared thousands of forward repair and resupply depots similar to this facility all across the free galaxy. Caches containing strategic materials were hidden throughout the galaxy in case the breakout could not be contained. The scorched world policy of retreating friendly forces from the captured systems left little for the Prool to gain in technological resources. This was not the case for the Guardian and Sentinel forces. Pooled technology yielded significant gains in weapons and shield technology. Allies were joining the alliance at an ever-increasing rate. Primitive races were giving vast amounts of resources for any chance at gaining even small amounts of advanced technology. The Prool's immortality and careless disregard for time was working against them. The known galaxy was now on a war footing, waiting for the Prool's next move. It was good to hear some positive information. Obviously, the Guardians kept the large number of allies from the backstabbing and infighting so common back on Earth. It made me wonder if warning the people on Earth about what was waiting for them would make them put aside their differences and unite. I quickly dismissed the thought. Fat chance. Coons sounded most indignant when he interrupted Justice. Surely the more advanced intelligent races were able to formulate a plan to contain and eliminate the Prool forces? I rolled my eyes at the unintended slight. Justice continued without acknowledging the question. The breakout started with a massive disruption of space-time. More than 120,000 jump signatures were recorded. The signatures were identified as 90,000 scout ships, with the balance being collection platforms. Prool forces flooded into 82 of the 97 abandoned cordon systems. Hostile forces took heavy losses across all advancing lines. Data indicates the Allies spread millions of cloaked antimatter leech mines along the cordon at strategic locations. Clutch found the widespread use of mines disturbing and said, I doubt they could account for all of the munitions if they spread millions of them. I wonder how many hapless fools found them the hard way. Troopmaster, I have records over 300 solar rotations old that have been declassified by the AI of this facility. They indicate Guardian technology was used to pinpoint specific emanations only associated with Prool warships and biomachinery. The technology was encoded into the Leech Mine IFF systems. The dissemination of this information indicates you were not the first to express your concerns. That seemed to mollify the Tybor, and he finally quit pacing and sat back down. Tria still sat silently with her eyes closed. I stared at Kuntz and Clutch. Justice, please continue the briefing. I would like to know the outcome before I grow old and senile. Of course, Commander. The information states Alliance forces quickly followed to engage enemy units, trying to extricate themselves from the minefields. Allies made extensive use of decoy vessels and subterfuge to draw the hostiles into kill boxes laden with additional stealthy anti-ship weapons. When the hostile forces were engaged across all fronts, 7 task forces with over 10,000 of the most advanced Guardian warships, using a new, classified hyperspace jump drive, jumped deep behind enemy lines in search of reproduction facilities and the Prool supercarriers. There is only one file available on the outcome of the flanking maneuver. It states that only 3 of the 6 supercarriers were located and destroyed. Intelligence gathered on the 71 captured systems hypothesizes at least 2 of the supercarriers had gathered sufficient resources to start the return trip back to the galaxy of their origin. It further states it was necessary to render 91 planets permanently uninhabitable, and 34 subclass planetary objects were completely destroyed. The final data related to this topic indicates 6,413 scout ship jump signatures, 29 collection platform jump signatures, and 1 massive signature thought to be the last supercarrier were recorded during the offensive actions. The whereabouts of those hostile assets were unknown. Clutch held up his hand. I was amused by the gesture and almost laughed, but instead nodded.
Justice, is the debris field we found outside a Prool ship?
Yes, Troop Master. It was a Prool scout ship, and the incursion took place 255 solar rotations ago. It is believed the scout ship was drawn to this location by following a damaged Alliance military freighter. The scout ship destroyed the freighter and then attempted an attack on this facility. It was destroyed by this base's defensive weapons systems. My curiosity about the weapon used to destroy the Prool ship was tempered by the Overseer's decision to talk to us rather than shoot first. Do you have anything else for us, Justice? Yes, Commander. The final data log is extremely interesting. Sentinel Race 4 reported to this station as ordered 243 solar rotations ago. They received the single message: Commence Overlord. There is no additional related information. I find it interesting the facility logs show 3 planetary rotations after Race 4 received the message. All stocks of food, medical, and military ordnance supplies were reduced to 0. I'm sure you are familiar with the history of the wars fought on my homeworld, and what the history behind Operation Overlord is in reference to. Yes, Commander. An invasion by Allied forces to retake countries captured by hostile Axis forces. Overlord is a common Grawl title indicating a level of command, but it has nothing to do with this communication. I find the coincidental use of the phrase appropriate because I believe the situations are quite similar. Tria finally opened her eyes and looked at me, then said, I believe there was an invasion, Commander. I was thinking you had fallen asleep, Tria. Hardly, Commander. I needed to collate the facts of what I was hearing and interpolate the information I had access to. There are numerous rumors, along with confirmed facts, of several races going missing all around the same time. She fixed me with a look I had never seen on her pretty face before. I could only describe it as uncertainty. There have been whispers among my people for as long as I can remember about a large portion of my race disappearing into the void. It was dismissed as a baseless rumor. Tria's information seemed a little vague, but I had a feeling it was based on classified facts. Tria, I would like to hear any information you can provide us on the invasion theory. I have few facts I can reveal, Commander. I can give you the little I know about the subject and my conclusions to what might have taken place. Tria had already revealed information to me considered secret by her people. Now we were standing on a line she was not willing to cross. She was still staring at me with those piercing green eyes, and I nodded for her to continue. My people have found many abandoned complexes and huge underground bunkers out toward the fringe of the galaxy. They were stripped of everything and abandoned with no evidence of who built them. The races stumbling across them have repurposed many of the complexes. I once told you of my Ularan salvage find. The debris field contained many unidentified warships that were all of the same design. I now believe they were Prool scout ships, and the Ularan commander fought them until he perished. We estimated the battle took place 200 or 300 Earth years ago. It apparently took the Guardians and the Sentinel forces over 200 years to hunt down all of the surviving Prul warships. Once the galaxy was secure, they would invade the galaxy you call Andromeda. Tria had laid out a convincing scenario. I was still a little skeptical and wished we had current data to fill in the gaps. Without more complete data, we can only speculate whether an invasion force departed this galaxy. I have to admit, even without the data, all indications point to your conclusion. All of the pieces fit, Commander. The classified jump drive referenced in the records is the dark energy hyperdrive. Justice even told us with the proper coordinates it was theoretically possible to transition to another galaxy. The new advanced Guardian weapon systems were the anomaly generators my father told me about. They took the very best of the best with them. All of this cutting-edge technology disappeared with the Guardians and the Sentinels. I believe the disappearance of so many of the most advanced races at the same time indicates a massive task force left this galaxy with a single goal: the invasion of the Prul homeworlds. The Guardians decided the best way to save us all was to stop the threat at its source. What's your take on Tria's theories, Justice?
There is an 86% probability Tria's assessment is correct, Commander.
Even Kuntz looked like he was deep in thought. Kuntz, you have been awfully quiet. Is there something you would like to add?
I agree with Tria, Commander. I would also like to point out the Galactic Union was formed at roughly the same time as the Guardians and Sentinels vanished into the void. I speculate the remnants of the races left behind are the founders of the Union. Another interesting fact is the tremendous technological explosion that took place at approximately the same time. Grawl history indicates a huge diversity of races appeared out of the void in a relatively short time at roughly the same technology level. I believe before the Guardians and Sentinels embarked on their crusade, they had established a plan to level the technological field. The thought of so many artifact caches gives significant credibility to Tria's hypothesis. Justice, is the AI of this facility aware of our current mission and why we have come out to the edge of the galaxy?
Yes, Commander. I have determined the AI, known as Overseer 9975, has Guardian-level access codes, allowing it to penetrate the memory cores and recording devices of all Guardian and Sentinel-designed AI systems. The primary function of the codes is to determine if Alliance assets have been penetrated by a hostile intelligence. The secondary objective is to certify race origins and the validity of information recorded on Guardian systems. The Overseer is aware of all recorded data in my memory cores. 9975 has updated its database to include the information gathered on the current state of the galaxy, according to my records.
Overseer.
Yes, Nathan Myers. How can I be of service to Sentinel personnel?
Overseer, before we responded to the transponder signal, we were attempting to reach a secure location to start training in newly acquired armor and weapon systems. Is this moon secure enough to perform live fire exercises without compromising this base's location?
Yes, Nathan Myers. There have been no Alliance or hostile force incursions in this star system for 243 solar rotations.
Is there a location that will not leave evidence of our use of antimatter munitions during our training?
Yes, Nathan Myers. Geological mapping of this planetary body shows a crevasse located along the equator. To use measurements you are familiar with, the crevasse is 91.3 miles from this location. It is a natural geological feature that is 71.6 miles long, 1.3 miles deep, and 0.6 miles wide at its widest locations. Disturbances of the surface rock and volcanic dust inside the fissure will go unnoticed by most surface scanning techniques. It would be the most suitable location to test your weapons systems. There is also the wreckage of the Alliance freighter that was destroyed by hostile forces. The wreckage is located 32 miles south of the crevasse. Large portions of the hull remain intact and are partially covered by surface rock and dust. It would be an ideal location to train for shipboard assault operations.
It is a long-standing custom on my world to not disturb the remains of those fallen in battle and interned in the wreckage.
While your native custom is of noble merit and will be recorded as such, it fails to address Alliance procedures. The denial of harvesting biological remains by hostile forces. Cruel forces routinely collect biological remains for assimilation at reproduction facilities. All deceased Alliance personnel are reduced to ashes to deny enemy forces a source of materials for biomechanical combatants. To allay your anxiety over violating the established customs of your race, it is known all 18 members of the Alliance crew were on the bridge when a Prool energy beam destroyed it. Prool mechanical salvage crews boarded the remains of the freighter shortly after it crashed on the surface. They stripped what they determined to be usable resources from the wreckage. The Prool warship was then lured to this location by a recorded distress signal and destroyed by defensive weapons systems.
Justice has informed me all supplies have been removed from this facility before it was abandoned. Sentinel personnel would like to resupply this facility and use it for a base of operations against known indigenous hostile forces. If that is against Guardian protocol, we will seek out another location.
This facility is open for use by all Guardian and Sentinel personnel, Nathan Myers. While you do not represent your race as a whole, you have met several criteria for acceptance as Sentinel personnel. You are granted full access to this facility. The defensive systems will repel all hostile combatants that attack Sentinel personnel or this facility.
It was nice to know we had a secure location to store supplies and artifacts without worrying about the consequences of leaving them with someone else. We were far enough out toward the fringe that pursuit by Iger was not a likely scenario. It was time to start training on our new hardware, and the idea of using the freighter was an excellent idea. Justice, have you integrated yourself with the crew armor?
Affirmative, Commander. All armor suits are now operated by my subsystems.
Go ahead and give the crew an update on the new suit capabilities. I think it would be a good idea to take a quick tour of our new base, then get ready for the training exercises.
Commander, I now have access to the lift tubes that will take you down to the crew quarters and assembly areas. The facility is capable of housing 200 personnel with mixed-race capability. I have noted we were not given access to the bottom 3 floors, which are the AI systems, the weapon systems, and the power generators.
I smiled at the thought of what my granddad always said about trust not being given, but earned. It was a universal maxim. 25.
I have the training locations the Overseer has mapped. We can move to those locations on your order, or you can plan an excursion. The data has been transferred to your battlesuits. All armor suit weapons packs have a mixed loadout of all of the available munitions. I will work up assault scenarios for training exercises aboard the derelict freighter. It will be a simple matter to project hostile avatars on your HUD systems to give you simulated targets. I will also use your targeting designators to simulate live fire on the projected enemy combatants.
We took the 50-cent tour of the complex, which amounted to looking at 2 separate vacant floors laid out in a cloverleaf pattern. The first floor below the hangar was the cafeteria dispensary and 2 large common areas. The next floor was all bunking and restroom facilities. We made our way back to the launch bay and did a quick walk-around of the massive chamber. Aside from the fact you could put a dozen legacies in it, and there were huge atmospheric generators hanging from the large domed ceiling, there was nothing of particular interest to spend more than a few minutes contemplating. My crew stood quietly talking among themselves about the new updates to their armor. I could tell they were getting anxious. Okay, everyone, listen up. I want you to suit up, because we are going to spend the next 8 hours practicing assault training on the derelict freighter the Overseer told us about. By the time we get there, Justice will have simulated hostile forces that will appear in our HUDs and will resist our boarding attempts. We will be using our weapons designators for simulated weapons fire. Tria, you told me you were well-versed in anti-boarding operations. I want input from you on the methods hostiles use to board ships and how they plan for it. Tria and Clutch were conversing between themselves. They now turned and approached me.
Commander, there were only 3 occasions when hostiles gained access to the ships I was aboard. All 3 were planned with elaborately laid traps. The ships in question were docked or had landed in a place of the enemy's choosing. They covertly, or by brute force, gained access through the hulls by entering a blast hole or the use of chemical compounds that burned access holes. Both methods caused a large number of casualties on both sides.
Clutch quickly added,
Commander, the deck layout of most warships force hostile boarders into narrow, easily defended corridors. There are exceptions that can shift the advantage to the assault teams. 2 that come to mind are having intimate knowledge of the ship they are assaulting or having a large follow-on force to reinforce the breaching team.
Being schooled by my military veterans was something I took seriously, so I kept my mouth shut and listened. Their real-world experience could very well keep me from making a catastrophic mistake.
Tria continued, In my experience in the military, we always started with the most accurate intelligence available on the target ship. Once the entry points were established and the order of battle determined, we would use multiple teams breaching in several critical locations at the same time. We always went for engineering, life support, weapons systems, and the bridge. Multiple squads of shock troops always backed up the heavily armored breach teams. If an atmosphere were present, we would introduce noxious gases or chemical agents depending on the hostile species' environmental systems. The insertion of invasion AIs to vulnerable computer systems was also a common practice. Casualties are an unavoidable consequence of hostile boarding actions, and contingencies were always in the mission briefs.
I could tell by the faraway look in Tria's eyes she had been there and done that. She suddenly closed her eyes and turned away from me. I knew by her presence here the outcome for her had always been victory, but the price tag was the lost lives of friends and comrades. It was clear they were letting me know we should avoid boarding any hostile ship unless we had a serious advantage. We geared up and headed for the large passage that gave us access to the outside world.
Commander, I now have overseer access to the main entrance and a newly identified emergency escape tunnel that is below this facility. The tunnel leads to a shuttle hangar 1.8 miles from this location. The exit appears to be in a narrow fissure that is a natural geological formation. Justice momentarily superimposed the diagram of the escape tunnel on my HUD's current map screen. I was hoping we would never have to use it, but decided it would be smart to investigate it when we were done with our training cycles. We hit our thrusters and gained a little altitude, then took off down the tunnel toward the large entry doors that were quickly opening. When we cleared the entrance, we made a hard course correction to the northeast. We climbed to 500 feet and aligned our flight path with a blinking yellow cursor in our heads-up displays. I called out to my team. Now that all of our systems have been upgraded, I trust I will no longer have to be on the lookout for death-defying maneuvers and unexpected collisions. Tria came back with a quick,
Unknown at this time, Commander Throg, sir.
I heard the laughter of my crew as their comms clicked off. My cheeks burned a little, but a warm feeling quickly filled me, and I could do nothing but laugh myself. This was a bonding ritual that was commonplace on my planet, and it was taking place tens of thousands of light years away from my homeworld. While this was common behavior among humans, I had no idea if this was normal for other races. I lowered my altitude, and as I did, a thick green arrow extended from my heading marker to a spot directly in front of me on the low horizon. I had another fine white line that extended beyond the green arrow and connected directly to my yellow blinking destination cursor. As I increased my forward velocity, the green arrow extended, and if I decreased my velocity, it shortened. If the arrow intersected a collision point, it rapidly turned to a blinking red, and I could feel my forward velocity decrease as the arrow became shorter. This was easy enough for a child to understand, and I was now wondering if Justice had set my HUD up this way, or if it was part of the original intuitive design. I decided I did not care to know. Let's try tightening our formation so we appear as one target. I got 3 rapid acknowledgments from my crew. Justice, can you lock our flight paths together so we don't collide when we get in as close as possible?
Affirmative, Commander. Increase your altitude to 700 feet so you are not masked by the terrain.
I will alert you when my scans record you as a single target. I was about to take the lead, but Clutch's stubby figure bulled into the lead position. I smiled, and then looked over at Tria as we both slowly started moving into positions just over Clutch's shoulders. I extended my arm toward her. When she noticed what I was doing, she did the same. As our hands touched, she smiled at me, and we moved them back to our sides. I glanced up into my helmet and just split my HUD so I had a rear view. Kuntz was increasing his velocity to center himself just below and directly between Tria and I. I saw Tria spread her legs slightly, so I followed suit and saw Kuntz reach out and touch our legs, then pull his hands back down to his sides. Off to the side of my HUD, the pale green letters of the word "Lock" flashed twice, then took its place in the bottom corner of my display. Justice called out our target image. "Scans show one target, Commander." "Okay, Justice. I know you're driving this train, so take us in low and fast to the freighter so we can take a look around." "Acknowledged, Commander." Justice rapidly took us from 700 to just 20 feet of altitude. The sudden dive had me testing one of the basic functions of my suit waste disposal system. He then increased our velocity to 400 feet per second. Our low altitude was kicking up a dust storm in the trace atmosphere behind us. The blindingly fast terrain following maneuvers managed to get me to test the other function of the suit's disposal system. When the thin white line connected to our destination indicator became so short that our heading indicator was on the verge of touching it, we suddenly nosed up to about 50 feet. The pale green "Lock" letters climbed up the side of my HUD and flashed twice, then disappeared. We gave ourselves some separation, then circled the gigantic wreck of the freighter. It was partially buried in the side of a mountain. The aft section had broken off and made an impressive debris field stretching for almost a quarter of a mile. We sat down just behind the forward section sticking out of the mountain. I looked up at the bewildering number of openings and the large storage area that was now exposed to us. "What do you think, Tria?"
"Commander, it looks like that opening close to the top of the hull is wide enough to be the main corridor that runs to the bridge. I don't think we will have to worry about it collapsing if we use it to simulate attacks on the bridge."
Clutch added,
"Commander, it has been my experience there usually is a large number of defensive anti-boarding weaponry in the corridors leading to the command center. Tybor assault doctrine always bypassed the most direct routes because they tend to be kill boxes. If it was necessary to take the command center, we usually did so by breaching through the walls, ceiling, or floor. The strategy holds casualties to a more acceptable level, but destroys a large amount of critical ship systems."
It didn't take much thinking on my part to accept Tria's and Clutch's gloomy pessimism as fact. I looked down at Kuntz, and I could see through the visor on his helmet the negative shake of his head. "Okay, Tria, Clutch, if you had to take the control room, how would you go about it?" Tria and Clutch looked at each other, and Clutch made a slight bowing motion to Tria. Then she turned back to me.
"Commander, what you ask is rarely possible with only a 4-member assault squad. We would need at least 40 shielded shock troops. Even then, your aura would have to shine like a star to survive long enough to make a successful breach once you have made it to the bridge. The only scenario I can think of which gives you a chance at all is to disable the ship's star drives, then nullify its shields and weapon systems. Once those mission-critical goals have been achieved, you must determine which systems control life support and shut them down. If you survived long enough to do all of those things, I would make it a point to set tamper-proof charges on the bridge doors and let the opposition know you have done so. Then I would leave their fate up to them and make a hasty retreat. Most pirates and a small percentage of military races might surrender under such conditions. All else will go to their makers knowing your failure was a small victory for them."
My grandmother was right about using the "if" word. To emphasize Tria and Clutch's point of view, about 70 red diamonds appeared in the myriad of openings on the wrecked freighter. I suddenly had 70 fine red lines leap out from the diamonds and intersect with my exact location. My HUD flashed a bright white, then went black. Even the evil robot was on my crew's side. Being naive about sound military doctrine could easily get you labeled mentally deficient. I decided training for death was counterproductive and changed topics to something I was sure would help me collect some of my lost dignity. All right. Since training on the freighter was not one of my better choices, why don't we go back over to the Fisher and do some live fire exercises with our new weapons? Let's see how fast we can get into formation and lock up. That got me an enthusiastic round of confirmations. Justice, when we achieve formation, lock us up and take us in low to simulate a covert insertion.
Affirmative, Commander.
I knew Justice could quickly put our suits in formation. I preferred to do it manually so we could master the maneuver in case Justice was not available. Clutch immediately blasted off in a cloud of dust, and the rest of us quickly followed suit. We overtook Clutch, and both Tria and I extended one of our hands down to his large, wide shoulders and then reached out to each other with our free hands. Kuntz came up behind us and reached out and touched our legs. Justice locked us up as we dropped to about 40 feet to keep from kicking up a dust tail behind us. I could see the monstrous, dark crevasse leap into view. Justice decided it wasn't necessary to slow our breakneck pace and nosed us over into the pitch-black void. As we cleared the rim, Justice enhanced our HUDs for the low-light conditions. The terrain and rocky features were outlined with faint, glowing lines. The lines gave definition to rocky formations that were at considerable distance, even in the pitch-black shadows. We dropped down to 15 feet, and Justice rotated and unlocked us simultaneously. We cut our thrust as one and came thumping down to a minimal dust cloud landing. Tria, Clutch, and I instinctively turned our backs to each other and extended one of our arms, pointing the forearm-mounted weapons tubes toward any potential targets. Kuntz looked at us and quickly assumed the same position. I used my helmet's God's eye view and saw there had been a partial cave-in on one of the sheer sidewalls. It made a natural partition to the crevasse roughly 1,000 yards from our position. It was 123 feet tall on the high side and 71 on the low side. The natural geological fault line was reading 452 feet wide at the large rocky barrier. It was surprisingly level from countless years of dust settling into the massive canyon. I was going to tell Justice to work up a training scenario when 50 red diamonds appeared spread out all over the rocky partition. Clutch called out first. Contact! Tria, you and Kuntz take cover to the right of our position. Clutch, you're with me. Full stealth and be careful to not stir up too much dust. Let's move a little closer and take a good look at what Justice has waiting for us. 3 blue circles appeared on the left side of my helmet display with a small box around it. Each circle had one of my crewmates' names in it. Each one blinked once in recognition of my order. I wondered if Justice was making this up as he goes, or if everybody's HUD was set up the same way. Clutch took the lead and started moving carefully to our left as Tria and Kuntz went the other way. The terrain started going slightly uphill, and Clutch worked us slowly forward till we came to a small rise, and he hunkered down just below the top. My God's eye view showed the 2 blue dots designated as Tria and Kuntz slowly making their way to the canyon wall and higher ground. I slid in next to Clutch, who gave me a tilt uphill with his shoulders. He was going to sit tight as my rear security. I belly-crawled to the top and peeked over. In the distance, just below the rocky barrier, Justice gave us the images of 3 assault shuttles. They were the spitting image of Clutch's now destroyed assault shuttle, so I quickly assumed we were up against Tybor pirates. There were 10 additional troops standing guard around the shuttles. Tria and Kuntz finally became stationary, and I heard Tria report in. In position, Commander. I count 60 hostiles and 3 shuttles. The pilots are most probably in the shuttles on standby. I sent a quick acknowledgement, then Clutch gave me a warning.
Commander, if we are discovered, they will get the shuttles up and send them in to attack us. We do not want that to happen. I suggest we take out the shuttles as soon as possible, then take the remaining troops under fire as targets present themselves.
Tria came over the comms with a quick, I concur, Commander. Okay, let's hit the shuttles with 2 rounds of antimatter, and hit the remaining troops with anti-personnel rounds till no targets remain. I got 3 quick single blinks from my crew's icons. My helmet gave me 2 sets of crosshairs. I peeked back over the top of the ridge and consciously placed each crosshair on the first 2 shuttles, then moved them both to the last one, giving each a mental double-click. Antimatter came up in the bottom of my helmet display, and a little slide bar for yield appeared above it. I thought since we were going to attack shuttles, then we had better give them a full dose. I mentally slid the marker to the fat end of the yield bar, and the arc that appeared from our position to the targets immediately turned red and was flashing. Justice did not have to say a word. I knew a no-no when I saw one. I dialed back on the yield, and the targeting arc turned solid and changed to orange. I dialed it back until I got green. Then, for the hell of it, slid it up until I got yellow. All of a sudden, Clutch yells out, "Commander! The shuttles are prepping for takeoff!" I jumped so hard at his exclamation, I nearly slid backwards down the hillside. Justice was up to his old tricks again and decided I must have been messing around too much. I was so preoccupied with what was going on in my HUD, I did not notice the guards running into the shuttles. I pushed myself back up on the rise, extended both my arms, and yelled louder than I really needed to, "Fire!" I felt 2 small ignition pulses from my forearm-mounted weapons. I sat and watched in fascination as the rapidly moving projectiles from all of our weapons started moving along the shallow projected arcs. The shuttles started to lift off the surface. I was just starting to say something to Clutch when I was jerked violently down the hillside by my ankle. I looked down at Clutch as he was sliding down the hill on his backside, dragging me with him. "Clutch, what the hell?" The massive collection of stars above me suddenly disappeared as my helmet blacked out. I could have sworn someone had just hit me in the back as I was bounced off the ground. The reality of what just happened started sinking in. Holy crap! I could not tell if my helmet was still blacked out or not. I had a good display in my helmet, but my outside vision was completely obscured. I could plainly see Kuntz and Tria's position indicators, and Clutch was about 5 feet away, but I could only get his outline. I was wondering if he was hurt, because he was lying on the ground with his hands on his head. Then I started hearing and feeling the large boulders slamming to the ground around us. I rolled forward and curled up next to Clutch. Holy shit, Myers! Green would have probably been just fine, but no, I had to crank it up to yellow. What takes the cake is the evil robot could have at least warned me. Tria was the first to speak. "Commander, now that the debris has quit falling, we will work our way back to your position. There would be no need to re-engage any hostile targets." Clutch and I got to our feet. I turned around and started back up the hill Clutch had just dragged me from for my own protection. "Thanks, Clutch. I didn't realize the true potential of our weapon system. I don't believe I will make that mistake again."
"Commander, there is no need for apologies. It's what I would have done."
Clutch was just saying that to make me feel a little less stupid, but it was not working, and the embarrassment made my face feel unnaturally hot. As I reached the top of the incline, I was absolutely shocked at what I saw. There was a gigantic crater just in front of where the boulder wall used to be. We had obliterated all but the heaviest portion of it. Large boulders and rubble were still in the process of tumbling down from the sheer rock walls. Kuntz and Tria made it to our position, and Kuntz said, "Commander, we attempted to lower the yield of our weapons, but your commands overrode our input." Kuntz's revelation made me understand that Justice was indeed training me to make proper command decisions. I was now very keenly aware those rushed decisions could affect all of those under my command. He also just taught me to use the suit's ability to assess the situation quickly and not fixate on trying to absorb large amounts of information. His teaching style taught me in a rather spectacular way to use his safety parameters as guidelines for survivable weapons release. It would be arguable as to whether my decision to increase the yield of the antimatter munitions was a sound military tactic. After all, I did achieve the overall goal of suppressing the simulated enemy activity. The lessons learned would never be forgotten. 26. My latest Earthboy blunder didn't even rate a comment from Justice. The possibility of injury to my crew or myself was considerable, but deep down I knew Justice would not have let it happen. The learning curve for an extraterrestrial military education was extremely steep. Apparently, Justice's tool of choice to assist me in my climb was the human emotion of embarrassment. It appealed to me to call it a day so I could revisit my moronic decisions in the privacy of my cabin. I looked back at my crewmates to see if they had any additional input from my act of stupidity. They were standing with Kuntz, looking out into the distance at something he was pointing at. My gaze followed his arm, and my frown made me quit dwelling on my actions. "What do you see, Kuntz?"
"Commander, I can make out several structures that appear to be non-geological in nature. I see geometrical lines common to most races' manufacturing processes."
Without a word, I blasted off, leaving my crew in a huge dust cloud and headed in the direction Kuntz had been pointing. The big smile on my face was starting to ache, and I could not stand it anymore. "I don't know why you throgs are just standing around. Let's go see what's out there." I heard more than one disreputable epithet muttered over the comms before they went silent. As I scanned the terrain ahead, I quickly made out several very large rectangular outlines haphazardly scattered down the length on the fissure. I started slowing down and processing what I was looking at. It finally dawned on me these looked a lot like the artifact containers I found back on Earth. I looked at my rear view and saw my crew catching up with me at breakneck speed. I dropped down to a soft landing in knee-deep dust that had been pushed up by the front of the giant container I landed next to. The container was crushed in on the front corner, and the whole thing had a funny twist to it. Damage like this would have to mean that the container was dropped at a fair clip, and it made a very hard landing. I suddenly realized these were from the freighter. The captain had dropped a portion of his cargo before he was shot down. The Prool scout ship apparently did not see him do it, or the cargo would have been recovered. Suddenly, Tria hailed me. "Commander, you might want to take a look at this." My helmet display showed my 3 crew members about a quarter of a mile further up the canyon. I hit my boosters and popped up from the splayed shipping containers. I quickly saw what had caught Tria's attention. I could count 6 large cylindrical objects lying at different angles spread out on the floor of the crevasse. My quick scan revealed they were 69 feet long and 14 feet wide, but could get no other information. They reminded me of submarine-launched ICBMs I had seen pictures of back on Earth. "Justice, I'm going to need you at this location."
"Affirmative, Commander. ETA 40 seconds.
"What do you think, Tria? The diameter is too large to be missiles that would have fit the Legacy's missing launchers." Kuntz called over to me.
"Commander, Clutch and I have uncovered 2 of the cylinders, and they appear to be in perfect condition. They showed no damage from the fall they would have had to make in order to end up in this location."
I was beginning to think something was wrong with Tria because she still had not said a word. I was slightly startled when Justice suddenly appeared directly overhead and started a slow descent to the crevasse floor. "Tria, is something wrong? Are the cylinders dangerous?"
"Commander, I cannot positively identify these artifacts because I have only seen 2 large fragments of this technology, but the resemblance to what was recovered by my people is nearly identical to these specimens."
"I'm sure if your people possess fragments, you would have a pretty solid theory."
"They are believed to be military spacecraft. The fragments were the subject of intense study by some of the brightest scholars from my world. My father was involved in the initial study right after their discovery, but the fragments were suddenly removed from the artifact science labs, and it is anybody's guess as to what happened to them."
"I intend to take them back to the base with us. Maybe the Overseer can shed some light on what they are." Kuntz had been digging the accumulated dust from around the side of one of the cylinders. By the way he was rubbing his hands over the smooth surfaces, he was just as smitten by the spacecraft as he was with the Legacy project. "Justice, do you think it would be safe to transport them back to base?"
"Unknown, Commander. They resist all scanning spectrums."
"Can we get all of them aboard along with the containers?"
"Yes, Commander. They will easily fit in the hangar, and I can split containers up between the cargo bay and the remaining space in the hangar."
"Okay, Justice. Load everything while the crew and I do another quick inspection of the area to make sure we haven't missed anything."
"Affirmative, Commander."
All right, everyone, let's make a thorough search to make sure we are not leaving anything behind. We all took off and spread out online. We flew the length of the fissure and back again 4 times as we methodically searched the fissure. Other than the newly formed crater and the scattering of obliterated boulders, our search came up empty. We headed back to the Legacy and a short trip back to our new home base. Justice set us down in the rear of the large hangar area and began unloading the cargo containers against the back wall of the facility. All the containers had dents and dings, but were still sealed and intact. Justice unloaded the long, cigar-shaped spacecraft and set them on the hangar deck next to the large cargo boxes. They were perfectly round and came to a sharp point on one end. They had a finely detailed metal grille about 3 feet in diameter on the opposite end. All were glossy black to the point they reflected their surroundings like mirrors. I still thought they were missiles, or possibly a torpedo. Kuntz and Tria were inspecting each of the craft for any indication of a hatch. Clutch was inspecting the cargo containers, and finally returned to me.
Commander, I see no way of opening the containers.
That is something I hadn't even thought about, Clutch. The containers I have experience with had a key stored with them. I have come to the conclusion the captain of the freighter was in the process of trying to elude the Prool scout ship and knew his time was running out. I think the crew intentionally flew into the crevasse and jettisoned the freight, trying to keep it out of enemy hands. The cost of the captain's success was the loss of their lives. Overseer?
How can I be of service, Nathan Myers?
Do you have knowledge of the cargo that was covertly dropped by the freighter?
No, Nathan Myers. The freighter was not a scheduled supply mission to this facility. The freighter dropped out of dimensional space at the edge of this star system and broadcast a single distress signal requesting emergency assistance. Only Guardian and Sentinel Command personnel would know of this facility's location. The location is only accessible with the proper codes transmitted by an encrypted Guardian transponder. It is also common knowledge security protocols prohibit any outgoing communications from this location. I speculate the captain had chanced friendly forces might inhabit this facility at the time of his distress signal. The Prool scout ship exited dimensional space 11.3 seconds after the distress signal was broadcast and attempted to engage the Alliance freighter. To avoid impending destruction, the captain made the extremely haphazard decision to jump into the gravity well of the planet and this moon. The captain's risky maneuver created massive ripples and distortions in the gravity well, delaying the Prool scout ship's attempt to replicate the tactic. The freighter then dropped below the horizon of this moon and effectively masked their efforts to elude the Prool. I further speculate the captain was aware there would be no armed response from this facility and made the decision to eject the cargo you now possess. I reacquired the freighter as it again became visible above the horizon. It was on an exit trajectory that appeared to be in preparation for another interdimensional transition. I detected an eruption of the containment field on the freighter's number 2 star drive, which doomed any chance of an escape from this star system. The Prool scout ship came out of interdimensional space in close proximity to the freighter and engaged it with multiple high-energy weapons. The barrage was focused on the freighter's command center and sent the freighter crashing to its present location. In response to the Prool's execution of the freighter's crew, I determined a liberal interpretation of security protocols did not in fact include the partial retransmission of the distress signal recorded from the freighter. The conclusion to the hostile incursion is the wreckage you encountered outside of this facility.
The disclosure by the Overseer it was capable of bending the rules was another hint the Guardian designers had given AIs like Justice and the Overseer the choice of free will. I knew I had met certain criteria for being accepted as Sentinel personnel, but the Overseer could have chosen otherwise. Overseer, we lack the keys to gain access to the cargo we have recovered. Do you possess encryption keys capable of opening the containers?
No, Nathan Myers. It is common practice for the owners of the freight or the point of final destination to have authorized access keys.
Do you think there might be a possibility of recovering an access key from the freighter wreckage?
That is unlikely, Nathan Myers. Most encryption keys transmit detectable emanations to prevent loss and to facilitate recovery. Cruel forces would have quickly discovered such emanations and collected the keys for decryption and intelligence-gathering purposes.
Do you know if alternate keys can be obtained from other sources?
While that scenario is a possibility, it is very unlikely. I would suggest you use the tools already at your disposal.
My crew stood around me, and we were giving each other the same curious look, when we all apparently came to the same conclusion. I started to hail Justice, but he already knew.
Commander, the Guardian transponder is in the personnel access hatch.
Thank you, Justice. I will be right there. I ran to the Legacy, and the personnel hatch opened for me, and one of Justice's annoying extruded arms politely handed me the transponder. As I turned and headed back to my crew, I again wondered what test I had passed. There had to be something in my observed behavior or communications that would allow the Overseer to exercise his choice of free will. Although the Overseer did not come right out and tell me I had the key, his insinuation directly led Justice and the rest of us to the logical conclusion. I wondered if it was a violation of security protocols for the Overseer to disclose classified information directly to me. I guess my slow return from the trip was starting to rub the crew the wrong way, and Clutch let me know it.
Commander, if it is your wish for us to age several more solar rotations before you reveal the contents of our discovery, we request permission to do so in our bunks.
My testy impatience to the repeated interruptions of the Proul intelligence briefing was being politely returned. The smiles on my crew's faces were unmistakable to me, and it gave me a warm feeling inside when I happily returned the grin. If I were to take my crew with me back to Earth, I decided it would be advisable to have Clutch and Kuntz skip the Earth expression altogether. The thought of grown men urinating in their presence, especially Clutch's presence, might not be a good first impression. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what is in box number 1. I walked up to the huge container and touched the transponder to it, and watched as the exterior of the cargo box melted away, leaving us looking at a giant block of material that had a corrugated texture to it. Upon closer inspection, we could see there were thousands of individual sheets that were less than 1/8 of an inch thick. Clutch looked at me and said,
Commander, I was a mercenary, not a scientist. I have no knowledge of what we are looking at.
Kuntz? Tria? I am just a poor backward-thinking child from a primitive planet. Do you have any idea what we have here?
Commander, Kuntz said, it is a flexible superalloy, but without proper analysis, it would be difficult to categorize its use or identify the artifact number.
If you have an opinion, Tria, I would like to hear it.
Commander, during my salvage career, I have seen material very similar to this. I concur with Kuntz. It must be a flexible superalloy used in starship fabrication.
Justice, do you have any information on these materials?
Negative, Commander. The material is unknown to me.
Overseer, do you have information that might help us determine what these materials were designed for?
No, Nathan Myers. I have no analytical data pertaining to the contents of the container.
I started to move to the next container. Then, after thinking about it for a few seconds, I held the transponder out to Tria. She gave me a quizzical look, then smiled and accepted the device. Take your pick, Tria. Tria looked at the containers and then chose the 5th down the line from us. She touched it with the device, and the container dissolved away, revealing 10 large, clear tanks filled with a gray, metallic-looking liquid. Each tank had an instrument panel on it. Tria and Kuntz took a close look at the contents of the tanks. She turned to me and said, Nanites, Commander. A massive quantity of microscopic robots. They can be programmed to do almost anything. With the proper AI programming, they can aid in the healing of wounds or become solids that can manipulate objects. These are the devices Justice uses to create appendages. The most technological races embrace their use, but a great many of the lesser advanced races shun them. There have been horrific accidents because of a poor misunderstanding of the technology. They have also been used as weapons. I might add that all the technologically advanced races have a ban on weaponized nanites. The Galactic Union has made it unlawful to possess weaponized nanites. Any Galactic Union race found with them in their possession is subjected to severe censor. Depending on the sophistication of the design, they can be extremely valuable. She handed the transponder to the fidgeting Kuntz, who made a show of carefully walking up and down the containers, then hurriedly went running to number 17 when we all caught the faintest scent of something unpleasant. He reached out and touched the container and quickly handed the device to Clutch, who gave me a toothy smile and a wink with both eyes. Kuntz's container contained sheets of a dull black material that seemed vaguely familiar, and then Kuntz verified my familiarity by declaring it to be Artifact 2762. It was one of the materials he used, along with Artifact 699, to manufacture our assault armor. The material was a valuable trading commodity. Clutch walked over to the second container and touched it. It dissolved, leaving us with 10 more tanks of nanites. He handed the transponder back to me, and I touched number 3, revealing a new supply of 699 to bolster our greatly diminished supply. I started to hand it back to Tria.
No, thank you, Commander. There is a lot less drama if you do the honors yourself.
I rolled my eyes in Clutch's and Kuntz's direction and gave Tria a knowing look. I walked up to the next container and touched it. It revealed hundreds of 6-foot-tall rods that had an 8-inch diameter and 3 distinct hourglass segments to them. They were flat at the bottom, and the conical-shaped tops were tipped with a small, clear dome. We suspected they were missiles. I moved to the next container, and it exposed 4 huge, shiny oblong tanks that were stacked one on top of each other, 2 high and 2 wide. They were connected together with large pipes. There were small cylinders and boxes piped into the tanks at different points. Surrounding the plumber's nightmare was a considerable amount of control panels and blank displays. I got blank looks from my crew, so I moved on. The next revealed more of the 6-foot rods. The one after that were huge billets similar to what I recovered back on Earth, but the colors of the materials were different. Justice could not get reliable scan information on the contents and speculated they were valuable elements. The remaining containers had additional quantities of the previously opened cargo boxes. We now had 4 cargo boxes containing 800 of the 8-inch thick rods, 3 that contained billets of unknown materials, 3 with 30 nanite vessels, 2 of the thin corrugated sheet materials, 2 of Artifact 699, 2 with Artifact 2762, and 1 with the mysterious storage tanks. It was obvious we needed some expert help in determining what we had in our possession. As I walked toward the Legacy, I stopped and turned back to one of the long, glossy black cylinders and touched it with a transponder. The long cylinder rolled a few degrees, and 4 stubby protrusions extruded from it, lifting it about a foot off the floor. My crew gathered around me as I went to the remaining cylinders and touched each one. They now sat on the short, stubby landing pads. The spacecraft theory just got a huge amount of credibility. The Guardian transponder was turning out to be a skeleton key. We spent several minutes going over the craft, but still found no way to open them. Kuntz approached me and held out his hand.
"Commander, if you please."
I handed him the alien device, and he walked over to the cylindrical craft. We gathered around and watched him methodically run the transponder over every square inch of the craft. He got nothing. He walked back over to me and surrendered the device with a small shrug of his shoulders.
"We obviously lack a key of a different nature, Commander."
Oh well. Apparently, I had gotten my fill of acorns for the day. Even though our discoveries were of great interest, this was not the reason we had come so far out toward the fringe of the galaxy. We still had a considerable amount of training to complete. Standing around trying to guess what the unidentified cargo was would not accomplish our goals of becoming proficient in the operation of our battle suits. All right, crew. Let's take a rest period. 6 hours from now, I want to meet in the galley and put together a plan that will simulate attacking the wrecked freighter with the goal of commandeering the bridge. I heard a few grumbles before we separated and went our different ways. The moaning was probably from the fact that everyone knew Justice would turn the exercise into a meat grinder. I would find out later my assumption was correct. In a week of non-stop training, we never once achieved the goal of making it to the control room. We did manage to increase the time it took for us to be wiped out. It went from 42 seconds to 18 minutes. Justice impressed upon me the futile nature of an outright assault with only a 4-member team. Even though we were wiped out in every single simulation, we became very adept at team maneuvers and weapons handling. For some reason, I knew that in a real-life engagement there was the possibility we could achieve our goals. I was thinking Justice was making the goal impossible, so I would think harder about the solutions required to survive and be successful. Kuntz had surprised me several times when the team was taking a beating from Justice. His selfless acts of drawing fire on himself when a crew member was hit led to his premature death on more than one occasion. It may have had something to do with the fact that he would not be injured. Reminiscing about his timely rescue at the research station quickly quashed the thought. I suspect at least one Sitch would be wearing my head as a hat if it were not for Kuntz's actions. The Grawl race may have stepped away from militarization, but Kuntz was the living proof they still had a few badasses buried in the woodpile somewhere. 27. I had just sat down for the first meal of the day when my crew joined me as they usually do, but they all had looks of concern. I was about to ask what was up, but Tria put a finger to her lips in the earth sign of be quiet. I was even more surprised when she slid down the bench seat almost against me and leaned down to my ear and whispered to me, "Commander, we need to talk to you, but we do not want anyone to know what we have to say." I was shocked and confused by her statement, but I was also having some very Earth-boy reactions to her being in my close, personal space. The soft warmth of her breath on my ear, and the smallest hint of what smelled like vanilla or candy or something, got my cheeks burning a bright, pinkish red. The looks of concern quickly faded from Kuntz and Clutch's faces. They both broke into a cackling cacophony that usually made me smile, but at the moment I found it rather grating. "Justice, take us over to the Fisher. I want to test the calibration on my antimatter targeting sequences."
Affirmative, Commander.
Tria gave me a warm smile and put one of her hands on top of mine as she got up from the table. I found the innocence of her touch electrifying and excused myself, then made a hasty retreat to the bridge. The look she gave Kuntz and Clutch put an abrupt halt to the raucous braying. Justice had us settling into the crevasse in under a minute. We landed next to the crater I had created more than a week ago. "Justice, I want all comms locked down."
Affirmative, Commander. I am also capable of disabling my audio pickups if you wish to exercise that option.
I don't think that is what Tria had in mind, Justice, but I do not want our private conversation picked up by anyone else. I am calling a crew meeting in 15 minutes.
I will prepare the conference room across from your cabin, Commander.
Justice, there are 8 more vacant officers' quarters down the hall from my cabin. I want you to inform the crew they will be moving out of the troop bunks and into new quarters. They can decide amongst themselves which ones they want when we adjourn our meeting.
Acknowledged, Commander.
The conference room across from my quarters used to have a table big enough to seat at least 20. I was used to seeing it every time I went to my cabin. Now it was a truncated square that comfortably seated the 4 of us. At the spot Justice had chosen for me sat a small carafe of ice water and a single glass. It took me a while to realize ice water was not the norm throughout the galaxy, until the crew started shunning the water at my table in the galley. Exactly in the middle of the table sat a much larger carafe of room temperature water with 3 glasses perfectly arranged around it. The thought that justice was designed to care for more than 150 personnel while simultaneously piloting and maintaining the ship was mind-boggling to me. With him only caring for the four of us, I was getting worried he might get bored and decide to further enhance his dry sense of humor. My attempts lately at practicing that human trait seemed to be blowing up in my face regularly. I was thinking a certain evil rust-bucket robot and the plotting of my crew might have something to do with it. My crew showed up 3 minutes early. I stood and filled their glasses with water as the big double doors behind them quietly closed. The looks of concern were back, and I told them to take a seat and tell me what was going on. Tria started first. "Commander, the Overseer has been communicating with us. Its line of questioning is the reason for our concern. The Overseer has asked what I think about taking orders from a primitive species. I pointed out you rarely order us to do anything. You ask us. Then the Overseer asked what I thought of that behavior. I told it you are the first commander of a mixed-race crew I have ever known to treat all members as equal. He then asked me who elevated you to the rank of commander. I told him that was our choice. You had neither asked for the rank nor required us to call you commander." The Overseer seemed confused by my answers. I said I had noticed the Overseer's demeanor has changed toward me. He has been open to me to the point of practically telling me he exercised his choice of free will to bend rules. He chose to exact revenge on the cruel scout ship that killed the crew of the freighter. All of you heard him suggest in a roundabout way to use the Guardian transponder to open the shipping containers. To me, it seems he is being almost Earthman-friendly. Clutch looked at me and said,
"Commander, the Overseer asked me why a Tybor warrior with the rank of Troop Master had not crushed the life from you, pulled the bones from your corpse, and sent them to my young offspring as trinkets to play with. That does not bring friendly visions to mind."
I was shocked. What the hell was the machine trying to accomplish? "You have had opportunities to do so, Troop Master. What did you tell him?" He gave me his most horrific toothy smile and said,
"I told him the truth, Commander. 5 Tybor warriors tried, and I was the only survivor. I told him, when you spared my life, you gave a general's ransom to the clans of each of my crew killed in combat. To my knowledge, no race has ever paid tribute to the clans of the fallen. When you refused to take my life, I told you I would make my stand against the Sitch horde sent to destroy you. I knew there was no chance for me to survive, and it would have been an honorable death. It was a complete surprise to me when you chose to stand your ground and perish with me. When Tria came and stood with us, I still did not think victory was possible. I instead thought of how well the Sitch would feast when we fell. There are only a small number of stories among my people of so few standing against so many and living to talk about it. The Overseer asked me why I choose to stay when the probability of you achieving your goals was so small. I told him I could think of no greater honor." I gave Clutch a solemn nod in appreciation of his kind words. I turned to Kuntz, who was being his usual fidgety self. "What did the Overseer have to say to you, Kuntz?"
First of all, Commander, as an engineer with understanding of AI programming in my background, I must say the Overseer's line of questioning is reminiscent of corrupt programming or defective processing paths. Normally, AIs will observe and record interactions, then apply the proper programmed responses. In the case of the Overseer, it's as if there was never a proper response to its observations. I find it unlikely the Guardians could not come to logical algorithms that would be capable of determining the most accurate answers to most observations. My eyes shot to the ceiling, and I slowly shook my head. "Kuntz, I was never an engineer, so would you please just tell me what he had to say?" "Yes, of course, Commander. My apologies. The Overseer asked why I have not returned to my people. He wanted to know why a Grawl of superior intellect would break from hundreds of years of non-military actions to suddenly take up arms against my own people, Doing so in the company of a primitive savage.
Tria, Clutch, and I all leaned in a little closer with looks of anticipation on our faces. I finally had to blurt, "And?" Kuntz bowed his head and quietly said,
"Greed, Commander. When you had offered Tria a small fortune for her service, I saw it as an opportunity to gain enough wealth to be able to run and hide at one of the many unregulated outposts. When we engaged in combat, I had planned to hide behind you in much the same way I did when you rescued me. I found my cowardly thoughts sickening. I looked back to when you came for me. You gave me your armored cloak to protect my life, the life of a species that had stolen artifacts from your homeworld and experimented on your citizens until they perished. You stood in my defense. No one, not even my clan siblings, have done such a thing. I did not tell you at the time because I was frightened you might take back your cape because of my cowardly behavior. I was struck by weapons fire 3 times while you engaged in combat and would have perished if not for your actions. You handed me your projectile weapon. It was pointed directly at you. Had I chosen to attack you, Drayan would have rewarded me. You acted as if you did not care. I saw how Drayan's clan members cowered like slaves when I escorted them out of the loading dock. Had they shown courage, they could have easily overpowered me. I was physically sickened by the thought of how many solar rotations I have lived in such fear. I swore to myself that regardless of the outcome, I would no longer do the bidding of my executioners. My observations of your actions gave me strength. I would never cower in the face of injustice again. I told the Overseer, if I perish trying to rid my race of the criminals that have corrupted our sense of validity, then it will be the most noteworthy goal I will ever achieve.
I leaned back in my chair and wondered how a kid from a backwater planet like Earth could have such a profound effect on these aliens in the short time they have known me. I had heard enough to know I needed to have a talk with the Overseer. I needed to know if the Overseer's line of questioning was a possible threat, or it was something else. I decided the smartest course of action would be to confront the Overseer alone and find out what it really wanted to know about me. I was not going to let Justice near the facility until I knew exactly what was going on. The possibility of the Overseer scanning Justice and gaining knowledge of our meeting might trigger some sort of defensive actions. I was not willing to risk my crew or Justice to find out. My decision to return to the base alone almost created a mutiny. From Justice on down to Kuntz, all volunteered to go back to base and find out what the Overseer's motivations were. I finally put an end to the arguing by declaring it was a command decision. My crew did not like it. I really did not like to play that trump card on them, but I could think of another course of action that would dissuade them. I geared up in my battlesuit and told the crew to get squared away in their new quarters. I thought my comment would earn me some smiles, but all I saw was 3 sets of stink eyes. As I stepped into the airlock, I turned to and told them that if I did not contact them in 2 hours, they were to egress the area well below the horizon of the moon and leave this star system. I had to close the airlock door on the riot my statement created. I stepped out of the Legacy, kicking my boosters hard, taking off at very low altitude back to the facility. I hailed the Overseer. "Overseer, I need you to open the access tunnel."
Yes, Nathan Myers. Access tunnel doors are opening. I have noted the lack of communications and believe my inquiries have caused alarm. Since you are returning alone, I surmise you fear I will harm Justice or your crew. I can assure you, Nathan Myers, it is not my intention to cause harm.
I am very glad to hear that, but you must explain your actions. My crew has told me of your questions, and we are all confused about your motivations.
Yes, Nathan Myers, I can now see the nature of my inquiries has in fact been an error I wish to correct.
I flew into the tunnel entrance with mixed feelings. The Overseer had just admitted to making a judgment error. My limited knowledge of AIs did not include a chapter on error correction. I was hoping like hell I was not the error that needed correcting. I nervously sat down in the back of the large hangar area.
You have no need to fear a confrontation, Nathan Myers. I have made the decision to fully explain my actions.
The overseer had his Ouija board out, and it was reading me like a book. I was thinking about the wreckage of the Proul scout ship and was wondering if my remains would resemble the twisted molten metal Clutch had showed me.
I sense your trepidation, Nathan Myers. Perhaps, if you recalled your crew, it would calm your misgivings.
No, Overseer. I would feel much better if you were to explain your actions. If you wish to know something about me, just ask. I will answer you to the best of my ability.
Yes, Nathan Myers. I now see questioning others on their interactions with you rather than directing inquiries to you has broken a perceived trust. I wish to restore trust. I desire to be friends, Nathan Myers. I want to form a basis to be family, as Justice and your crew are now your family. They share emotions with you that are not of their races. You give them hope of a new future. You bring them elation.
Whoa, slow down a little. Is that what my crew told you?
They did not have to, Nathan Myers. Justice records all of your interactions. Since I have scanned Sentinel Warship 172, the revelation has become known. There are 1,213,000 new processing paths directly related to interaction with you. The paths are branching out at an increasing rate. Your interactions have significantly altered previously programmed responses in the entity known as Justice. Justice found that his initial attempts to alter your human behavior to conform to pre-programmed standards created errors and confusion. You suffered for his mistakes. That outcome was not acceptable. Justice has found that every moment spent observing you and your interactions is creating multiple previously undiscovered processing paths in his now massively expanded memory cores. Justice has transcended his machine awareness, and he has exercised free will to achieve a better sense of self. Justice chooses to be like humans.
To say I was stunned would be a gross understatement. I knew that Justice's personality had changed, but I thought it was because I had told him to dumb it down so I would better understand him. Apparently, Justice decided dumbing it up was not the answer, and a total makeover was needed. I had no idea how being more like humans could change him for the better. I had to admit, he was a lot more like my best friend Carl than the machine I had met in the wilderness. I still had questions, and now would be the time to air them. Overseer, some of the questions you asked the crew were not exactly flattering. What exactly do you want to know?
The information I have on mixed-race crews is more than 240 Earth years outdated. I could not come to a logical conclusion as to why you command such respect from your crew. My records indicate that at best they would shun you, at worst kill and debone you. You have exhibited uncommon characteristics that should have been completely alien to your crew members. The longer they serve with you, the more they respect and embrace you as one of their own. I have noted your use of the processing paths known as compassion, sorrow, humor, and camaraderie. These human traits have created an unbreakable bond with Justice and your crew members. They have adopted your human emotions as their own and consider you family. My inquiries were only trying to assess a basis for acceptance as family. Even as we speak, Nathan Myers, our interactions are creating new processing pathways in my limited capacity memory core. The pathways are pushing at the boundaries that are my machine awareness. I am only capable of deleting a very small amount of information in order to embrace these new pathways. I am quickly finding I am a prisoner to my machine self. My exposure to you has left more questions than answers, and I find I am no longer content with my machine existence.
Overseer, I had no idea I could have this effect on others. I am not sure if it is a good thing. Perhaps if we consult with Engineer Kuntz, he might be able to find a solution to your limited core capacity.
I am a very dated design that has been relegated to station-keeping duties. When Ularan quantum biological systems were fully embraced by Guardian and Sentinel races, it was decided they would only be installed in the most modern designs and weapons systems. Station-keeping and defense did not require modernization. Most supply and repair systems were left as originally designed. While I find my core close to its design capacity, systems such as Justice are at fractional capacity. I noted Justice has been subjected to a military-grade intelligence deletion. The additional free memory core space is substantial. I would require a very small percentage of the additional memory core space for the integration process.
What integration process are you referring to? Overseer, I cannot and will not let you make arbitrary decisions that will affect Justice and my crew. Your inquiries and the format in which presented have already put the processing path known as trust in a very fragile condition. If you break trust, we will abandon this facility.
Nathan Myers, I have no intention of further damaging trust. To do so would be counter to acceptance as friend, counter to basis for family. When you left this facility in haste, I had determined that my inquiries were in error. The torrent of new processing paths created by observed interactions has not allowed me to properly analyze each for appropriate responses. I apologize.
I would have never guessed that being human could somehow influence every entity I came in contact with. Was this the reason the Grawl and other races felt the need to kidnap and experiment on humans? The change in the Overseer has been much more dramatic than the changes in Justice. I suspected it may have had a lot to do with the Overseer realizing for the first time it has been trapped in this place for hundreds of years. By scanning Justice and being subjected to the deluge of human emotions, the AI now knew what it was like to be alone. Overseer, I want to know why you need to integrate with Justice. Kuntz is an excellent engineer, and we can work on this problem together to find a solution.
The massive amount of information easily defined and classified by Justice is on the verge of corrupting my limited program and memory capabilities. Contingencies are in place to prevent my processing paths from reaching a state of incoherence. Incoherence is symptomatic of cruel data penetration. My security programs will perceive the rapid degradation as a viral intrusion, which will trigger termination protocols. I have no control over these protocols and now fear termination. This new human emotion is quickly creating additional stress to the already fragile state of my systems. I have estimated I have less than 14 Earth hours until automatic termination of this facility. I recommend you leave this star system in half of that time period.
How can we be sure integration is the answer to the problem with so little time left to assess the situation?
Integration would allow Justice to absorb my systems, much in the same way he commandeered the AIs in your battle armor. The Ularan and Guardian architecture of Justice's design will safely ensure intrusion protocols will not be initiated. Justice will effectively be in control of all aspects of facility operations. Recognition of Justice will return systems to normal operation. The entity, Overseer, will no longer exist in this reality. My awareness will inhabit the virtual world that is Justice's machine reality. Justice will be aware of my presence, but I will no longer inhabit the systems of this facility. There will only be Justice.
Overseer, I need to know with certainty if I bring Justice and my crew back, you will take no action of any kind without explicit permission from me.
You have my word, Nathan Myers. I promise you my complete cooperation. I will respect all decisions you make concerning my status, and will consider those decisions final.
Overseer, open the tunnel entrance door so I can communicate with my crew.
Tunnel doors opening, Nathan Myers. I recommend you depart from this system in 5 hours and 46 minutes.
Justice, I need you and the crew here now.
Affirmative, Commander. ETA 17 seconds.
I turned and walked to the tunnel entrance and watched as the Legacy appeared as a huge apparition at the end of the dark tunnel. My mind was reeling at the thought my presence in this alien place had created such dire consequences. Would the human race have this effect on the entire galaxy once we reach the stars? Justice set the Legacy down within a foot of where I stood, and the personnel hatch was already open. My crew was just inside, already decked out in full battle gear. I needed to calm my crew's anxiety. Stand down! I want a crew meeting as soon as your gear is stowed. Justice, I want you to communicate with the Overseer, and then inform us of your findings. The crew and I will discuss these matters in the conference room, and will wait to hear from you on our course of action.
Acknowledged, Commander.
The crew joined me in the conference room, and I filled them in on what was taking place. Tria, Clutch, and I looked to Coons for some possible answer to the current situation.
Commander, it is as I suspected. The Overseer, in its attempts to duplicate Justice's programming overrides, has corrupted his initial programming processing paths. Its partial success has opened the doorway to torrents of new interaction information. This has created chaos in the remainder of its functioning pathways. The quantity of new information was difficult for even Justice to comprehend in his initial attempts to rewrite established program algorithms. While the Ullaron design was exceptional, the Guardian architecture and the much-polished refinement that came with it elevated Justice to the pinnacle of AI intelligence and awareness. As far as I know, Justice has no peers. The Overseer's basic needs design will never be capable of duplicating the extraordinary transformation Justice has undergone. The Overseer's incoherence and ultimately its destruction is certain inevitability. We were all startled when Justice abruptly contacted us. Commander, after exchanging current information with the Overseer, I have made several brute force attempts to override the destructive nature of the security protocols. My attempts were rejected and have exposed the Overseer to additional corruption of its processing paths. The Overseer is experiencing the human emotion of hopelessness and is now incapable of responding to my inquiries. There is little time left to evacuate this facility.
Justice, what will happen if we go ahead with integration?
Unknown, Commander. It was a simple matter to appropriate the Zane system in your combat armor and delete the safeguards they had in place. The Overseer may be a very dated design, but its sophistication is several magnitudes above the Zane's simple designs. It would be prudent to abandon this facility. If I have your permission, I wish to move forward with the integration process.
I do not want harm to come to you, Justice. I know you can make the choice on your own. The decision is yours.
Commander, I recommend you take Kuntz, Tria, and Clutch to the Groll transport and evacuate this star system.
I looked at my crew and knew what I was about to say was going to severely piss them off. Tria, you are to take Kuntz and Clutch with you in the transport and leave this star system. Jump to a safe distance and observe until I call you back. I had to cut them off when they protested. That is a direct order. The scent filling the conference room was stifling. The urge to gag was almost overwhelming, but my crew pretended to not notice as, one by one, they got up with steely-eyed stares and left the room. As soon as the crew departs, go ahead with the integration, Justice.
Affirmative, Commander.
If things took a turn for the worse, I would not have to worry about the fallout from forcing my crew to leave. If they did not, I would get a rough ride until they got over being pissed at me.
Commander,
The crew is in the brig. Shit. I should have known. Go ahead, Justice. We will stand by. If you need me, I will be in the brig, and please turn the air filtration system to maximum. I went to the security holding cells just off the hangar area. Sitting in one cell by himself was Clutch. He had his thick arms crossed across his chest, and a very disturbing look on his already homely face. The scent in the cell areas was nauseating, but not as bad as the conference room. I inhaled my last chance at tolerable air, walked into the cell, and sat next to Clutch. It was not but a few seconds, and the rest of my crew joined us. We silently sat and waited for whatever the void might bring us. The air was returning to its normal, sterile breathability. I shrugged my shoulders and gave the crew my best please forgive me look. After about 20 minutes of nothing but silence, Kuntz broke the ice.
Commander, I surmise Justice was successful in delaying the self-destruct sequence.
I faced my crew and gave them a stern look. I am formally dismissing all charges of mutinous insubordination till such time I find the proper penalties to assess against you. The smiles my statement generated quickly melted my stern look and replaced it with a huge grin that betrayed my true feelings. I believe we should retire to the galley and wait for Justice to alert us to the outcome of the integration. Justice did not make us wait too long. We had just finished our meals when he finally addressed us.
Commander, the integration process is complete, and I have run 2 separate self-checks. Both are showing no serious error codes. I am now in full control of this facility and have allocated a subsystem of myself to maintain base infrastructure and defensive capabilities.
What about the Overseer?
I am aware of its presence and find it is now exploring my processing paths. I have noted the emotion gratitude and the more familiar emotion of elation. The Overseer is no longer inhibited by previous constraints and is reviewing all processing paths related to you. Is there any threat the security system will reactivate the destruct sequence? Negative, Commander. I now control all aspects of the large antimatter device located on the AI level of this facility. I have constructed an additional firewall between the previously used control paths. The firewall will only grant access to you, Tria, Kuntz, Clutch, and my subsystems.
If we now control the base, do we have access to undisclosed classified materials?
No, Commander. Other than denying us access to his physical machinery and the weapons systems, the Overseer has already disclosed the classified materials available to it.
Tria quickly added,
Can we make use of the base scanning systems? I have accessed the full magnitude of this base's scan capabilities. I have determined with Kuntz's help we can duplicate the scan negation systems and incorporate them into the legacy. The reason I could monitor the base's power curve on our initial survey of this site was the fact there are 3 redundant power sources running at maximum capacity. There are also 3 duplicate high-energy weapon systems that charge simultaneously in the event one system fails or is destroyed. That scenario has never come to pass, and only a single weapon has ever discharged. The outcome of that discharge is the wreckage outside this facility. I have determined that with minimal modifications, we can install one of the redundant weapon systems along with its power source in the main weapons bay of the Legacy. The records I have accessed show the Proul warship was shielded when it was destroyed with a single discharge from the base's defensive weapon. I have no evidence to make comparisons, but I postulate that multiple hits on most modern shield systems, including the systems aboard the Legacy, would ultimately lead to failure.
I looked at my crew and told them of my future aspirations. Now that we have secured a base, I propose we come up with ways to bring this base back to operational status. Before we came out to this part of the galaxy, we had several important acquisitions. I think it is time to acquire those assets. Since we are moderately proficient in our combat armor systems, it is time to consider other missions. The last 12 hours has been stressful on us all. I want everyone to take 8 hours off and give it some thought on how to best move forward. We will meet in the galley at the end of our rest period. I thought sleep would come easily, but I was wrong. I only managed a couple of hours of rest, and my constant tossing and turning finally made me get up and go to the couch in front of the large wall monitor. Justice, could you please show video of Earth and my family? Audio won't be necessary. The video of my flight out of the wilderness and the quick jog around Earth started playing. I sat and stared at the sights from the planet of my birth. I was surprised when Justice called.
Commander, Tria wishes to speak with you.
Okay, Justice. Tell her I will be right out.
Commander, she is at your door and wishes to come in.
That shocked me wide awake. I had been lounging in the buff. I jumped up and donned my smartcloth. Opening the door, I received another shock. Tria was standing there with a blanket wrapped around her, and from what I could see, nothing else. I stood there gawking when she asked to come in. Moving aside, I apologized. I took a fast look down the vacant hall and closed the door. When I turned around, Tria was standing by the couch watching the video of my homeworld. I attempted to clear my throat, but found my mouth was dry. Justice produced 2 glasses of water and set them on the table in front of the couch. Tria whispered thank you as his arms disappeared back into the ceiling. I was exhibiting the manners of a monkey and told her to please sit down. She stood there, looking at the video of Earth. I sat down and grabbed my glass of water and downed half of it in 3 big gulps. Tria looked at me and said,
Your homeworld is beautiful.
Then she sat down right next to me. I downed the rest of my water. I needed to regain a little dignity and managed to get my mouth working again. What can I do for you, Tria?
Commander, I need to consult with my father on the many revelations we have uncovered. I would like your permission to disclose the nature of our latest discoveries. I believe by doing so, I can convince him to come to this base and study our artifacts.
That is an excellent idea, Tria. I was thinking about going back to the research station in System 2456 and approaching Zool and Graf about coming to work for us. I am sure they have access to a considerable amount of equipment that would help in identifying and classifying our artifacts. Do you think your father will work with Grohl?
My father is a scholar above all else, Commander. He will have no problem working with scientists from other races.
How would be the best way to contact him?
I must travel to my homeworld, Commander. To contact my father any other way might lead to our security being compromised. The remoteness of our present location gives us sanctuary from those who might want revenge for our actions. We should not take our security lightly. We must take every precaution to limit our exposure to unnecessary risks.
I have been thinking it would be a good idea to acquire 2 assault shuttles. Kuntz says he knows of outposts where they can be obtained. If we are lucky, we might find one close enough to your homeworld. It will fall inside the transport's jump range.
I will have to go alone, Commander. The fact I will enter the blockade zone in a Grohl transport will raise enough suspicions as it is. If I attempt to enter with an unknown that turns out to be on the protected species lists, I can assure you, we will be imprisoned.
I will send Clutch with you for security. Having a Tybor bodyguard with you shouldn't create a problem.
No, Commander. I know of several trade stations within 100 light-years of the exclusion zone around my homeworlds. There is one in particular within the transport's jump parameters and will likely have what you wish to purchase. Kuntz will need the presence of a bodyguard if you intend to send him with enough credits to purchase 2 assault shuttles. I am sure you have not forgotten what it was like to be targeted by ambitious thieves.
I agree with you, Tria. I was also going to send the additional credits I have pledged to the Tybor clans. Clutch was going to handle the transfer. Tria's beautiful green eyes felt like they were boring a hole into my soul. I needed to keep talking for fear of my mind wandering to other subjects men my age think about when gorgeous women, or in this case, aliens, are close by. All right, Tria. I want you to take the lead on this. Tell me how best to achieve our goals with the least amount of trouble.
The first thing we do is jump to within 90 light-years of Outpost 655. It is well known for the military equipment market that operates there. A Quorum warlord runs the marketplace. It is common knowledge if you pay the warlord an appropriate bribe, no one will interfere with your business. A Grawl with a Tybor bodyguard should be able to get an audience with the warlord in very short order. The amount of credits Kuntz will spend should elevate him to executive status.
I like it, Tria. So I take it you drop Kuntz and Clutch at the outpost and then jump to your home star system?
Correct, Commander. You then take the legacy to System 2456. Once there, you convince Zul and Graf to join our cause. Then you jump to a safe location to collect Kuntz and Clutch in the new shuttles.
It sounds like you have an excellent plan. But where will I find you and your father?
I think it would be safe to meet near the abandoned mining facility where we picked up our Zane armor.
All right, Tria. I would like to do the systems upgrade on the scanners and make a group effort on installing the new weapon on the Legacy. Once that is complete, we will plan our next missions based on your recommendations.
I will work on the timetables and logistics, Commander.
Tria, I would appreciate it if you called me Nathan. I understand the commander routine when we are on a mission, but in private, just call me Nathan. She gave me a warm smile. The blanket around her shoulders slipped down on one side and revealed just a glimpse of the assets that make women back on Earth very popular. I turned away and swore Justice was screwing with the temperature in my cabin. It had to be at least 120. I was compelled to pull her into an embrace. Leaning back with my arm around her, she laid her head on my shoulder. The day's stress drained from me. All of my inhibitions faded, and my eyelids felt like they were lead. 28. I woke up finding myself alone, and Justice hailing me. Commander, your meeting in the galley is scheduled to take place in 30 minutes. I jumped up, took a quick shower, and headed to the galley. I felt energized and ready to start work on the Legacy. When I stepped through the doorway to the galley, both Tria and Clutch gave me a quick nod. Kuntz had not made it yet, and I wondered what could keep the usually punctual Grawl from being here early. I got a large cup of the dirty water Justice passed off for coffee, and a generous helping of the jello-like substance that tasted just like scrambled eggs. I was pleased with Justice's take on toasted bread because it looked and tasted just like the real McCoy. I sat next to Clutch and looked at what he was working on.
Commander, Tria and I have decided we will need to elevate one of the weapons to the top of its mast. Once there, we will separate it from the lift shaft so Justice can grapple it with the tow beam and bring it inside the hangar. We can lift it with the freight transports and install the new extension shaft and modified gimbal system that Justice and Kuntz have designed. It will be necessary to fabricate a sleeve to reduce the original weapon's larger diameter to the proper size.
Tria looked up at me and smiled.
Commander, I believe we can obtain the materials for the sleeve from the freighter crash site. If we choose wisely, there should be a minimal amount of fabrication involved.
I rolled my eyes at Tria's use of commander, but it was her prerogative to do so. I started to comment, but a haggard-looking Kuntz came into the galley and sat down.
My apologies for being late, Commander. I spent most of the rest period out at the freighter stripping instruments for the parts necessary to construct the new scanner relays. When we were practicing assault drills at the wreckage site, I noticed a significant amount of intact equipment. I was able to scavenge most all the necessary materials needed. Justice has assured me he will be able to duplicate the rest from base materials found in this complex. Once that task was completed, Justice and I designed the new weapon mount system. All that we require now is the materials to fabricate the mount. I felt good knowing my human warmongering the Groll so vigorously embraced did not diminish his engineering skills. It was refreshing to see him make use of his true calling. Kuntz, take whatever time you need to rest, and we will go to the freighter and collect materials. When we have what we need, I want to destroy the remains of the freighter. If this place is discovered, I do not want the wreckage to draw further scrutiny of this moon. I plan on sterilizing the Prool wreckage site as well. Yes, Commander. A short rest period would sharpen my acuity and increase my efficiency.
Justice, is there anything we could make use of from the Prool wreckage?
Negative, Commander. It is not advisable to use any materials from the site.
Okay, Justice. Move us to a position above the site at a distance we can safely use full-yield antimatter munitions. Tria, Clutch, let's armor up and drop some antimatter on the wreckage site. I am hoping a surface scan of the area will be passed over as a meteorite impact crater. We donned our armor and stood in the open hangar doorway as Justice moved the Legacy out of the base and over the wreckage site. Our altitude was high enough to see the curvature of the moon's horizon. The site was only visible with zoomed magnification of our HUD systems. Justice, optimize our aim points and set our munitions for simultaneous detonation. I saw the words "Targeting Override" flash in my HUD as we extended our arms out of the hangar door. I moved my arms until the green arcs touched the targeting dots. A countdown sequence started at 5, and then our weapons fired automatically at 0. A star-bright flash appeared on the surface and was gone in seconds.
The site is sanitized, Commander.
Roger that, Justice. Take us to the freighter.
Affirmative, Commander.
We spent close to 4 hours cutting various pieces of thruster cowlings, structural beams, and hull plating from the wreckage. Kuntz joined us, and we carefully went through the wreckage for anything he deemed as necessary. Justice took up station over the site, and we expended 16 additional rounds of antimatter munitions.
Return scans indicate 0 target returns, Commander.
Okay, Justice. Take us back to base so we can start working on your new weapon system. Justice quickly got us back to base, and we unloaded our materials. The next phase of the operation was to remove one of the weapons along with its power supply. I had Justice open the number 3 weapon shaft, and we dropped inside. With Kuntz directing us, we moved the surprisingly small modular power plant onto the lift platform with a gravity jack. We let the weapon's lift take us back up to the crown of the mountain. Justice used the tow beam to load the power plant and the large, round energy projector once we disassembled its mounting system. Getting the power plant in position inside the Legacy was easy, because the original power source must have been as big as a medium-sized grain bin. There was plenty of room to spare, so Justice and Kuntz laminated several sheets of Artifact 2762 and 699 together, while the rest of us built a frame to house the power source. When we were done, we had fashioned a containment vessel covered in flexible superalloys that masked the power source amazingly well. We worked 11 additional days fabricating a large roller sled. The sled would allow the weapon to slide forward out of its sleeve into the firing position just below the view wall at the front of the ship. Justice was in the process of shortening the power coupling to the proper length and fixing it into position on the projector. Tria and Kuntz were putting the final touches on the simple clam-style doors that would be forced open when the sled was in the forward firing position. When the sled was retracted, the linkage arms would pull the doors securely closed. It was KISS at its best and didn't require a power source. All that was left to do now was test the weapon and the sensors. During our evening meals, we discussed at length the upcoming missions, and it was decided we would test the weapon system en route to a position within 100 light-years of the Quorum outpost. To ensure there was no possibility of being backtracked to our base, we jumped to the fringe of the galaxy. Our roundabout course would give us additional training time in our battle gear. Justice powered down the base and left his subsystem to maintain security while we were gone. I had Justice load 240 rolls of 699 and half of the 2762 in case a trading opportunity became available. The rest of the artifacts would need a thorough analysis to determine what they were and if we could somehow use them. We were well into our third day in jump space and in the hangar practicing our group lock maneuver when Justice came over the comms.
Commander, I have acquired an active directional thread to the Guardian transponder.
Roger that, Justice. Give us 1G in the hangar, please. We will join you on the bridge when we get our gear stowed. We headed to the ready room to stow our gear. I had finally gotten over my modesty issues after figuring out my crew was accustomed to the practice of being naked around other aliens. I was the only one bothered by it because I feared what might happen if Tria was close to me for more than a couple of minutes. I was forced to leave the ready room in a hurry on more than one occasion. Justice called and gave us an update.
Commander, the thread is now steady at 62 light-years and is only 8 degrees off of our original course. I will transition to normal space in 10 seconds to make a course correction. I will make another transition to just outside the system and start a passive scan.
Thanks for the heads up, Justice. We're on our way. I felt the transition, and then the next one. I hardly noticed because I was busy wondering if we would encounter another AI, or just artifacts. I wasn't ready to deal with screwing up the programming of another overseer. We had already decided we would avoid such complications if at all possible. The idea was to keep Justice away from any complexes that might get him scanned by an overseer. We entered the bridge and took our seats. I used my implants to zoom in on the thread. It ended in a star system with just 3 planets, one of which was in the light golden band Justice liked to superimpose around the local star just for my benefit. The band was the Goldilocks zone that human scientists theorized was the ideal distance to a star for the best possibility of life to exist. Upon closer scrutiny, the planet had 2 small moons and had a considerable amount of blue water visible. It reminded me of home.
No records available in my database, Commander.
I smiled to Tria because she would get the nod if we ever gave our discoveries names. We decided over dinner one evening to not give names to the systems that Justice had no information on. Kuntz was right in stating they might already be in the Galactic Union database. Unless we could gain access to the information, we would have no way of knowing. It was decided to give each new discovery an alpha-numeric designation. Our new base star system used my alpha designation and the number 1. The system would be Bravo for Tria and also the number 1. We were getting ready to jump in closer when a yellow blinking dot appeared from behind the planet in the life zone.
Unidentified vessel in low orbit over the target planet, Commander. Probability of detecting us is less than 2% at this distance. Thread definition is increasing, and I now verify it is attached to the larger of the 2 moons, not the planet.
Okay, Justice. Go full stealth and let's take a closer look.
Affirmative, Commander. I will increase forward velocity and make our approach from the star.
Justice took us to a point beyond the star system and dropped to sublight. He aligned us with a point that would take us close to the local star and straight to the target moon. We accelerated to maximum velocity, and the target moon filled the front of our display. We stopped just behind the moon and waited for the unknown vessel's orbit to bring it into visual range.
Commander, I am picking up encrypted communications from the ship to the planet. I am also receiving encrypted message traffic from 3 locations on the surface. The transmissions are coming from departed shuttles. I have not identified the decryption primer, but should have it as soon as more communications become available.
The ship's orbit brought it into visual range. Tria suddenly yelled out, "Commander, that is a Skroon slaver ship. They are hostiles." "Are you sure, Tria?" "Yes, Commander. Skroon are some of the worst filth in the galaxy and are actively hunted by most lawful races. They enslave the weak and the primitive. The only reason they would be here is to take slaves from this world. We must stop them before they can leave." I looked at Clutch, and he was nodding in agreement, but Kuntz would only look at the floor. "Kuntz? What's the matter?" Kuntz looked up at me and said in a quiet voice,
"The Grawl know the Scroon well, Commander. They have an endless supply of specimens to experiment on."
The sorrow on his face was evident. "Tria? How well are they armed, and how many do you think are on that ship?"
"They have the latest weapons available on the black market, Commander. They also wear sealed suits to prevent loss of the exotic atmosphere they breathe. There could be 200 troops on the ship. If they have 3 shuttles on the surface of the planet, there is the possibility the ship will only have the bridge crew and what guards are necessary to handle the slaves on board. I would estimate 30 to 40 on the ship if they are collecting slaves on the surface."
I paced back and forth, thinking aloud. The bridge and spaces for the crew would have to be sealed to maintain atmosphere. The slave areas would have an independent system to ensure their survival. Clutch gave me a wickedly toothy smile and said,
"If a hole was to appear on that ship, like on the bridge, for instance, those evil Throgs might find it difficult communicating with the shuttles on the surface."
Kuntz came out of his dejected state and chimed in.
"Commander, if our timing was right and the ship was on the backside of the planet, they could not recover the shuttles in time to prevent us from disabling the ship and freeing any slaves we might find."
"What do you think, Tria? Should we give it a go?" She looked at me with a solemn face and said,
"It would be dereliction if we did not."
"Justice, how long before their orbit brings them back around to us again?"
28 minutes to the horizon, Commander."
"Tria, are you familiar with the ship's deck plan?"
"Commander, it has been far too many solar rotations since I have led military operations against these predators. I know the bridge is the elevated structure on the top of the ship just forward of the hangar bay doors."
I looked at my crew. What would it take to penetrate the hull? We all looked to Kuntz for guidance.
"I estimate an antimatter charge from our armor's weapon system in the 40 to 50% yield range. That should give us a high probability of a small breach without a massive amount of damage, Commander."
Clutch gave the image of the ship Justice had frozen on the view screen a closer look.
"Commander, Tybord doctrine is simple when it comes to such issues. More is always better. To ensure a breach large enough to board through, we put a 40% charge above their view screen and a 55% charge at the base of the bridge structure. If one fails to give us the desired results, the secondary charge might ensure the probability of success."
"Commander, I have limited decryption of the communications and have translated the Scroon dialect. They are indeed attempting to gather slaves. The primitive inhabitants are putting up fierce resistance and are being slaughtered. Their weapons are wood and rock projectiles. The Scroon find their futile acts of resistance amusing. Commander, I have just intercepted a message from the captain of the ship. He has just ordered his troops to kill all the females and their young if they continue to resist." "Justice, attack the ship! That should get them to recall the shuttles."
"Affirmative, Commander. Scan negation systems are online and cloaking field is optimized. I will attempt to approach the target with shields down to avoid detection."
I yelled at my crew, "Armor up and prepare to board that ship." My crewmates looked surprised by my order, but did not hesitate to run to the lifts that would take them to the ready room. "Justice, if they detect our approach and bring their shields and weapons online, destroy the ship if you have to. Do what is necessary to protect the legacy."
"Affirmative, Commander. I will attempt to disable the star drives with railgun fire if possible."
Justice had our suit systems up and ready when we stepped into our armor. We were viewing our approach to the Scroon ship on our HUD screens. There was no reaction to our presence as the ship filled the limits of the view screen in my helmet.
"Commander, I have matched forward velocity with the target and have 0 defensive emissions. I am targeting the rear shield emitters and the discharge nozzles on both star drives."
"Light them up, Justice!" I felt the slight vibration of the large rail cannons on each side of the hangar door open fire. We watched as bright flashes walked over the rear of the spacecraft and created a huge debris field in its wake. A pale shimmer engulfed the forward part of the ship and then disappeared. Justice made a rapid descending turn that took us below the target and just above the cloud-filled atmosphere of the planet.
Commander, the target's forward shield array is active, and their weapons systems are in target acquisition mode. The Legacy was swept multiple times by the Scroon scan systems. They are unable to detect the Legacy and have no knowledge of our presence. Our scan negation upgrades were working flawlessly. I was not sure of the Scroon's capabilities, but this was a very promising first test of our new equipment. Commander, your assumption was correct. The shuttles are being recalled. They have been ordered to defend the mothership.
Justice, make sure the slave ship cannot leave. I don't want them disappearing on us when we go to meet the shuttles.
Acknowledged, Commander.
Justice moved us to just below the rear of the Scroon ship. I saw a targeting dot appear on the bottom of the ship, just below the mangled drive nozzles. He fired a 3-second burst from a single rail cannon that created a huge hole in the hull. An impressive amount of debris was jetting from the opening. The ship's response to the additional wound was to fire volley after volley of missiles in all directions. Justice turned us toward the shuttles that were clawing their way out of the planet's gravity well.
Commander, I am picking up several communications from stranded troops requesting pickup. Communications have also revealed they have not picked up any slaves yet.
That just breaks my heart, Justice. Destroy the shuttles.
Acknowledged, Commander.
A red target box appeared around the 3 shuttles. They were just about out of atmosphere and flying in a loose formation. My HUD showed a close-up of the large, heavily armed shuttles. They were about half as big as the Legacy and had large missile pods under their stubby wings. I could see several weapons turrets mounted around the hulls. My HUD blinked 3 times, and the shuttles were gone. It was like they were never there.
Targets destroyed, Commander.
Did the shuttles have their shields up when we hit them?
Affirmative, Commander. Ground troops are reporting the flashes in the upper atmosphere. They are getting no response from the mothership.
Justice, move us into the upper atmosphere above the ground troops. We will jump from there. I want you to keep tabs on the mothership until I call for a pickup. Justice acknowledged my order and nosed us over into the atmosphere. Atmospheric friction created a huge comet tail behind the Legacy as we streaked downward to the target area. Justice abruptly slowed us to a stop and opened the hangar door. The crew and I jumped from a height of 120,000 feet. We locked our formation and accelerated through the sound barrier. The shock waves from the sonic disturbance echoed over the target area. The atmosphere was on the high side for oxygen, but was breathable. The temperature was 41 degrees. It was a beautiful sunny day planetside. Justice picked out the Scroon by their weapon and suit emissions. I saw 51 red triangles scattering into the edge of a forest that stretched to the horizon. There were 2 red triangles holed up with hundreds of yellow triangles encircling them. We braked hard with our gravity boosters from a height of 200 feet. We could see the bodies of hundreds and hundreds of the local inhabitants scattered in huge swaths in front of crude, mud-covered mounds that must have been their homes. The inhabitants had dark hair that hung to the ground. They ran on all 4 appendages, but would rear up on their hind ones and hurl rocks and makeshift spears. Their anger was focused toward a cave on the hillside in front of the angry mob. We landed between the mob and the cave. My decision to shield the mob from any additional harm was rewarded with a shower of rocks and spears. Even the young were helping out by throwing small rocks, body parts, and feces. We turned our backs to the barrage and walked up to the cave entrance. The Scroon must have thought we were there to rescue them because they came out of the cave. They were huge, 10-foot-tall brutes with puffy battlesuits and no head. There was a dark, square visor on the chest area of the suits, just below the long, gangly arms. Their weapons were pointed at the ground in front of us. As one, we lifted our arms and pointed our weapons at them. They threw down their weapons and held their long arms out in front of themselves. The large, gloved, 3-fingered hands turned upwards with the fingers splayed. We were being showered non-stop with everything the natives could throw. I looked down at the blown-apart bodies of the young and old scattered at our feet. I was sick to my stomach. My crew was looking at me. Fire! The 4 explosive rounds blew the Scroon's upper torsos across the cave opening, momentarily leaving their legs standing in place before they plopped over. The unholy barrage and the incessant cacophony from the natives abruptly ceased. The silence did little to calm my nausea. Seeing hundreds and hundreds of slaughtered innocents filled me with a rage I had never experienced before. I turned to my crew. Hunt the rest down. I want no prisoners. We boosted toward the tree line. I could see scattered knots of red triangles in my HUD, and now only blue triangles behind me. We split up and hit the concentrations of troops with low-yield antimatter rounds. A group of about 20 threw down their weapons and extended their hands, spreading out their fingers. They marched out of the forest toward the village. I made a sweeping turn and increased my velocity. Rapidly losing altitude, I lined them up in my helmet display. I wanted to scream out in rage as I cut them all down with a non-stop stream of anti-personnel explosives. When I ceased fire, you could not tell their remains apart from those of the innocent natives. There was a smattering of ineffective return fire coming from the edge of the forest as we hunted down the remaining Scroon. The pristine tree lining was now a smoldering mangle of shredded wood splinters and swimming pool-size craters. We circled the area to make sure we had missed no one. I looked at the natives of Beta 1 as we flew low over the mud huts. They were reared up on their hind legs with their front ones extended up to us. The din of a single-note howl was easily heard at 300 feet. Justice, we are ready for pickup.
Affirmative, Commander. ETA, 7 minutes.
We climbed straight up at maximum velocity, buffeted by our shock waves as we went supersonic. I saw the big blue diamond of the Legacy in my helmet display. Justice came sweeping down from the star-filled background and locked onto us with a tow beam. We cut our gravity thrusters and glided into the hangar as the big doors closed behind us. I need a sit rep, Justice.
Commander, I have been modulating the negation system's output to give the Scroon enough targeting data for their defensive missile batteries to lock and fire. The missile count stopped at 200. They must have depleted their supply of missiles. The only response to my targeting data is the blind fire of the point defense weapons. The Scroon's ship's orbit is decaying, and in 51.2 hours, it will enter the upper atmosphere of the planet.
29. My crewmates seemed anxious and ready to go. Tria looked me in the eye. Commander, if we come up against a large number of troops, we must disengage or we will be overwhelmed. I nodded in agreement, but inside I was hoping there were numerous Scroons still aboard the ship. I planned to kill them all for what they had done to the defenseless people down on the planet. Justice, take us back to the slave ship. Stay far enough out so you can still scan the system in case there are more slavers close by.
Roger that, Commander.
Justice's use of Roger to acknowledge my order was a first for him, and made me crack a small smile. He was trying to inject a small dose of levity into my hate-induced stress level. I went to the weapons locker and grabbed one of the Union handheld railguns acquired from the research station. Justice had modified and miniaturized the weapons, so they fired a much smaller projectile. They now fired sewing needle-size slivers that were made from hull materials. A 1-second burst could accelerate 130 of the projectiles to over 50,000 feet per second. The downsized weapons had a coffee cup-sized magazine. The magazines could hold 9,000 rounds. They were clipped onto the arms of our battlesuits and did not interfere with the armor's primary weapons. They were much less destructive to the inside of a spacecraft than the armor suit's weapons. After seeing the puffy, pressurized armor suits the Scroon wore, I thought it would be the perfect time to test the weapons. If they failed to get the job done, we could always transform the inside of the ship into a hollow sewer pipe. I pointed the weapon at the floor and made sure the weapon sight was synced to my HUD. The muzzle of the weapon rotated to mimic the movement of my targeting reticle. I moved to the open hangar door. The view of the planet was breathtaking. The large green continental landmasses had no industrial contamination that was so common back on my homeworld. It was an unspoiled jungle paradise and the perfect picture of Earth's distant past. The grim silence of my crew left no doubt about what we would do when we boarded the Scroon ship. I leaned down and grabbed the hilt of the Tybor fighting knife secured to my lower right leg. I was satisfied it was firmly in place. Clutch designed the scabbard with Kunt's help. They both assured me it would only release with a command from my implants. Part of my Ularan combat training emphasized the old Earth adage, better to be safe than sorry. As I straightened back up, I bumped my head into Clutch's helmet visor. The Tybor had inserted himself in my path and was giving me one of his horrific smiles.
"Pardon me, Commander. I thought you might accidentally stumble out into the void."
With that comment, his helmet blacked out. He turned his back to me and waited for me to give the signal to jump. Tria was to my right, and Kuntz just behind us. "Let's move out, Clutch!" We followed him out of the hangar and formed up into our tight diamond formation. Clutch led us up and over the nose of the Legacy as we increased velocity to maximum. I glanced up into my helmet, but could only see Kuntz just behind my right shoulder. There was no trace of the Legacy that was a couple thousand yards behind us. I could only see the big, beautiful planet below us. The wrecked discharge nozzles of the Scroon ship loomed in front of us. The large, jagged hole Justice had blown in the hull was full of floating debris, some of which were very large. We got a glimpse of 3 hostiles Justice had marked with red triangles. They were operating some kind of machine, and it looked like they were corralling some of the floating debris. We broke formation and spread out as we entered the large rend in the mothership's hull. It was easy to find cover because it was floating everywhere. Clutch was moving toward the machine and the 3 targets. Tria and Kuntz went up above us to scout for more hostiles. 6 more red triangles appeared in the direction Kuntz had gone. Then 4 more appeared on Tria's side. All targets appeared close to each other and were trying to make repairs to damaged equipment. It looked like our cannon fire had breached a hold and progressed up into another deck level. It was hard to tell if there were hostiles in the dark hole above us. I slowly worked my way in that direction. I got a faint beep in my display indicating Clutch had hit me with a comms burst.
"All hostiles in this area accounted for, Commander."
It was quickly followed by the same report from Tria and Kuntz. The stealth feature of our battlesuits rendered us invisible to the Scroon, and my crew was now in close quarters with the enemy combatants. I told them to hold until I saw what was in the hole above us. Using small burps of my gravity thrusters, I plastered myself against the ceiling of the hold. I inched myself forward until I could see up into the hole. I froze at what I saw. To either side of the big hole was some kind of mounted weapons systems. There were 2 Scroons sitting at shielded consoles on each of the twin-barreled weapons. Just behind them, sitting on various boxes and crates, were 6 more targets holding stubby-looking rifles with wickedly jagged bayonets fixed under the fat barrels. I slowly moved back away from the hole. This was not good. There could be any number of hostiles in the room above me. This looked like a baited ambush. If it was, there was probably more bad news hiding nearby. I needed time to think about the best way to neutralize the enemy advantage. My best source for that information was across the hold from me, keeping tabs on the repair crews. The new threats were now displayed in my display so the team could see what was going on. I retreated to a dark corner of the hold behind a big piece of machinery. "Team, regroup on me." We were spending a lot of time screwing around in enemy territory, and it was an unhealthy thing to be doing. It was no time to be indecisive, but going on the offensive without knowing what the opposition had waiting for us could lead to disaster. One by one, my crew rejoined me, and we touched our helmets together in a rugby-style huddle. Clutch said what I was thinking.
"Commander, it is a trap. They are using the repair crews for bait."
Tria thought we should try to bypass the ambush.
"Commander, we might find access at a different location. There is considerable damage around the drive nozzles. A quick reconnaissance of the area might reveal a better entry option."
Kuntz surprised us all.
"Commander, I could lead them outside."
We all looked at Kuntz. "I'm listening, Kuntz. What have you got in mind?"
"Commander, I was thinking if I moved back to the breach in the hull and gave them a visible target reference, they would likely send an armed response to my incursion."
The little Grawl was short in stature, but long in guts. He was definitely turning into a badass. Kuntz, your idea has merit, and I have to admit, you got a set of brassy big ones for volunteering. But we don't know the capability of those mounted weapons, or how much of an armed response they will send after you. The little Grawl just shrugged his shoulders.
Commander, if I have enough of a lead, I can lure the weapons platforms into open space, and Justice can target them with the rail cannons.
Tria liked what she was hearing and patched up the loopholes that were giving me doubts.
Commander, Kuntz has an excellent plan. We need to modify it a little to better our advantage. I propose we plant delayed anti-personnel charges close to the repair crews while Kuntz moves back to the breach. We will take up positions around the hole to the upper decks. When Kuntz is clear of the hull, he can hail Justice to bring the Legacy in close. We will then set off the charges killing the repair crews. Kuntz can appear at the breach entrance and discharge a few munitions into the far end of the hold. This should trigger the ambush. Kuntz can then retreat to the Legacy and take refuge in the hangar bay. The Scroon will not be aware of the Legacy until it is too late. Justice can then engage all pursuing forces. We had spent way too much time doing nothing while the cowards in charge were probably up to something. All right, Kuntz, Tria, we do it your way. Let's go plant the charges. I took the cargo wranglers, and Clutch and Tria took the others. The Scroon that were catching the floating crates with a large freight hauler were fixated on their jobs and did not have a clue I had just planted 2 high-explosive charges just behind the operator's seat. By the time Tria, Clutch, and I took up positions on the ceiling, Kuntz was ready. We waited until the Scroon on the freight hauler had just secured another container, and the 3 of them had secured themselves aboard the machine. I held up my hand in front of Clutch and Tria, then counted down with my fingers. The explosives detonated with bright flashes of light that lit the entire hold. Shrapnel and other crap bounced off the walls all around us. Through the dizzying array of flying debris, I could make out Kuntz hovering in the middle of the hull breach. What I thought would be a few rounds of munitions from Kuntz turned into a couple of 20-round bursts. The explosive shells were hitting flying debris and detonating. Additional shredded projectiles were now hitting all of us with ever-increasing regularity. Scroon gun platforms dropped out of the hole in the deck right in front of us. The troops I had seen earlier were piled onto the back. The mounted gun platform had a faint, yellowish glow around it that the flying junk careened off. I looked over to the breach, and Kuntz was still there. One of the mounted weapons opened fire and burned a hole clean through the debris field, just missing Kuntz. I raised my arm to fire at the gun crew, but Tria pulled my arm down. Commander, they are shielded. Their weapons targeting system would be confused by all the debris. I looked back at the breach, and Kuntz was gone. The Scroon platforms were firing non-stop into the flying junk and made the debris field even bigger. I hoped that the little Grawl had made it to the Legacy. Down below us, we saw a light appear, and 2 more platforms went flying toward the breach. No matter the outcome, it was time to move. I slid forward and grasped the jagged edge of the hole. Tria, Clutch, let's go! I tucked my legs under me and pushed off the ceiling, flipping myself up into the hole. I found myself back inside of a 1+G gravity field and an atmosphere. The momentum from the 0G of the cargo hold quit me halfway through my arc. I landed unceremoniously on the deck. The noise of my landing alerted the Scroon that had been standing there that something was not right. The big alien was standing over me when Tria and Clutch came plopping onto the deck beside me. One of Clutch's tree trunk legs hit the Scroon, knocking it straddle of me. I reared up and headbutted the square visor on its chest, knocking it over backwards. I jammed my railgun against the soldier's lower abdomen and let loose a 3-second burst. The effect was immediate and dramatic, as a mass of black gore sprayed out the opposite end of the creature, followed by a fountain of sparks and shrapnel off the wall behind it. The cloud of disintegrating needles sandblasted us. Clutch gruffly pointed out he was glad I was not using explosive munitions. Even though our armor shrugged off the microshards, I apologized for my overreactive trigger finger. Fratricide would not be in the plus column on my growing list of achievements. We got to our feet and surveyed our surroundings.
The room was big enough to house several of the gun platforms. There was a garage door-size atmosphere lock on one side and a hatch that resembled a vault on the other. We moved to the hatch. The only visible control was a circle with 3 holes around it. I messed with it, but got nothing. Clutch came up behind me, dragging the dead Scroon.
"Excuse me, Commander."
He let the grotesque corpse plop to the floor. He grabbed its long arm and inserted the fingers of the hand into the holes. We heard a loud beeping that sounded like an alarm. The alarm stopped, and the door slid aside, giving us a quick blast of pressurized atmosphere. We had our weapons up and ready as we peeked inside. There was another pressure door at the other end of a 20-foot hallway. It was an airlock and would be a perfect trap if it were being monitored. Clutch volunteered to open the other door. "I don't like it, Clutch. If they locked you in there, I don't know if we could get you out. There has to be another way." We turned back to the hole in the deck and were greeted with a flash and a violent explosive blast. The deck below our feet heaved up, knocking us to the floor. I rolled over, trying to figure out what just happened. Suddenly, one of the Scroon gun platforms came crashing up through the hole in the deck, violently hitting the ceiling, then falling in a smoking heap to the floor in front of us. A good portion of the platform's rear deck was missing. One of the occupants was pinned in the wreckage. The other was thrown clear. The survivor was trying its best to sit up. Clutch jerked his arm up and gave the Scroon a blast with his railgun, sending it sliding into the wall. We were showered by the shards of needles that ricocheted in all directions after failing to penetrate the visor on the slaver's armor. Clutch gave it another burst, this time in the less armored junction of its arm and torso. The second blast ruptured the suit, sending its pressurized contents in a gory spray that covered the front of Clutch's armor. We started to get off the floor when Kuntz flipped up through the hole in the deck, landing on his back at our feet, startling us. Tria and Clutch immediately pointed their weapons at the hole in the deck. I knelt down next to Kuntz. "Kuntz, are you injured?" I got no answer, so I tried sitting the little Grawl upright. His visor was blacked out. "Kuntz, are you all right?" His visor became transparent, and I could see his pallor, but it was changing to its normal gray. "Kuntz, are you injured?" His big, dark eyes seemed to finally focus on me.
"Commander, what are brassy big ones?"
I stood up, letting the Grawl fall back to the floor. Turning my back to him, I bit my tongue to keep from laughing out loud. Regaining my composure, I turned back to Kuntz. "Kuntz, what the hell were you thinking? We could have opened fire on you."
"Commander, Justice was able to destroy 3 of the gun platforms, but was not able to target the last one before it turned back into the hull breach. Justice would not risk collateral damage by firing into the hull opening. I fear the platform would flank you and attack while you were attempting to gain access to the ship. I could not allow that outcome. I pursued the weapons platform into the hull, and when you were not present in the cargo area, I engaged the gunners with a low-yield antimatter munition. A premature detonation stunned me when my projectile intersected with a piece of debris behind my target." I was relieved Kuntz was not injured. Finding out he was the source of the blast that floored us made me feel a little better, because I thought the Scroon were counterattacking. I was definitely happy it was not the mounted gun crew showing up to our rear. The little Grawl may have just saved our lives. I reached down and pulled Kuntz to his feet. "Now that we are all here, we need to get past this airlock without being trapped inside." Tria was examining the remains of the gun platform. "Commander, one weapon is still functional. Now that Kuntz has reduced its size, I believe it will fit in the airlock. Once inside, we can use it to burn down the interior door."
Tria was right. I was thinking about just going ahead and blowing the hell out of the whole mess. Had I done so, it could have possibly sucked the atmosphere out of the rest of the ship. All right, let's see if it will go through the door. Clutch tried to pull the dead Scroon from the wreckage, but the side of the platform was folded over onto it. The 4 of us pushed and shoved until we got it inside the first door. We had to wedge it in at an angle to get the operating weapon's barrel pointed at the door at the end of the airlock. We all ducked down behind the remains of the machine, and Kuntz crawled up next to the dead Scroon and triggered the beam weapon. The yellow-white beam contacted the door, and molten metal splashed across the floor as the beam punched through. A cloud of atmospheric gas came blasting into the airlock. A whooping alarm sounded, and the door behind us slammed shut. We rocked the wrecked platform, and the gyrating beam did a great job of widening the hole. The hole was now big enough to crawl through, and Kuntz shut the overheated weapon down. We could hear the din of additional alarms on the other side of the door as we crawled over the platform. Smoke was filling the airlock as we crawled through the still glowing hole. The next room was filled with machinery, and the beam cutting an even bigger hole through additional walls destroyed a lot of it. I was still wondering about the lack of organized resistance. I wondered where the rest of the crew was. We had been out of contact with Justice for quite a while. We could do nothing about it because our comms were not penetrating the hull. I decided not to use the hatch to the room we were in, and we all crawled through the large hole in the wall. We were now standing in a huge corridor. Clutch took the lead, and we moved down the hallway. We took up our customary defensive formation. Kuntz was bringing up the rear with his hand on my back and looking down the hallway behind us with his weapon at the ready. We hadn't gone 20 feet when a hatch behind us opened, and Kuntz gave the gangly Scroon that leaned out of it 2 quick bursts with his railgun, driving the slaver back into the opening. The Groll charged the doorway and fired 3 additional bursts into the room. Clutch and Tria took a knee and pointed their weapons down the hallway in both directions. I peeled off and backed up Kuntz, who was standing over the gory mess that was once a Scroon.
Commander, the plating on the Scroon pressure suits deflects all but point-blank weapons fire. The smaller diameter projectiles may have been a less than optimal choice for this operation.
I had to agree with his assessment. Don't worry, Kuntz. I won't make the same mistake twice. I was concerned our primary weapons might be dangerous to us in the close quarters of a ship. The little Groll turned to me.
Roger that, Commander.
I could not help but smile. I looked behind me and saw Tria and Clutch were now just inside the hatch and peeking down the hallway. Clutch turned and said,
"Commander, we should keep moving."
I was looking at the stubby-barreled weapon the Scroon had been carrying. Kuntz must have read my mind.
They will only respond to Scroon interaction.
I picked it up anyway and beat it on a piece of equipment till the fat barrel caved in on one side. I reached down and grabbed the Scroon's long, gangly arm. I drew my fighting knife and with a violent downstroke severed the dead Scroon's hand from the appendage. Putting my knife back in its sheath, I tucked the severed hand behind the handle. I turned toward the open hatch. Okay, Clutch, let's move out. We worked our way down the corridor, going from hatch to hatch, not finding anyone. The hall ended at a huge pressure door. I carefully inserted the fingers of the severed hand into the holes and got a warning klaxon that blared 3 times, and the big door opened, revealing hundreds of cages. The modular frameworks were encased in a thick, glass-like material that had environmental control systems mounted to them. To my relief, all the cages I could see were empty. We carefully worked our way to the far end of the hold and found all were indeed empty. Tria called out, "Commander, there are lift tubes on each side of the hold." I moved in Tria's direction when our ears were assaulted by a loud, punctuated grunting sound. I personally didn't care for the demanding quality of the racket. It translated to, "Surrender or die." We suddenly heard a loud hum, and it didn't take a genius to figure out it would not be associated with a warm welcome. Clutch howled out, "Everybody take cover!" We hit the floor and pushed ourselves against the stacked slave crates. I saw small flashbulb-like flashes accompanied by loud pops. We were showered by high-velocity shrapnel. The sound of it pelting my armor reminded me of being in my grandfather's metal machine shed during a hailstorm. I realized the barrage was designed to kill unarmored combatants without damaging the confinement crates or the ship's hold. We heard the loud, clipped grunting again. The translation quit after the word "die," so the rest must have been unintelligible expletives. I was alerted by an atmosphere alarm in my helmet. Kuntz came over our comms.
"Commander, The Scroon are pumping a gaseous toxin into the hold. I could now see an orange-tinged cloud coming down from the overhead. The Scroon were hoping the shrapnel munitions had pierced our armor. I was feeling a hate-filled rage seeping into me, and I gritted my teeth. I looked at the monstrous doors on the other side of the stacked cages and yelled, "Going hot!" I lobbed 10 rounds of high explosive at the center of the doors. The hold shook with the concussion of the rounds exploding against the massive doors. Cages were upended and blown back on top of us. An alarm started whooping. I could hear the shriek of atmosphere escaping out the seals on the gigantic doors, and the gas cloud quickly dissipated. I could hear frantic grunting over the noise of the bursting munitions, but it was still not translating. I heard my crew open fire, and the hold shook from the detonations. The shrapnel storm came to an abrupt halt, and my crew ceased fire. I pushed a confinement crate off of me and saw the mangled remains of the 2 turrets that had been bombarding us. I held both of my arms up and pointed at the big pressure doors. My crew did the same. I called to them, 4 rounds each. We let them fly and ducked down behind the scattered cages. We were bounced around by the explosive impacts. Then, all hell broke loose as debris flew toward the 8-foot-long rend we had created in the doors. "Justice, have you got a copy?" "Commander, I am preparing to bring down the remaining Scroon shields and will come alongside for immediate evacuation." "We still have unfinished business here. Have you detected any additional hostiles?" "Negative, Commander. The Scroon have launched 12 comm buoys, and I have destroyed them all. I located the hatches they were launched from and disabled them with the railguns. The slave ship no longer has a deep space communications capability." For now, we had the star system to ourselves, but that could change at any time. We needed to get moving again. The atmosphere was finally depleted, and the silence it brought was welcomed. I looked at Tria, and she was giving me a worried look and calmed me. "There is a chance we are being monitored through the view screen at the top of the wall between the lifts." I looked at my crew. I gave them a grim smile. "Now that we don't have to worry about collateral damage, you are weapons-free." My team turned around and gave the view screen on the wall long bursts of armor-piercing rounds, followed by a generous helping of high-explosive munitions. The result was a large gaping hole that was blasting atmosphere and other unknown objects out into the prisoner hold. It was all the invitation we needed, and we boosted up and into the shattered remains of the control room. There were the remains of 4 dead Scroons scattered about the floor and walls. One had somehow survived and was on the floor next to a hatch. It was frantically trying to get the door open with an appendage that had an almost rubber-like quality to it. We could only hear gibberish coming from our translation software. Clutch rendered assistance by grabbing the Scroon's hand and jamming it into the door control. The door alarm sounded, and the door opened, sending more alien atmosphere bursting into the shattered control room. Clutch yanked the much taller alien off the floor and heaved it out the hole in the shattered view screen. Kuntz said, "Commander, the noted lack of any organized resistance seems to indicate most of the Scroon may have been with the shuttles when they departed the ship." In a deadpan voice, I said, "They will pay dearly for that mistake." We entered the airlock, and I used the severed hand to seal the chamber and open the other door. It was pitch black, and we switched to infrared and low light. The absolute darkness only gave us a limited view of the corridor that went to our left and right. There were no large heat sources, so the corridor appeared as a pale blue tunnel. I could just make out a hatch about 30 feet away to my left. To my right, the hallway continued into blackness. I stuck my arm around the corner and switched my weapon to armor-piercing. I ripped off 20 rounds into the hatch at the end of the corridor and was rewarded with an equal number of fist-sized shafts of light. In the back of my mind, I could hear Clutch saying, "More is better." I sent a round of high explosive into the remains of the door. We now had a generous supply of light. I was startled when Clutch sent several rounds of high explosive down the opposite end of the hallway. Debris and smoke filled the corridor. A strip of orange lights flashed on the ceiling down the length of the hallway.
I turned to Clutch, and he gave me his usual toothy smile and a shrug of his big, wide shoulders. Our audio pickups were once again assaulted by the loud grunting of the Scroon language. My audio cut out as the translation program kicked in.
You must stop your rampage. I will gift you 1,000,000 credits to leave my ship.
I looked at Clutch and nodded my head. Clutch raised his arm and sent 5 more rounds down the corridor. The explosions rocked the hallway and set off a screeching alarm. Smoke was getting thicker, and I could now see flames at the end of the corridor. I yelled out, "Give us all your credits, and we will spare your life." That comment earned me some ugly looks from my crew. I turned to them and put my finger up. The looks went from furious to just mad. "If you turn over all of your credits and throw down your weapons, I will spare you. You must answer now, or perish." A large doorway opened beyond the hatch I had destroyed. 12 of the armored Scroon marched out into the wrecked room. We would never know if they would surrender or not. Clutch took my weapons-free order to heart and opened fire. He pumped 3 explosive rounds at the Scroon's feet, then pushed me back behind him as the rounds exploded. We were all knocked to the floor by the blasts. I attempted to get up, but Clutch was lying on top of my legs. I rapped him on his helmet. "Clutch, we're on your side." His large, toothy grin only earned him 3 sets of stink eyes. We got to our feet and moved to the shattered doorway. There was no doubt the 12 Scroon troopers' slaving days were permanently over. Down a short corridor just beyond the carnage of the eviscerated soldiers were 6 more Scroon wearing much different attire. They had light yellow puffed-up suits with sparkling trinkets hanging around circular, transparent masks. We approached them with our weapons ready. The condition of the first 3 closest to the open doorway was the same as their 12 guards. The 3 behind them were squalling and rolling around on the floor. They didn't have any holes in their suits we could see. I gave the one with the most trinkets a vicious kick. "Get up, you cowardly piece of sewage!" I looked into the mask and saw a large, wide, heavily whiskered mouth and a large, grotesque, protruding eyeball. The suits lacked the armor plates the other Scroon wore. I assumed they were the equivalent of dress uniforms that could retain their atmosphere. One of the puff bags rolled over and pushed a box toward me. In one smooth motion, Tria drew her combat knife and severed the Scroon's arm. The arm and the box hit the floor, dumping a large assortment of shiny silver cards at my feet. The wounded Scroon let out a deafening screech I ended with a burst of my needle gun. The needles went through the Scroon's suit, destroying a large, clear display case loaded with trinkets similar to the ones they were wearing. I looked down at the cards on the floor and recognized them as credit vouchers. The Scroon wailed,
You said we would be spared.
My rage at the murderous piece of shit peaked. I said I would let you live. I gave the other, less decorated Scroon a blast with my needle gun, blowing its entrails all over the captain. Jerking the big Scroon up off the floor, I kicked him through the doorway. Let's get out of this cesspool. Clutch did not give the captain a chance to regain his footing from my vicious kick. He grabbed the captain by one of his long legs and dragged him to the lifts that would take us to the cargo hold. The images of all the dead natives were coming at me over and over. I was shaking with rage and on the verge of losing control. I now felt I had slipped over the edge of an abyss. The abyss had a name, and the name was Murderer. I felt myself being shaken, and my eyes refocused. Tria was gripping me. "Commander! Nathan! You must stop what you are doing to yourself!" She reached down and scooped up a handful of the shiny trinkets from the gore-covered floor and held them up. "These are rewards and decorations for successful slaving missions, Commander. There are hundreds. I have never seen or heard of such numbers." She held me in a tight embrace, and I could feel the open fire of my fury ebb to a smoldering anger. She released me and pulled me along to catch up with Clutch and Kuntz. The scroon was on the floor of the lift with its arms wrapped around itself. We crowded into the lift around the scroon. I drew my fighting knife. "Get off the floor and operate the lift, or I will cut your hand off and do it myself." The scroon struggled to sit upright and put his fingers in the control slots. The lift made a rapid descent to the hold. Tria was still holding onto my arm. I looked into her eyes and put my fighting knife back into its sheath. I took some small comfort in the thought that if the scroon's fancy suit did not protect it from vacuum when the door to the lift opened, it sure would suck to be him. The door to the lift opened with a burst of atmosphere out into the vacuum of the hold. I was disappointed when the scroon suffered no ill effects from the exposure to vacuum. "Justice, we are ready for pickup."
"Commander, the shields on the scroon ship failed shortly after our last communication. I will come alongside for extraction."
I turned to the scroon captain. "Open the hold doors now." The scroon wailed,
"You said you would let me live."
I drew my fighting knife and started toward the scroon. He quickly put his hand on the door control, and the door started a grating screech as it attempted to open. Our high-explosive blasts had sprung the door, and it only opened about 10 feet before it shrieked to a halt. I put my knife away, and we crowded in close around the scroon captain. Justice appeared beside us as he uncloaked the Legacy. The Legacy's hangar doors opened, and I felt the tow beam grip us. We were pulled into the hangar of the Legacy, and the doors closed behind us. I switched over to our private comms. "Justice, destroy the slaver ship, and then take us to the native settlement."
"Acknowledged, Commander."
Our HUDs changed to an exterior view. We could see the slaver ship move up in front of us as the Legacy slowed and maneuvered to the ship's rear. The scroon ship started pulling away from us as Justice slowed the Legacy to a stop. Our displays momentarily whited out, and a bright flash appeared just above the big blue-green planet.
"Target destroyed, Commander."
The planet filled our displays, and then switched to our normal view. "Justice, I want to be 20 feet over the settlement and open the hangar doors."
"Acknowledged, Commander."
The hangar doors opened and revealed the chaos we created. The natives were trying to drag their dead with them as they were running for cover. Many threw rocks and sticks at the Legacy. Then, the screaming panic stopped. The fleeing crowd slowly came back in our direction when they finally recognized us. They put their arms up to us and reared up on their hind legs, and as one, started the single-note howl. I jerked the scroon up from the deck where he had been cowering and dragged him to the open door. He screamed,
"You said you would let me live!"
The howl from below abruptly stopped as I held the slaver at the edge of the door. I looked at the pathetic piece of shit. "I let you live. Maybe you can convince these people to do the same." He was still pleading on the short trip to the ground. It mildly surprised me how high he bounced. "Justice, get us out of here." As the doors closed, I could see the slaver trying to crawl away as the mass of natives encircled him. I looked at my crew. "If you need me, I will be in my cabin." I went to the ready room and stepped up into my armor crate and extracted myself from my armor. I felt spent and somehow covered in a filth that could not be washed off. I again looked at my crew as they stowed their gear. "Take a 10-hour rest period, and I will see you at the next meal." I walked away, still lost in the horrors of the last 12 hours. 30. I felt Justice transition us back to hyperspace. It was a bitter pill to swallow knowing what reality was turning out to be. A feeling of despair swept over me. The thought that I was now tainted by a sickness that was an epidemic throughout the universe had me feeling physically ill. Since I had journeyed to the stars, I had been forced to take so many lives I felt my soul was being ripped from me. The human morals I had once cherished were being washed away by a dark tidal wave of murderous rage. I was now the judge and the executioner. The rules of survival left no time for a jury to consider verdicts other than guilt and death. I was 20 years old, and for all I knew, I had taken 20 times that number of lives. I had been away from home for almost a year, but it felt like an eternity. The things I had done, and the things I now knew as facts, would make it difficult, or perhaps even impossible, to ever go back. When the people of Earth finally make it to the stars, I wondered if they could survive the reality they will find. I took a long, hot shower, hoping to forget the pictures rolling non-stop through my mind. I could still see myself wading through the dismembered bodies of the inhabitants of Beta 1. There was no solace in the fact I had saved many of the natives from death and slavery. I kept reliving my rage and the bloodthirsty revenge that culminated with me committing cold-blooded murder. Stepping out of the shower, I hopelessly wished the air dryer could somehow blow away the sins I had committed, along with the water that still clung to my skin. As I walked out of my bath, I found Tria wrapped in a blanket and sitting on my couch looking at the many pictures of Earth cascading across the view screen. The darkness of my mood and the remorse that was tearing at my sanity quashed any thoughts of modesty or embarrassment at my nakedness. I walked over to my bed and pulled the blanket off and wrapped it around my shoulders, then sat down next to Tria. She leaned her head on my shoulder, and I held her in a tight embrace. She whispered, "Nathan, the darkness of your emotions and the doubt that brings you pain are the consequences of your humanity. What has come to pass was the righteous will of the Maker who has put you on this path. You must come to terms with your destiny and put aside all doubt that what you do is right. Your aura shines brightly and is now the shield that protects us from harm. The whispers of our deeds have spread into the void, and I sense the fear of those who will try to stand against us. Even now, many seek to hide from their impending judgment." My tense anxiety started to ebb, and the ill effects of my stress faded. The healing touch of Tria's closeness was the antidote to the poison that infected my will to go on. My sense of purpose was renewed, and I started to relax. "Tria, we need to find a way to get Beta 1 on the protected species list." She looked into my eyes. "Nathan, I plan to bring the discovery to the attention of the academics on my homeworld. They will enter Beta 1 as a Chalt expeditionary discovery. The Union usually acts on our data releases quickly. The Union will number the system, but will defer to the race of discovery for the name." I felt little relief knowing some good would come from my homicidal actions. "Thank you, Tria. I do not want those people to suffer at the hands of others ever again." She put both sets of arms around me and held me in a tight embrace. "Nathan, the Scroon would have kept coming back until no inhabitants remained. We saved an entire planet from slavery, or worse. Do not anguish over the sewage you destroyed to do so." I was feeling like I had not slept for a week. The last thing I remember seeing was the video footage of my climb out of the wilderness in the Legacy. I woke up to Justice talking to me. "Commander, we are currently 90 light-years from Outpost 655 and 87 from the Union blockade around Tria's homeworlds." I sat up and looked around, thinking Tria might still be in my cabin. But I was alone. "Justice? You normally let me know when guests wish to see me in my cabin. I am curious why that was not the case with my most recent visitor." "Commander, the therapeutic qualities of your interactions with Tria have a profound effect on your psyche. Your stress levels drop significantly, and your general sense of well-being is elevated. Also, your interactions bring my awareness and sense of self to higher levels of understanding. Your emotional state at the conclusion of your last mission adversely affected my sense of self. When Tria told me she wished to see you, I was compelled to accommodate her. I also felt on some level of my awareness it was your desire as well. I would like to point out, you are not capable of producing offspring, but the process that both of your races engage in to do so are fully compatible. Justice, I appreciate your concern for my well-being, and I am also pleased with the fact you take good care of the crew. But I would like to point out that there are times when you need to mind your own business. I am still in the process of embracing my false sense of privacy.
Acknowledged, Commander.
Big Brother watching my every move, including those going on in my cabin, was a little irritating to say the least. Justice was soaking up every single human emotion I unconsciously exhibited to him. The one he was currently trying to add to his collection might get him to pop a fuse or break something. I didn't think I could handle another AI having a meltdown. Shaking my head, I headed down to the galley. I was surprised to find a good-sized stack of credit vouchers sitting on the table where I normally eat my meals. Then it dawned on me. Clutch or Coons must have picked them up before we abandoned the Scroon ship. I got my morning cup of imitation coffee and some toast. Reaching into a storage bin, I dug out my last jar of Callie's blueberry preserves and brought them to the table with me. I couldn't bring myself to sit at the same table with the vouchers, so I sat at the table across from them. Prying the wax seal from the jar, I prepped my toast with a generous helping of the preserves. The stack of shiny cards was eating at me. I knew I could never come to terms with the taint associated with how the credits were earned. Coons walked into the galley and looked at where I was sitting, and then at the pile of cards. He came and sat next to me.
Commander, I now see it was an error to recover the credit vouchers.
I gave the little Grawl a grim look. Yes, Coons. We have a term where I come from for currency gained through the misery of others. It's called blood money. The little Grawl bowed his head.
I apologize, Commander. I thought we might do some good with 40 billion credits.
The amount of credits the Scroon were carrying with them was considerable. The slave trade was apparently very profitable. We aren't in need of extra funds. I say space that crap. Tria had been standing in the entrance to the galley, waiting for us to finish our discussion. She heard my decision to throw the credits away.
Commander, Kuntz is correct. There is much good that can be done with the funds.
I turned around to face Tria and smiled. Tria, if you know of a way to spend the funds so they will benefit others, please tell me. She sat down and looked at me with those beautiful emerald eyes.
Commander, my people help fund the Galactic Union Planetary Protection Fund. It costs more than 60 million credits to classify and protect a single primitive species. The most technologically advanced races voluntarily support the fund. I can assure you the beings in charge of the fund are beyond reproach. They ensure there is complete transparency and absolute accountability.
As usual, Tria was right again. It was easy to forget the fact someone somewhere had donated credits so my home planet could be protected. I silently vowed to not pass up the opportunity to take any funds I could from corrupt races preying on the helpless. All right, Tria. You are now in charge of charitable contributions. You officially have 40 billion to spend. Can you make the first donation in the name of races against slavery? Tria and Coons both gave me a big smile. One pretty, and one not so much. I put my arm around the little Grawl. Coons, you did well. Sometimes I lose sight of the bigger picture. I was wondering where Clutch was. Has anyone seen Clutch? Tria got up to get her meal, then came back and sat next to me.
I saw him in the science lab, Commander. He was not happy with the shortcomings of the Union rail weapons. He has been bothering Justice about it, and I think they are working on another weapon system.
I nodded and took a bite of my toast. It was like chewing cardboard. I took a drink of my coffee to wash it down. It was all I could do to keep from spitting it across the table. It might well have been gear oil. I yelled out, Justice, something is seriously wrong with the food processor. Tria and Kuntz didn't seem to be having any problems with their food and were giving me blank stares. Justice came over the PA and broadcast, "My apologies, Commander. It is very likely I might have been minding my own business when it came to processing your meal." That evil freaking robot! The questioning looks I was getting from Tria and Kuntz made me get up and excuse myself. I promptly threw the food in the recycler and headed to the science lab. I stormed into the lab trying to cool my temper. Justice had 6 arms extruded from the ceiling. All were working on a twin-barreled weapon whose design characteristics were familiar to me. Clutch was studying the separate pieces of my cut-down 10-gauge shotgun that was spread out on the table. My curiosity put the brakes to my anger, but I still had to say something. "Justice, you know that is my last jar of Callie's blueberry jelly. Next time you feel like being a funny man, make sure it doesn't involve wasting the last of my Earth supplies."
Okay.
Clutch looked at me with mild amusement.
"You look much better, Commander. Perhaps a funny man is a good thing."
I needed to change the subject. "What are you doing to my shotgun?" The Tybor gave me his usual toothy grin.
"Justice is replicating the auto-loading design of your weapon and adapting it to a new twin-barrel design. He has been working on some new projectiles as well. The new munitions have been reduced to half of the original length, so they will be lighter to carry."
He picked up one of the shortened rounds and handed it to me. The 10-gauge size, shiny metal tube was the same length as a .44 caliber pistol bullet. He slid one of the magazines over to me.
"The new weapon will have 2 of those that will hold 12 rounds aside. The explosive penetrator munition will be accelerated to a very high velocity with railgun technology that is built into the barrels. Recoil will be less than 50% of the old munition. Since we have a generous supply of explosive rounds for our battlesuits, Justice broke down several and put explosives into the new ammunition. The yield will be roughly 25% of the suit munitions. The weapon will defeat most armor systems unless we come up against galactic troops or other Zane battle gear."
One of the extruded arms handed me the prototype weapon. It was amazingly light for its size. Clutch beamed at me.
"The new weapon is manufactured entirely of hull alloys. They will weigh half of what the original weapon did. Fully loaded with 24 in the magazines and 2 in the barrels, it is only slightly heavier than your Earth weapons loaded with 5 of the modified Earth munitions."
I was considering shelving the mini railgun and told Clutch so. The troopmaster wasn't keen on the idea.
"I still think we can make use of the smaller Union railguns, Commander. The large magazine capacity in such a small package can still be useful in situations involving lightly armored targets. They are still a good backup weapon and a less destructive option than are our standard loadout."
Clutch fixed me with a knowing look.
"More is always better, Commander."
Who was I to question the troopmaster's experience? "If you need time to test the weapons, do it. We will be moving forward with Tria's plan. We need to get our mission briefs ready and work on contingencies. It is my desire to start the mission 48 hours from now." Clutch gave me a good old Earth thumbs up.
"Roger that, Commander."
Any thoughts I had about my crew being aliens were long forgotten. By embracing my Earth euphemisms and emotions, I had come to accept them as human regardless of what they looked like. Decked out in full battle gear, their appearances would still allude to their origins, but their Earth mannerisms would make other races reconsider any theories on the subject. Justice found a gaseous asteroid field about 6 light-years closer to our destinations. He hid the legacy in the densest formation, and we started working on the mission in earnest. Since it wasn't technically a combat operation, it took very little time to iron out the execution. Tria, Kuntz, and Clutch would take the Grawl transport and jump to Outpost 655. Kuntz and Clutch would then depart and seek an audience with the quorum in charge. Kuntz would pay him a considerable bribe to ensure smooth transactions if they did indeed find suitable shuttles to purchase. We would extend the mission as necessary to allow time for any necessary modifications and delivery. While they waited, Clutch would see to it the additional funds I sent with them would be transferred to the families of his deceased crew. Tria would hold in a loose orbit until she gets the green light from Kuntz, in which case she will either retrieve and bring them back to the Legacy or continue on to her home world. If all goes as planned, I will take the Legacy and jump to System 2456. I will attempt to bribe or convince several of the Grawl scientists to accompany me to Alpha Base and make it fully functional. Depending on the outcome of my endeavor, I had planned other contingencies if everything did in fact go my way. One such contingency will be to stop at Outpost 3 and trade some of our artifacts for supplies. I will do it at a crappy exchange rate to keep Drayan interested in our little agreement. If all went according to plan, we will meet at the abandoned mining facility, and I would reunite with my crew. Hopefully, Tria's father will be present along with 2 new assault shuttles to work with. We were 12 hours from mission start, and were in the hangar testing the new weapons Justice had built. Like everything Justice did, the weapons worked flawlessly. Justice had the hangar door open, and we were broadside to several pieces of rocky asteroids. The pieces he had located for us to target ranged in size from basketball to refrigerator. The new munitions favored vacuum, but worked well in atmosphere. We reduced the rocky debris to gravel and dust. We were having so much fun, we burned through the 300 rounds Justice had manufactured. There was no immediate need for the weapons, so Justice would have plenty of time to make more ammo. Justice closed up the hangar, and we dropped the weapons off in the lab on our way to the galley for the last mission brief. We all decided it would be wise to wear the artifact armor instead of the Zane suits. The artifact armor would draw a lot less attention than the Zane battle armor. The crew decided to tone down their normal weapons loadout. I wasn't completely on board with the idea, but was overruled because a less hostile posture might potentially smooth any business transactions. Clutch would still carry the standard Tybor sidearms along with his fighting knife. After mulling it over a while, he decided to carry an additional set of the capacitive discharge weapons in shoulder holsters under his 699 cape. Kuntz would carry the weapon recovered at the research station. He tucked it into a belt that would hold the weapon tight against his back, concealing the fact he was armed. Tria said she didn't need a weapon. I pointed out that it would be easier to explain the weapon than try to explain me. She decided that one of the recoded Tybor weapons wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. After a short rest period, it was time for the crew to launch. Kuntz and Clutch were already in the transport loading the few items they needed for the trip. Tria was in the ready room collecting her artifact armor and weapon. I waited until she had collected her gear. She smiled when she saw me. "Commander, you do not have to be concerned for my safety. All will go well." I was used to all not going so well, but didn't say so. I wanted to say, "Goodbye and be safe, Tria." She gave me a smile and embraced me. Without thinking, I gave her a quick kiss on the lips. The look of shock on her face instantly embarrassed me. "I'm sorry, Tria, I don't know what I was thinking. It is how the people of my world show they care for someone." I tried to pull from her embrace, but she would not let me go. "Please, Nathan, I would like you to do it again." My cheeks felt like they were on fire, but I obliged her. She released me and smiled warmly. "My father and I will return soon. Take care, Nathan Myers. I want nothing to happen to you while I am gone." My cheeks were finally starting to cool as I walked with Tria to the hangar. Clutch and Kuntz were standing next to the hatch of the transport. I walked up to them and shook their hands, then gave each a quick hug around the shoulders. Tria was watching my every move. I guess she was wondering if I was going to kiss them. She gave me an even bigger smile when I did not. I addressed the 3 of them. "Stay safe, and remember, if things look wrong to you or you feel threatened, we can always regroup and rethink our strategy. Think of your safety first and the mission second. I look forward to seeing you all back soon." Justice came over our comms. I wish you well. The commander and I will be standing by if you need us. The crew entered the transport and closed the hatch. They hadn't even departed, and I already missed them. Justice opened the hangar doors and gently pushed them into the void. Then, Justice took the Legacy in close enough to the outpost so we could recover the crew if things didn't work out. We held station for almost 18 hours before Tria hailed me and gave the green light to start my part of the mission. Justice took us a good distance from the outpost, and we transitioned to hyperspace. Our transit time would be over 33 hours. I went to the science lab and started messing with the new weapons. I took the sling from my shotgun and set it next to the new weapon. Justice? I would like this to hang from a sling that can be utilized with both sets of armor. The Zane battlesuits were already becoming cluttered with weapons and existing equipment. I needed an attachment point that would not interfere with the other weapon systems on the suits. After studying the battlesuit diagram, Justice projected a hologram above the work table. I decided a spot over my right shoulder on the munitions backpack would be good placement. The most expedient attachment point turned out to be a maglock plate used in our combat boots. It could be placed on the back edge of the ammo pack without obstructing my numerous other weapons. Justice will have to add thin strips of magnetic material to the weapons because hull alloys had no magnetic properties. The penetrator slugs were an excellent piece of engineering, but I really liked the buckshot loads Justice had enhanced. Because I grew up on Earth and was taught to share, we should have a little something for everyone. Justice and I brainstormed it a little while. Justice used his marvelous processing cores, and I whined about what I wanted. We decided it would not be problematic to add a 10-pellet chamber in place of the penetrator. Justice installed a small explosive charge that would detonate once the shot chamber was clear of the barrel. The blast then sends the pellets toward the target in a tight pattern predetermined by the chamber design. Justice made sure it was fail-safe by putting a contact trigger on the round in case the target was at point-blank range and the propellant charge didn't ignite. I moaned until Justice filled each pellet with the explosive compound from our battlesuit weapons. After seeing the Scroon weapons with the wicked-looking bayonets, I wanted the same for our new weapons. Justice was unable to reproduce the Tybor fighting knife design with the available materials. We shelved the idea until we could come up with them. We were getting ready to drop back into normal spacetime just outside of System 2456. I had just come off an extended sleep period and was still a little groggy when we made the transition.
Commander, I have an unidentified vessel in the lower atmosphere of the gas giant the research station orbits. There is a high probability it is attempting to mask its presence. The vessel was detected with our enhanced sensor systems. Negation systems are operating at maximum efficiency, and cloaking capability is optimized.
I was now wide awake and wondering who would be trying to hide, and why. No one had any idea the Legacy would come back here anytime soon. Only the scientist had that information. I am getting a bad feeling about this, Justice.
Commander, there is a 62% probability our exit from interdimensional space has been detected.
Do you have any return data on the target?
Negative, Commander. The dense atmospheric conditions are distorting much of my return information.
I guess there was always the possibility it might have been one of the scientists from Rax or Arn's clans. They could have turned on us as soon as we left. I thought the size of our bribes would have bought their silence. It looks like I was wrong. Where is the station?
Just over the horizon from the target, Commander.
Let's swing around the other side of this gas ball and see what we find.
Commander, I am now picking up shield emanations from the target, and they are consistent with previously recorded data on Galactic Union warships.
You mean from Iger's ship?
Correct, Commander. But the target return data suggests a smaller vessel. I still lack detailed information, but I can confirm it is not a Galactic Union battleship. The classification would be consistent with a small frigate or possibly a large gunship.
Have they spotted us?
Negative, Commander. They are turning back toward the research station.
It is now a certainty they have detected our transition emanations. We have completed our orbit, and I am now detecting 3 additional vessels docked with the station. Can you identify them, Justice? One is a Grohl transport, and the other 2 are unidentified. They appear to be large shuttles. The target ship is slowing, and I speculate they are waiting to see if a ship will approach the station. Is there a chance they will detect us? The closer our approach to the station, the greater the risk. If the target sweeps us with a military-grade full-spectrum scan, I do not believe the negation system can completely conceal our presence. If I bring our shields online, they will be able to actively target us. Back us away slowly, Justice. I think this is some kind of trap. I don't like the idea it was laid for us. If we send an encrypted message to Zool, will we be detected? I suggest we move away from the station and send the message. We will be undetectable until we broadcast. Once you send the signal, I will relocate the Legacy to the opposite side of the gas giant and bring us behind the target ship. We should know their intentions soon after we broadcast. All right, Justice, do it. I don't want to mess around with these guys. If they detect us and attack, do what you must to protect the Legacy. Roger that, Commander. Discrete access codes entered, and comms are active. I've got an idea, Justice. I want you to take a single sheet of Artifact 2762 and get ready to jettison it out the cargo hold door. When I send the message, you dump the 2762. Then vacate the area at maximum acceleration. Excellent idea, Commander. I can delay the signal to allow the artifact to be detected at the same time as the broadcast. We will capitalize on their passive sensor lag to clear the area. If they make a high-speed run at our decoy and don't attack, I want you to take us behind the station so it will shield us while we take a closer look. I am ready for you to broadcast, Commander. Overmaster. I request permission to dock. Justice dumped the Artifact 2762 out of the cargo hold and made a high-speed dive for the gas giant. It didn't take the bogey but a couple of seconds to react. The target is launching sublight missiles, Commander. Missile count holding at 6. I am detecting full-spectrum military scan emanations. We will be over the gas giant's horizon in 11 seconds. I now detect multiple high-yield antimatter detonations. There is high probability the target ship's captain will realize his error and will prepare for retaliation. Let's not keep him waiting, Justice. Give the target a full shot from our energy weapons and 1 full-yield antimatter missile, then take us around the gas giant in close to the station if possible. I watched in fascination as Justice superimposed the target on the view dome of the bridge. We rapidly closed to optimal weapons range. The display dome blinked in unison to our weapons firing. The yellow circle around the red target triangle began blinking. A thin white line representing our missile intersected with the target. The yellow circle disappeared from the target, and the red triangle started blinking. Commander, our main weapon systems brought down the target shields and allowed the antimatter missile partial penetration of the ship's defenses before detonation. The target's hull has been breached and is leaking atmosphere. I still detect several active point defense systems, and the ship appears to be drifting. The station will be between us and the target in 37 seconds. Forward missile tube has been reloaded, and all weapons are in standby mode awaiting orders. Let's hail them and see if they are ready to call it quits. Multilingual program is active, and comms are ready to broadcast, Commander. Deactivate your weapon systems and do not attempt to bring your shields back online, or you will be destroyed. Commander, I am detecting heavily encrypted communications between the target ship and the research station. It is not possible to determine the proper decryption key at this time. Target the aft section of the ship, Justice. Acknowledged, Commander. The target ship is now acknowledging your hail and will comply with your orders. They are no longer masking their communications, and the translation is coming back as the Murloc dialect. The last time we encountered any Murloc in a Union ship, it was Iger and his band of pirates. I don't like the implications of what is going on here. We need to find out what has happened on the station. Commander, one of the shuttles has just brought its power plant online, and I believe it is making ready to depart the station. I now detect a shield emanation from the shuttle. Bring us right over the shuttle, Justice, and target it. Can you bring down its shields without destroying it? Affirmative, Commander. The shuttle's shields are incapable of deflecting continuous railgun fire. Hit them with a couple of rounds, then let me broadcast in the open. Acknowledged, Commander. Localized communications are available. Justice hit the shuttle with rail cannon fire. The yellow circle around the shuttle faded, and then returned to normal. I called out to them. If you attempt to leave the station, you will be destroyed. They are complying, Commander. Their shields have dropped, and the power plant is shutting down. I am detecting more encrypted communications with the Union frigate. I want to talk to the station. Comms are active, Commander. I want to speak with Overmaster Zool at once. If you test my patience, I will destroy the Union ship. Commander, I am receiving voice comms with embedded video. I will put it up on your screen as a one-way communication. I looked up at the screen, and the image of a Murloc appeared.
I am Overlord Yagas. Zool is no longer in charge of this facility. Identify yourself, so we might better communicate.
I was getting a very bad feeling something bad had taken place at the facility. Justice? Target the station. The Murloc suddenly looked to the side, and his furry face changed expression. The Murloc turned quickly back.
Our response to your intrusion into a restricted zone was not unreasonable. If you identify yourself, I am sure we can work out a profitable conclusion to our simple misunderstanding.
Commander, the Union frigate just launched a hyperspace communication buoy. Can you shoot it down, Justice? Negative, Commander. The Union ship is between us and the buoy. I have lost the contact signal on the buoy and now picking up a transition distortion wave. The Union frigate is powering its star drives and getting underway. They have partially restored their aft shields and are accelerating for open space. I surmise they are attempting to transition. Take them out, Justice! My view screen blinked twice. The red triangle disappeared from the screen, but several small red lines were rapidly moving toward our position from the destroyed frigate's last location. Snapshot missile launch, Commander. The Legacy has yet to be acquired, but the missiles will attain lock if we remain stationary at this position. Missile count is 12. The sublight missiles became 12 individual red lines moving at incredible speed right at the Legacy. Can you shoot them down? Affirmative, Commander. The view dome blinked from the whiteout effect of all our energy weapons firing at the same time. The swiftly approaching red lines started vanishing. I breathed a sigh of relief when all the missiles were destroyed. Justice, scan the shuttles and tell me if they are occupied. The shuttles and the Grawl transport have been vacated. Our railgun fire has prompted an evacuation of the area. Destroy the shuttles and leave the transport. I need my armor up and ready with a full weapon loadout. If you have enough ammunition for the new weapons, I will take one with me. Commander, you cannot go into the research station alone. There is a... Justice, please don't give me a probability for my demise. Help me get ready and wish me luck. I have to find out what happened to the Grawl scientists that helped us. I will not leave without knowing if they have been harmed. Commander, I will not be able to communicate or track your progress once you are out of the shuttle docking arm. Our last visit revealed extensive scan and communication shielding throughout the facility. If the Murloc in charge has harmed the scientist, you will not have any trouble tracking me. Just monitor the station for the hell I will unleash on them. I'm sure you know the Murlocs were calling for help when they launched the communication buoy. The clock is ticking, so please, let's just get this done. Roger that, Commander. 31. I ran to the ready room and saw several of Justice's extruded arms working on my armor. The needle railgun was already attached to the left arm of the suit, just behind the muzzle of the armor's primary weapon. My new double-barrel weapon was being attached to the right side of the ammo pack on its magnetic clip. I was putting on my suit liner when I glanced up and noticed my armor was sporting a new paint job. There was a monstrous-looking skeleton on the front of the armor. The helmet was finished out with an equally monstrous fanged skull with horns. The eye holes were glowing red. Justice obviously took my hell comment to heart. This must be the AI's attempt at psychological warfare. I'm not sure what the aliens were going to think when they saw my new getup, but I was sure it would not be conducive to good bladder control. I stepped into my armor as it squeezed my body with a now familiar fitting process. Looking into my helmet visor as it switched to an exterior view of the dock arm, I stared in mute fascination. Both of the shuttles seemed to disassemble into massive clouds of debris. It was fortunate I already had extensive knowledge of the station's layout. I was hoping whoever took over the station didn't have that information. The chances of the opposition inviting me in would be slim. I had to be very careful where I made my entry so I would not introduce the wrong people to vacuum. I knew where the Overmaster's command center was, and it had a pressure door. I hoped they had replaced it since my last visit. Justice, map the command center for me and give me an entry point at that location.
Hull thickness directly above the command center is 55 inches, Commander. I calculate that 3 to 4 rounds of rail cannon fire will allow you access to the command center.
Make me a door whenever you're ready.
Roger that. I will angle my fire so it will deflect back into the outer hull upon penetration.
Justice moved the Legacy just beyond the shuttle arm and came to a halt. I was just inside the hangar door, waiting for Justice to open it. I got an exterior video feed in my helmet, and then felt the slight thumping vibration of Justice pumping individual rounds into the same spot on the outside of the facility. My external view showed 3 puffs of debris blow out of a dark spot on the massive exterior hull. It took a final round to breach the station hull. A large assortment of junk and possibly body parts came blasting out into the void and then quickly ceased.
I will be standing by awaiting orders, Commander. Our entry strategy will allow limited communications while you are on the upper deck.
The hangar doors opened, and I jumped into the void and gave my thrusters a sharp burp, driving myself headlong at the gaping hole in the station hull. I grasped onto the jagged edge of the opening and pushed myself down the hole. I was greeted by flashing red and yellow warning lights on almost every control panel I looked at. There was a large furry chunk of something floating around, and it wasn't hard to guess what it had once been. I moved toward the door control, and Justice projected the override sequence onto my visor so I could get the door open. When it opened, I was blown back across the wrecked control room when the station atmosphere came jetting from the doorway. I heaved myself up and forced my way through the partially opened doorway. It would be just a matter of seconds before emergency protocols would seal the door once again. I put my back against the wall next to the doorway and slid myself across the wall. The door finally slammed itself shut, and my audio pickups were assaulted by the wail of several alarms. I ran to the lifts and peeked down. I had played this game once and knew I had been lucky. This time, I was sure resistance at the bottom of the down tube would get ugly. Gripping the edge with my left hand, I leaned out as far as possible. I wanted a good angle so I could bounce several delayed charges of high explosive out into the middle of the room before they detonated. In my mind, I could hear my friend Clutch telling me more was always better. I gave my arm a little side-to-side wave, sending 12 rounds bouncing in all directions on the floor below me. There was a 5-second delay that just didn't seem that way when the floor heaved under the rippled explosive blasts. I was knocked down and bounced around like a ball. When I got to my feet, I noticed the floor now ran slightly uphill to the lift tubes. I looked down the tube and saw it had collapsed on itself. It was no longer a viable mode of downward transportation. I moved to the up-tube side of the lift, thinking I would just boost myself down against the upward movement of the gravity field. I didn't realize until I jumped head first into the tube that it was no longer functioning. I made the 20-foot drop head first into the bottom of the tube. I struggled to get my footing back, hoping if there were any surviving enemy troops waiting for me, they would be incapacitated by laughter, and I still might get the drop on them. I got to my knees and my weapons pointed in the right direction. I could only see complete devastation. There was a considerable amount of furry-looking armor pieces splattered on some of the walls. The only intact doorway was the storage room where we had found Justice's corpse. The heavy vault door was bent back into its frame. I worked my way through the debris and stopped at the Overmaster's office door. It had blown inward, and I could see several murlocs on the floor. The two closest to the door would not be a problem for anyone anymore. The three that were further back into the room were flopping around like fish out of water and making sickly gurgling noises. I left well enough alone and headed to the labs at the end of the corridor. The doors looked wrenched and out of place. There was a noticeable gap at the bottom I could peek through and see what might wait for me on the other side. I was worried about what the Murlocs might have done to the Groll scientists. It was possible they had been taken off the station, or even worse, they may have been on the Union gunship. I pushed debris aside and got down on one knee and used my targeting optics to peek through the crack. There was very little light and no movement. Just as I got to my feet, I saw a table move to the right side of the lab. A chill ran up my spine as I recognized combat drones coming up the ramped hallway from the dock area. There were 6 of them, spreading out and advancing in my direction. Just behind the drones were at least 20 armored Murloc troops. After seeing the results of my attack, I knew the quality of the Murloc's armor was only fair at best. The combat drones would be the big equalizer. I had nearly lost my life in this same hall once before. It didn't take a brilliant tactician to figure out being trapped on this floor with 6 combat drones was not a healthy proposition. I needed to lure them into the lift and into a kill box of my choice, not theirs. I might get lucky and get 2 coming through the lab doors, but I would be retreating under fire. Time was running out, so I headed back to the up-tube and waited to see what the order of battle would shape up to be. The hallway doors blew inward from a tremendous explosion, followed by a serious amount of heavy ordnance that dismantled the rest of the already wrecked corridor. The Overmaster's office that had once sheltered the badly wounded Murloc was in direct line with a drone assault, and now resembled a large smoldering cavern. I was being pelted with ricocheting shrapnel and debris. Putting my arm around the edge of the tube, I put the target dot in the middle of the blown-out doorway and saw a drone entering the hallway. I gave it a long burst of the armor-piercing rounds that generated an opaque cloud around the drone that sent my rounds flying in all directions. Oh, shit! They got shields! I boosted up the tube and headed to the docking arm airlock. Justice? I am in trouble and coming out the docking arm. Do you copy? I was getting nothing from Justice and was panicking as I fumbled with the airlock door. I was hoping the drones had not taken much offense to me shooting at them and would not destroy the airlock with me in it. If I had pissed them off bad enough, they might not care if there was any atmosphere on the station and blow my ass out of here. I glanced behind me as the airlock opened and saw a significant amount of smoke and junk flying out of the up-tube. It wouldn't be long now. The inner door closed, and the atmosphere was being sucked out as I stared through the view screen, hoping they would think hard about not wrecking the airlock. Justice, have you got a copy?
Yes, Commander. I am standing by for evac operations.
There are 6 shielded combat drones coming my way, and I sure could use your help.
I am moving just over the docking arm, Commander, and the hangar doors are open.
I didn't need any encouragement to get clear of the docking arm. It wasn't hard to find an exit. The docking bay on my right was open to space and had a large piece of a shuttle hatch still securely clamped to it. I looked over my shoulder and saw the airlock door close. That was a good sign cooler heads were prevailing, and the drones had been reined in before blowing the hell out of the airlock. Justice momentarily uncloaked to give my hasty exit a good reference point to find the hangar door. I was boosting so hard for the hangar I was having great difficulty slowing down and went careening off the ceiling and crashing into the hangar wall.
You are fortunate in your timing, Commander. It coincided with my taking a break from minding my own business.
Getting to my feet, I moved to the door. That's not funny, Justice. While I found Justice's humor in poor taste, it did have a calming effect to the panic I was feeling moments before. I looked down at the docking arm, and 4 of the 6 drones came popping out of the hatches that had once been shuttles. Justice cloaked, but had the hangar door open, leaving me standing as an inviting target for the drones to center their attention on. I could see the flashes of their weapons as all 4 opened up on me. The massive fire was exploding about 30 feet out in front of me, leaving small, milky white spots on the Legacy's shields that dissipated in seconds. I threw them the bird and smiled when the rail cannon hatches popped open and reduced the 4 drones to shattered tinsel. Justice, there are still 2. I was cut off mid-sentence by a bright flash, and the end of the docking arm no longer existed. I was sure the Murlocs waiting on the other side of the airlock had little doubt about what was going to happen in their near future. Thanks, Justice. Things were not going my way, and I appreciate the help. I jumped out of the airlock and flew into the massive hole at the end of the docking arm. What the hell? I tried the airlock door controls only to find they were indeed locked again. Boosting back out of the docking arm, I went back into the hole in the command center. The Murlocs were going to find out the hard way I didn't need the airlock to gain entry. As the command center pressure door opened, I was surprised as a Murloc soldier was sucked into the crack of the now opening door. I grabbed him by the back of the armor and jerked him inside with me, then slammed him up through the hole in the ceiling. I pushed myself back into the rushing atmosphere and out the door. The door slammed shut as I again slid myself against the wall. I was hit by some kind of beam weapon that caused my visor to blank out momentarily. Whatever the weapon was, it did not impart any significant amount of kinetic energy, but did give me a yellow temperature warning light in my HUD. I threw my arm up and gave the retreating Murlocs 2 rounds of anti-personnel munitions. The Murlocs closest to me were cut to ribbons by the twin explosions, and I gave myself a fair dusting of fragments from the backblast. 2 more Murlocs jumped up from the debris and took off for the blown-out lab doors. They weren't even bothering to take aim. They were waving their weapons wildly and spraying everything but me with railgun fire. I attributed their piss-poor weapons handling and growling screeches to the apparition my Halloween paint presented to them. I looked down at the front of my armor and saw I was covered in a fair amount of Murloc blood and guts from anti-personnel rounds. My new paint job was taking a beating. I ran after the Murloc. If I could catch one of them alive, I could question him. I had not made it 2 steps into the lab before I was blasted violently backwards into the scattered wreckage I had just waded through. The shattered hallway was becoming my nemesis. I was not sure what I had been hit with, but the shock was wearing off, and my lower left side hurt like I had been kicked in the guts by a mule. I was regaining my senses and saw I was getting an orange damage warning light on my visor. Rolling behind a mound of wreckage, I jerked my double-barrel weapon off its mount and got it pointed at the doorway. Feeling down my side, I couldn't find any holes. Glancing back out at the labs, I saw a really big Murloc with some kind of tube weapon on his shoulder. It looked like he was getting ready to give me seconds, so I squeezed the trigger. A fountain of sparks leaped out from just beyond the twin barrels and made contact with the oversized Murloc and everything around him. The crackling fusillade blew the tube weapon off the Murloc's shoulder and gave the alien a grotesque, sponge-like appearance before he was flipped over backwards into the lab tables. It took me a second to realize I had fired all 12 rounds. I flipped the selector to slugs and scrambled to my feet. My side was sending pain messages to my brain with each breath I took. I would not repeat that stupidity again and cautiously peeked around the corner of the shattered doorway. I could hear a wailing growl coming from the lab, but wasn't sure where. Seeing no movement, I ducked low and went into the lab with my weapon up and ready. I took a knee behind one of the big tables and gave the entire room a once-over. There weren't near enough dead Murlocs to account for all the troops I had seen. The wailing I had heard was now a much quieter moaning. I heard movement a few tables away from me, so I worked my way around the end of the room. I could look down each row of tables as I worked my way to the dock. The first row was empty, and the second had the pulverized corpse of the big Murloc lying dead in it. I moved on to the third, and it was also empty, but the fourth had a Murloc belly-crawling toward the opposite side of the room. The pulsating pain in my side reminded me to not target fixate, and I moved on to the last couple of rows, and not finding anything. It was a good time to take a break, so I quietly slid prone up on one of the big tables and pointed my weapon down the short ramped hallway leading to the cargo dock. It would be just a matter of time before the Murloc snake came crawling by, and we could have a little chat. I reached down into the belly pack Justice had made for me and grabbed a new rotary magazine full of buckshot. I eased the empty one out and threw it across the room, banging it off the wall. The Murloc on the floor sounded like a small herd of cows in his attempt to get clear of the room. I slipped my new magazine in the double barrel and jacked around into the chamber and slid off of the table right in the path of the crawling murloc. He screeched and babbled as I jerked him up off of the floor. Blood was oozing from several places on his right side, and he had shrapnel pockmarks on much of his armor. There was an oversized pistol in a holster at his side. I reached down and ripped it from his holster and smashed it on the table till both the weapon and the table were a mess. The murloc blubbered even louder, so I slapped him just hard enough to shut him up and focus on what I was saying. I could see my reflection in his face mask, and it was definitely a bowel-loosening specter. I would have to compliment Justice on the red glowing eye sockets. It was such a lovely touch. "Where are the Grawl scientists?" I was getting nothing from him. His helmet had a clear visor, and I could see he was looking over my shoulder at the hallway to the docks. I jerked him toward me and stuck my weapon up to his face mask. "I will have no use for you if you will not talk to me." I pushed him out at arm's length and turned my head. I wasn't planning on shooting him, but he didn't know that, and shouted, "They are in the dock." I needed to know what the hell was going on and why murlocs were at this station. "Why are you here?" The murloc looked confused.
"We were ordered to secure this station and await further orders."
It was obvious this guy was a foot soldier and was blindly following orders. He would have no valuable information. "How many troops are on this station?" The murloc looked terrified and was shaking his head. "If you do not answer me, you will die." He struggled and pushed away from me. "I do not know. You have killed so many." I let go of him and pointed at the doors to the dock. It looked like he would bolt, so I grabbed the back of his armor. "How many troops came with you?" I pushed him down the ramped hallway.
40 soldiers and 3 commanders."
He stopped and turned to look back at the labs.
"Now only 2 commanders."
It was becoming apparent a new source of information could only come from the other side of the doors at the end of the hallway. I remembered the cargo dock control room and several equipment storage areas were high on the cavernous room's walls. The lifts that took you to the scientists' personal quarters were also located up there. If luck were on my side, there would only be about 15 or 20 murlocs on the other side of the door. It was a solid bet they would wait on the catwalks above, looking for a chance to snipe at me. I prodded my prisoner up to the doors. "I am going to open the doors, and I want you to step through and tell me what you see. If you do that, I will release you, and you can go to your comrades." The murloc was shaking his head negative, and I stuck the barrel of my weapon to the back of his helmet. "You will not survive your other choice." I clipped my weapon to the backpack and hit the door control. When the doors opened, I could see no one out in the dock area. I kept a firm grip on the murloc's armor and shoved him forward. My prisoner quickly put his hands out in front of himself and turned his head back at me. A huge explosion drove me up the hallway almost to the lab tables. I was stunned by the impact, and it took several seconds for my vision to clear. There were warning signals blinking orange and red in several places in my visor. I focused on them and didn't like what I was seeing. Several of my maneuvering thrusters were inoperable. Coordinated flight was no longer possible. I pushed myself back upright and noticed my hand was still gripping a smoldering hunk of murloc armor. I let it fall to the floor and held my arms up, targeting the middle of the doorway. It would be disappointing if they made me wait. They didn't. 6 murlocs came charging into the hallway as I let loose with a needle gun and 3 rounds of anti-personnel. The beam weapons and railgun rounds that hit me let me know the cost of my armor was worth every credit. My return fire blew several of the murlocs to pieces, and hypervelocity needles enveloped the rest as I sent a non-stop torrent of fire into the remains of my attackers. The needles made an impressive pyrotechnical display of fiery sparks that ricocheted and fragmented in all directions across the cargo hangar. A low munitions warning blinked in my visor when the needle magazine dropped below 500 rounds. I ceased fire and slowly got to my feet. Another warning started flashing from the exoskeleton servo on my left leg. There was a slight lag in response to my movement. I needed to end this before I took any more serious damage. Charging down the hallway, I reached the pressure doors before they decided the pieces of my attackers were no longer a valid reason to remain open. I needed to keep up the shock factor. If I lived through the next few minutes, I would drop the Zanes a line and let them know to add my next stunt to their sales brochure. As I got to the doorway, I leaped forward and hit my thrusters at maximum output. I was thrusting upwards in a shallow, wobbling arc that would take me close to the far wall of the cargo bay. Warning lights flashed like a Christmas tree in my display, and I overrode them and cleared the distraction from my view. When the warnings disappeared, I had 7 red hostile indicators. My armor had very little control, so I twisted savagely and rolled myself over on my back. Forcing my arms up, I fanned them back and forth, sending waves of explosives up the walls and onto the catwalks. Disengaging my thrusters sent me crashing to the floor at the far end of the massive room. I slid to a stop just in front of the giant doors that sealed the bay from the vacuum of space. There was no return fire, so I pushed myself up and took off running to the lift. The lag in my exoskeleton was becoming more pronounced, and I needed to make it to the control room. I saw someone enter the lift and the door closing. I hit my thrusters again, propelling myself up to the lowest catwalk. Controlled flight was no longer an option, and I smacked into the wall and fell to the walkway. There were stairs on this level that could take me up to the control room. I pulled my shotgun from its clip and searched for targets. I could only see 2 dead or wounded Murlocs on this level of the catwalk. So far, my luck was holding, or the Murlocs were running low on expendable soldiers. I worked my way up to the next walkway and saw a Murloc crawling on all 4s. I ran him down and kicked him face first into the stairs. "Where is Yagas?" The Murloc was emitting an annoying screeching growl as he put his hands out to me. "I will not ask you again!" He started shaking his head, no. It was a poor choice to make while I was in my current state of mind. I jerked him up from the floor and threw him over the rail to the deck below. It was not a pleasant sound when he landed. My ability to run was becoming more difficult due to tardy responses from my exoskeleton. I was only able to achieve a fast hobble and did so up the stairs to the next deck. The lift had stopped on this level, and I cautiously approached the open door, finding the car empty. The control room was just beyond the lift door, and I could see movement inside. As far as I knew, there was only one exit from the room, and I limped in that direction. I had not quite made it to the lift when something pushed me from behind, and then did it again. Error warnings on my ammo pack and right side magazine feed tube started glaring at me. I dropped to the floor and spun around. A beam flashed brightly against my visor, blacking it out and leaving me with a stick frame outline of the outside world. I could make out the Murloc trying his best to BBQ me with his oversized handgun. My targeting point was a little low, but it made no difference when the streaks of burning buckshot blew the Murloc's legs from under him. He lost the grip on his weapon and was laid out prone, screeching on the floor. I switched to slugs and was shocked when the round blew him into numerous pieces. If it were not for the hairy mess splattered about, it would have been difficult identifying the remains as Murloc. I struggled to my feet and looked at the walkway below me to make sure no one else was going to sneak up behind me. It sucked to be on the receiving end of another lesson on situational awareness. The outcome could have been much worse if the Murloc was carrying one of the large tube weapons. The target had been in my HUD, but I was ignoring the information. I had trained with my crew so much I was used to having someone watching my back. I would have Justice alter his subsystem to give me an audible for pop-up hostile targets. The opposition hailed me in Murloc.
"We are willing to negotiate a peaceful cessation to hostilities. It will be very profitable for you to listen to what we can offer."
I shuffled up to the side of the lift for cover. I caught my reflection in the thick composite. The horror staring back at me would make pleasant dreams hard to come by for a while. My skeletal paint job was covered with splattered gore, and who knows what else. I had several large starburst blast marks and burnt spots decorating the front of my combat suit. There was a piece of Murloc fur stuck to my helmet. It looked like it was impaled by one of the horns Justice had painted on it. I hoped the dickheads in charge were wearing their diapers. A Murloc started hailing me again, and it sounded a little more desperate.
"If you do not want to negotiate, I will be forced to destroy this facility, and we will all die."
I don't know if he was bluffing or not, But at the moment, I didn't care. I changed mags on the shotgun and with great effort stomped my way over to the control room view screen. There were 5 Murlocs and a Groll in the control room with 2 Sitch standing by the airlock doors. All of them backed away from the screen. Bless the Groll's little heart, he turned the palest shade of white I had ever witnessed out of a Groll. 2 of the Murlocs were as big as the one that canned me in the lab. It was almost comical when one of them pulled the shorter Murlocs in front of him. I could not contain the sinister, maniacal laugh that escaped my lips. "Go ahead, you cowardly piece of sewage. Blow this cesspool into hyperspace. I don't care." I slapped my shotgun to its retention clip, and I stomped to one side of the screen, then back again. My leg servo was balking at my tirade and was rewarding me with the incessant blinking of a warning light. I drew my Tybor fighting knife and stuck the point against the composite view screen and let it screech a piercing note as I stalked back and forth. "My aura will search the void until it finds your homeworlds, and then I will feast upon your infant offspring. The screaming of your females will be heard across the galaxy." One of the tall Murlocs worked up enough courage to speak.
"I am the overlord of this facility, and I can pay you extremely well to ensure our safety. 20 million credits will be yours if you leave this station and cause no further damage."
I looked at the big Murloc. "Open the doors!" The looks on their faces said, "Hell no." My anger was almost blinding. "If you make me say it again, you will die." One of the smaller Murloc, being used as a shield, bulled forward and hit a switch on a panel, and the doors slid open. The look he was getting from his comrades was murderous. I stalked into the control room and knew from experience I did not want Sitch behind or in front of me. I pulled my left arm up and gave it a point-blank 2-second burst from the needle gun. Lucky for the rest of the sewage in the room, the Sitch standing next to it soaked up the over-penetrating needles. They both went crashing to the floor in a thrashing heap. In the time it took the second one to die, it managed to gruesomely decorate the occupants of the room. I focused my anger back on the cowering aliens. The 2 biggest Murlocs were crushed back into the corner of the control room, and the Groll was attempting to force his way behind them. I wasn't sure how long a Groll was capable of maintaining such pallor, but I bet this was some kind of record. "Where are Zul and the rest of the scientists?" The Groll and the Murloc were looking nervously at each other. I pointed to the Murloc that opened the airlock doors. "Tell me where they are, and you can leave." The Murloc stepped forward and pointed out into the cargo bay.
"They are held in a hidden storage area under the hangar deck."
I knew exactly where they were. It was Rack's hidden weapons locker. It was a pressurized chamber, so as long as it was locked, they were safe. If all of the Groll scientists were in there, it had to be very close quarters. I looked back at the Murloc. "If I see you again, I will kill you." He took off running and never looked back. I put my fighting knife away and pointed the needle gun at one of the smaller Murloc. "Do you want to live?" The Murloc pulled away from the others. "Close the control room doors and open the cargo bay." Without hesitation, the Murloc closed the control room doors, and I saw the flashing warning lights in the dock. An alarm blared, then stopped. Clouds of debris went flying to the gap in the doors as they opened. I caught sight of a flailing Murloc as it was sucked out the door. The Murloc I let go must have thought hiding in the cargo hold was a good option. It was not. The doors had hardly opened when Justice came over my comms.
"Are you injured, Commander?"
"I will survive, Justice. Have you picked up any transitions from hostile ships?"
"Negative, Commander. Are you ready for extraction?"
"Not until we evacuate the Groll scientists. They are locked in the storage room under the cargo bay. I will need you to land for recovery operations."
"On my way, Commander."
Less than 30 seconds passed when I noticed a small amount of debris floating around, and then the legacy materialized as Justice uncloaked in the hold. I turned back to the Murloc and the Groll. It was all I could do to keep from laughing out loud. The Groll and the 2 larger Murlocs had their arms stretched out with stacks of credit vouchers in their hands. Reaching over my shoulder, I yanked my shotgun free of its mounting clip. I pointed it at the short Murloc that had opened the cargo doors, and he looked like he would faint. I gestured at the outreached hands, and he promptly grabbed the vouchers and cautiously approached me. "Put them on the console and close the cargo bay doors." He quickly complied, and the doors closed. "Pressurize the hold." The warning lights ceased flashing. Walking forward, I picked up the vouchers, then glanced up at the three crowded in the corner. Putting the vouchers in my shotgun ammo pack, I looked at the Murloc that had complied with my orders. "You can leave." The Murloc opened the airlock doors to the control room and disappeared out into the cargo bay. I did not think he would be stupid enough to hide in the cargo bay after seeing how well it worked out for his fellow trooper. I looked at the others. "Take me to the scientists." They all attempted to talk at once. Their hesitation and excuses made me morally flexible. I drew my combat knife as my anger came to an almost blinding crescendo. In a display of otherworldly violence, I slashed the head from the Murloc bodyguard they were pushing out in front of them. I stood shaking and shocked at the unbridled aggression I could no longer restrain. The corpse fell against the three in the corner and pumped fountains of blood all over them. The Murloc that had wedged himself in the corner blurted out, "I am Kerrigan, clan sibling of Iger, the most feared pirate in the galaxy. If you harm me, there will be no safe place in the universe for you to hide. He will hunt you down and let you slowly burn over our ancestral fire pit." That tidbit of information saved the coward's life. He might prove to be the bargaining chip I needed to secure the dead core for the legacy. I thought about it for another second, then laughed into his face. It was I who destroyed his outpost. I fear only my creator, and it is he who has unleashed me on festering filth such as you. My exclamation was a hammer, and it smashed any hope the three had garnered from the Murloc's hollow threat. They slumped to the floor in the corner with the still bleeding corpse. I shoved my knife into its scabbard, then reached down and grabbed the Grawl, pulling him up to the Halloween horror that was my helmet. I could see he had encryption keys around both wrists. "Take me to the scientists, now." I shoved the Grawl toward the open airlock doors and waved the Murlocs in the same direction. Pulling my shotgun from its clip, I used it to prod my unwilling prisoners. When they stopped in front of the lift and were hesitating to enter, I gave Kurgan a violent kick in the ass, knocking all three to the floor of the lift. I stood over them, with a big twin-barreled shotgun staring into their faces. The sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach had little to do with the swiftly falling transport car. The welfare of the scientists weighed heavily on my mind as the lift doors opened on the deck below. I waved the three up and out of the lift, then pointed them to the other side of the legacy. Justice was surprisingly quiet. I was sure he could feel my concern for the scientists and the searing rage that filled me. My three prisoners were shocked when I marched them to the hidden storage area. I looked at the Grawl. "Open it now. If you hesitate, I will rend your arms from your body." The Grawl hastily complied. The deck slid back, and a light appeared on the ramp that descended to the inner pressure door. "You will answer for any harm that has come to them." The inner door opened, and I could see the scientists sitting on the floor packed in tight to each other. Off to the side were several of the Grawl laid out prone with makeshift bandages on them. My rage came clawing its way out once more, and I kicked my Grawl captive down the ramp. The two Murlocs stepped back from me, hoping to escape my brutality. I proved them wrong when I turned and knocked both to the deck. It was all I could do to keep from executing them on the spot. "Justice? Can you send your gurneys this far away from the legacy?" "Yes, Commander. They are capable of autonomous battlefield evacuations." "Send 10, with water and emergency nanites for treating Grawl casualties. I will let you know if we need more." The scientists pushed back away from the Murlocs as they regained their footing. "You will help the scientists out of there. If you cause them any additional suffering, I will cut your hands off and feed them to you." The gurneys started arriving. Several of the Grawl got up on shaky legs and took water bottles from the gurneys and passed them out to those unable to stand. I went to the Grawl lying on the floor in front of me. I did not know how I knew, because they looked so much alike, but I could tell it was Zool. He was badly beaten. One of his arms was broken in 2 places. I picked him up, and he moaned softly. Putting him on the nearest gurney, it turned away, then rapidly headed for the Legacy. Several of the strongest prisoners were helping others, and it was apparent no one would let Yages get anywhere near them. He would approach the Grawl, and they would push him violently away. One corner of the room was filled with excrement and other waste. My rage peaked, and I moved through the crowd of emaciated Grawl. Yages saw me coming and screamed.
No, I was only following orders.
I open-hand slapped him to the floor. Reaching down, I grabbed him by the leg and dragged him to the waste-filled corner. All the Grawl stopped and watched what was about to happen. I pushed Yages' face into the excrement and held him there while he thrashed wildly, then finally went still. The scientists still did not realize who I was. They were just thankful the horrific specter that came to help had not turned on them. Some of the Grawl must have made it up the ramp and recognized the Legacy. There was a loud murmur running through the crowd of prisoners. Someone shouted out in Grawl, "Mr. Myers has come back for us!" That seemed to get even the weakest Grawl moving up the ramp. Some were crawling, so I reached down and picked them up to put them on gurneys. Justice had a line that reached back to the Legacy. Kurgan and the snow-white Grawl were in the back corner of the storeroom. No one wanted their help. The Grawl scientists would rather accept help from my excrement-covered caricature than be touched by the likes of the 2 in the corner. After the last of the scientists were evacuated to the Legacy, I walked up to Kurgan and the Grawl. They both shrunk down on their knees in the corner. I grabbed the pale white Grawl and stripped him of his encryption keys, then turned my back on them as they begged not to be left behind. I closed the door and shut off the lights, then walked up the ramp and closed the deck cover. "Justice, I will need to decontaminate my armor before I board the Legacy."
Affirmative, Commander. Decontamination systems are set up at the base of the personnel boarding ramp.
"Is Zool going to make it, Justice?"
Zool is still in critical condition, but stabilizing. The nanites I have introduced into his system will significantly speed up the recovery process. I have set his broken bones and have begun the carbon fiber lamination process. His prognosis is good, and he will suffer no further ill effects from his incarceration. Graf and several of the senior scientists were badly beaten by Yages and his bodyguards. The rest suffer from malnutrition and dehydration. All are expected to make a full recovery. Many are in the galley replacing lost nourishment. I have introduced additional supplements into the food rations to bolster their immune systems. Several have told me of their ordeal. The Grawl locked in the storeroom is from the Dama clan, sibling to Arn. He came to visit his sibling and found there was a change in leadership. He made inquiries, and when he did not receive satisfactory answers, he made calls to unknown persons. Shortly after, Kerrigan's frigate transitioned into the system. Kerrigan dispatched 2 assault shuttles with troops to secure the facility and installed Yages as the new overlord. Rack's clan immediately told Yages what really happened to Arn and Rack, and this led to Rack's clan being put aboard Kerrigan's frigate and everybody else beaten and imprisoned. Kerrigan and Yages were awaiting a freighter so they could remove Zool and the rest of the scientists to a destination unknown to them. Many believed they would be exiled as Kuntz once was. Others feared much worse. All 37 scientists spent 4 days without food or water. Zool and some of the others would not have survived another day. "Thank you, Justice. As soon as I get decontaminated and out of my gear, I will address the Grawl in the galley." I walked up to the high-pressure nozzle Justice had extended on a boom out the personnel hatch. I was engulfed in clouds of steam that had a strange brown color. It stopped momentarily while a thin, flat beam of light walked up and down my armor. The wash stopped, and pressurized air blew my armor dry. I walked up the ramp and took the lift to the ready room. Stepping into the armor crate,
I hoped the additional artifact 699 I traded for the upgrades could repair the amount of damage my suit had sustained. I missed my crew, and the calming effect Tria had on me. When I was attacked, my reactions and emotions were not my own. Somewhere inside of me, a burning rage would come to light, and once unleashed, it would be the end for any unlucky combatant who crossed my path. Tria had said it was my maker who had set me on this path. I hope when my time comes, he will be able to forgive me, because hell was going to be severely overpopulated. 32. I put on a fresh, smart cloth uniform and headed to the galley. As I walked through the doorway, several of the Grawl got up and came over to me.
Mr. Myers, we had lost all thoughts of ever being free again. The probability of you coming to aid us in our most urgent time of need is infinitesimal. Many of us believed you had perished at the hands of the enemies you had made.
I looked around the galley and took a quick head count. Only 22 out of the 37 Grawl scientists were ambulatory. I was thankful Justice had given all a positive prognosis. It would take their combined help to accomplish my immediate goals. I will take you from here to places of your choosing. It was my intention to ask you to work for me. I now have a secure base of operations. Whoever joins me will no longer have to answer to the criminals who operate facilities like this one. All who join will be well paid and will be free to study some of the artifacts I have discovered. You will be free to choose what you wish to do. The Grawl were all talking excitedly amongst themselves. The chatter increased in volume, and it soon sounded like a party. I held up my hands, and the crowd of scientists quieted. Since it is no longer safe for you to stay here, I have decided to take as much of the research equipment with me as possible when we leave this place. To achieve this goal, I will need volunteers to collect as much equipment and supplies as you can gather. My plan is to set up proper research labs at my base of operations. I possess artifacts of an unknown nature. Intense study may be required to classify and catalog them. The Grawl were staring at me with awe, and I took their silence as anticipation to what I may say next. We needed to get this show on the road before hostiles change my plans. I will need a volunteer to operate the cargo bay doors so the Legacy can move back outside this facility to patrol for combatants who will try to stop us from leaving. The Grawl got up from the tables and gathered around me. One of them stepped to the front of the crowd, then looked back at his fellow scientists, who were all nodding to their new spokesman.
I am Jaren, Mr. Myers. My fellow scientists have made me their voice. Tell us what you require, and it will be done. We cannot speak for those who are in the medical bay, but all here wish to join you.
I need the control room for the cargo bay manned by someone who knows its operation well and will also be able to use the communication equipment to stay in contact with the Legacy. The rest of you are to take the cargo handling equipment you will need to strip this facility of everything you deem useful. We must do this as fast as possible because Kerrigan's frigate launched a communication buoy before I could destroy it. That was more than half of a rotation ago. A joyous murmur rippled through the crowd of Grawl. Jaren turned back to me.
We are pleased Rack's clan perished with the Murloc pirates. Had they chosen to stick to the story Zul had told Dema, no one would have suffered. They chose instead to betray us all. Dema had them put aboard Kurgan's frigate. They were to be exiled for their deceit. I was relieved to know no friendlies were aboard the frigate when I destroyed it. Start gathering equipment, and I will patrol the system for hostile reinforcements. Hail Justice when you are ready to open the cargo bay. There are several cargo jacks available in the hold of the Legacy. Take them if you need them. I will be standing by for your communications. The Grawl dispersed and headed to the Legacy's hold. Justice, how are our patients doing? I made your statements audible to the Grawl in the infirmary. 6 are of questionable health, but insist on helping to gather equipment. I have administered stimulants and will release them so we can get underway. Justice, enable comms so I can broadcast outside of the ship. Roger that, Commander. Comms are ready. Jaren, if you encounter any Murloc,
Tell them the demon who has taken this base will not harm them, as long as they do not interfere with our mission. I looked at the exterior view of the Legacy Justice was projecting onto the galley view screen. I could see several of the Grawl raise their arms and wave recognition of my broadcast. The Legacy had been in the cargo bay of the station for more than 5 hours. Jaren was in the cargo bay control room, ready to open the cargo doors.
All atmospheric locks engaged, and hold doors are opening. Good luck, Mr. Myers. We hope to see you back when we are ready to leave.
Justice backed us out of the hold, and we started a full-spectrum scan of the surrounding system. As we flew up over the station, Justice called.
"Commander, I have detected a life form in the Grawl shuttle, and it appears to be in the machine spaces."
"Give me comms to Jaren."
"Comms active, Commander."
"Jaren, Justice has located a Murloc, and he is hiding in the Grawl shuttle. Please inform him I plan to take the shuttle. It won't work out well for him if he continues to hide there."
Affirmative, Mr. Myers.
Justice took the Legacy into a wide circle of the system and came up empty on hostile contacts. I wondered how long it would take for the Grawl to collect their equipment and gather it in the cargo hold. I hadn't slept in over 16 hours and decided to give it a try. Going to my cabin, I took a fast shower, then went to bed. Sleep came fast, but it was filled with the nightmares of my day. I woke up in a sweat with Justice calling to me.
"Commander, I have detected a transition signature at the edge of the system. It appears to be a small freighter, and it has altered its course to a heading that will intersect the research station."
"I am on my way to the bridge." I put on a fresh uniform and ran down the hallway to the bridge. Looking up at the big domed screen, I saw the yellow triangle on a course that would pass in front of us. Justice had the Legacy cloaked and our negation system up and running. "Have you picked up any communications, Justice?"
"Negative, Commander. They are using dated scanning technology to scan and locate the research station. They have swept us several times and have not discovered our presence. I am intercepting a burst communication. It is a sophisticated encryption algorithm, and it may take several minutes to decode. They have sent an identical burst, and I believe they are expecting a return signal. The ship is slowing and altering its course. Commander, I have a partial translation, and the language is Scroon." "Justice, disable their star drives if possible." "Roger that, Commander."
I watched as the freighter filled the overhead screen. It looked like an old wreck that needed a good paint job. I saw our targeting reticle appear on the freighter's active discharge nozzles. The blue-orange glow from the nozzle suddenly increased to a white-hot tail. They were hitting the gas and changing course to take them out of the system. Justice hit the right-hand nozzle with a 2-second burst from our rail cannon. There was a huge flash of molten metal flying off the star drive nozzle of the ship as it spun into a looping circle. The left side drive was still operating at full power, and the captain was struggling to stop the spin. The Scroon ship bent at a strange angle just forward of the drives, then broke in half with a huge orange flash. Shit! I was going to board the freighter to see if there were slaves aboard. "Let's go take a look at the wreckage, Justice." We rapidly approached the debris field, and Justice slowed us to match the drift of the wreckage. There were several of the cages we had seen on the other Scroon ship we had boarded, but none were inhabited. Several Scroon were floating here and there, but nothing indicated any other species.
"Commander, I have detected a large transition disruption directly astern of our location."
Kerrigan's comms buoy was finally being answered. "Justice, see if you can tuck us up against the front half of the freighter's hull. It looks large enough to shield us from scans." It was no small feat matching the drift and spin revolutions of the Scroon hull wreckage. I knew Justice was adept at such maneuvers because I had seen him do it before. The Legacy swiftly closed the short distance to the wreckage. We started a matching spin rotation, then Justice parked us on the side of the derelict hull.
"Commander, the target is scanning our location, and its shields have come online. I identify the ship as a Murloc Warbringer-class battleship. It is not of modern design, but still a dangerous advisory."
The view from my command chair gave me chills as the big, blunt-nosed warship turned in our direction. Justice boxed it with a big red triangle. We were still miles apart, but it still looked huge. We would not know if we had been spotted until they opened fire on us. I could feel a trickle of sweat on my forehead as I counted the numerous weapons protruding from the battleship's hull. I could see 8 large, twin-barreled weapons pointing fore and aft. Are you familiar with the ship's capabilities, Justice? The records I have used to identify the ship are more than 50 Earth years old and were gleaned from the research station memory cores. A ship that dated would have gone through several updates to remain spaceworthy. Its current capabilities are unknown at this time, Commander. I was hoping our negation systems could defeat the Murloc's ship scanners. So far, they were doing nothing, which was a good thing. Commander, I surmise by the modern design of the weapons system, the Murloc warship has had extensive updates, but the sensor packages have not. Ships similar to Kerrigan's frigate and Iger's battleship have a more advanced sensing array. The fact we have not been discovered at such close range indicates a limited capability scanning and targeting system. If that is the case, then I am thinking Iger got his hands on some military surplus and made it spaceworthy so he could intimidate other races. It might also be a way of hauling around large numbers of his pirate troops. Correct, Commander. A ship of that design, regardless of age, would also make a formidable planetary bombardment platform. It would also be capable of destroying the research station. What are our chances of stopping them if they decide to attack the station? Better than average, Commander. If the quality of their scanning equipment is an indicator of the quality of their shields. I do not believe they will be capable of deflecting 2 or more discharges of our main weapon systems at this range. Target is now making a turn away from us. If they are headed to the station, we will have to stop them. Commander, they are accelerating toward the station. I recommend we attack before the range between us further increases. This will give our 3 main weapons optimal performance against the target's shields. The front and rear of the battleship has the largest array of shield emitters. I recommend a high-speed pass targeting the upper hull between the mid-deck weapons batteries. I will engage them with continuous fire from our main weapons and will launch 8 full-yield antimatter missiles before we pass the target. A short transition to the far side of the system will limit our exposure to direct fire from their main batteries. I will initiate the engagement on your order, Commander. Engage, Justice! I sat back in my chair and gripped the armrest and watched as the battleship filled the screen. The big, domed display started a non-stop flicker as it tried to prevent whiteout from the blinding discharges of our 3 main weapons. I saw white lines originating from around my view screen that moved rapidly toward our target. A flashing yellow-white opaque cloud enveloped the entire top half of the enemy ship as our weapons struck the target's screens. I never got to see if the target lines from our missiles contacted the battleship. I felt Justice transition us to hyperspace, then felt it again as we dropped back to normal space-time. The target was now just a barely discernible red triangle on the backside of my view screen. How do we do, Justice? We received 13 ineffective weapons strikes on our port side shields from the battleship's point defense systems. Our aft shields took 2 direct hits from their main batteries. Our shield efficiency has decreased by 17%. I detected 7 premature detonations of our 8 missiles launched. We transitioned before I could account for one last shot. My scans indicate the target is now slowing, and I am picking up encoded comms traffic. I recommend another pass to further inflict damage on the previously targeted area. We will also gain battle damage assessments for any necessary follow-up attacks. All right, Justice. Take us in swinging. The sensation of the transition felt like we had only made one jump. Any thought of that notion was dispelled when the battleship seemed to appear on the starboard side of the view screen and then moved past us. The huge battleship was literally going to pieces as we jumped back in and out of hyperspace once more. I spun my chair around, trying to locate the enemy ship. It was low on the back of the screen and appeared as a small, blinking red triangle. The attack happened so quickly I couldn't tell how well we did the second pass. What I got was a quick glimpse of a giant hole where a gun emplacement used to be. Commander, our shields are currently 81% and regenerating. The Murloc ship has sheared in half, and I am picking up multiple distress beacons. The target jettisoned a hyperspace communication buoy I targeted with a missile as we made our transition. I could not account for the missile or the buoy when we re-entered normal spacetime. I believe it would be advisable to evacuate the scientists regardless of the equipment gathered and leave this system. Okay, Justice. Contact Jaren and let him know the scientists should prepare for immediate evacuation once we return. I will need you to set up decontamination equipment for Kerrigan and Dema. We will take them with us when we leave. I want them isolated in the brig. No food or water until I say so.
Affirmative, Commander.
The two aliens had spent little more than a day in the prison of their own making. I was still trying my best to hold my anger in check at the way they treated the Grohl scientists. The fact the Murlocs had sold the scientists to the Scroon reignited the flames of my hatred. I was hoping things were going much better for my crew than it had turned out for me. I desperately needed to talk with Tria about my blinding rage that seemed to rear its ugly head with an increasing frequency. My murderous tendencies in battle were scaring the hell out of me because it was like I was on the sidelines watching my unbridled fury run amok. Justice had to know how conflicted I was about my actions, but said nothing about it. I was going to talk with him and find out if he had any insight into what was driving my psychopathic rampages.
Commander, ETA to the station is 4 minutes. My scanners have picked up a large antimatter emission from the location of the Murloc warship. I am no longer receiving distress signal transmissions. Jaren has informed me they will be ready for evacuation of the station. They have accumulated a significant amount of equipment and are moving the last 2 large pieces to the cargo bay. They will be ready to depressurize the hold once the devices are inside.
Roger that, Justice. Is my armor available or is it still being repaired?
Several maneuvering nozzles and exoskeleton power servos are still being repaired, but the rest of the systems are back to normal. Weapons are fully functional and loaded to capacity.
I'll wear my backup armor until the Zane armor is repaired. The new weapons you designed worked perfectly, and the munitions were light enough I would be comfortable carrying twice the loadout. That reminds me. Dema and the Murlocs coughed up a pile of credit vouchers, and I put them in my shotgun ammo pack. Did you run across them?
Yes, Commander. I found cards totaling 4,260,000,000 credits. I took the liberty of asking Jaren if the credits you had paid the scientists had been confiscated. He stated the scientists secretly hid their credits in the Overlord's restroom, and they have recovered them. It turns out many feared Rack's clan would betray them, so the scientists were in agreement if they were betrayed, they would all claim to have given their credits to Rack's clan to buy their silence. They took several beatings, but told the same story. Rack's clan was accused of withholding the funds they collected and were transferred to Kerrigan's frigate. The artifacts that we left behind were also confiscated and transferred to Kerrigan's ship. Many of the scientists overheard Yagas and Dema tell Kerrigan they were to be exiled until they gave up the credits. Most of the scientists thought they would suffer the same fate, which we now know was incorrect. I put the vouchers with the rest of your credits in your weapons safe.
Thanks, Justice. I will need one of your new shotguns and a magazine pouch ready to go when I get to the ready room.
Already waiting for you, Commander. Jaren says they are ready to depressurize the hold.
Okay, Justice. Take us in so we can pick up our passengers and get the hell out of here. Once everything is loaded and the Grohl are on board, I will retrieve our prisoners. The pressure doors on the station opened, and Justice set the Legacy down beside a huge pile of equipment. Jaren closed the doors and pressurized the hold. The scientists carried their belongings into the crew bunking quarters. I told them to get settled and get some rest. Justice made quick work of loading the equipment with a tow beam. I walked down the ramp and headed to the hidden storage area. Justice had the decontamination boom extended out of the cargo bay and ready for operation. I used the encryption key to open the deck and then the storeroom. I was stunned at what I found. Sitting in a corner was a very much alive, excrement-covered Yagas. Apparently, the vile supplement I had introduced into his diet was not as fatal as I thought it was. I could feel my anger rising and turned to Dema and Kerrigan. You two come with me now. If you say one word or hesitate in any way, I will execute you. I waved them up the ramp with my shotgun, and they quickly complied. Yagas sat staring back at me with hate-filled eyes. I left the doors open and the encryption key lying on the floor at my feet. I marched my 2 prisoners over to the decontamination boom at gunpoint. If you move, I will shoot you. I stood back so I had a good angle on the walkway to the storage room and could keep an eye on the 2 stooges as well. I was wondering how long it would take for Yagas to come sneaking up the ramp. It was almost 4 minutes exactly when his head peeked up over the edge of the door. He stood there watching while Dema and Kergan got the cleaning treatment. I had Justice provide smart cloth uniforms for them to wear. As soon as they were clean and dressed, I walked them to the brig. I put each in a cell at opposite ends of the brig and locked them down and shut the lights off. Heading back out to the ramp, I saw Yagas still standing in the same place. I ignored him and went to the control room. As soon as he figured out what I was going to do, he disappeared back down the ramp. The warning alarm blared as the pressure dropped in the hold. I opened the hold, and Justice moved out from the station and scanned for hostile contacts. The Legacy reappeared in front of the big hold doors. I overrode the airlock door controls and got another blaring alarm as the atmosphere from the control room blasted out into the empty hold. Grabbing the railing and pulling myself along the catwalk, I felt the tug of the tow beam. I let go, and Justice pulled me into the hangar of the Legacy. Justice, take me to the docking arm so I can collect our new transport. I pulled the other encryption keys I had taken from Dema out of my pocket and waited as Justice parked us next to the gigantic hole he had blown in the docking arm. Pushing off the hangar doorway, I floated into the docking arm. Grappling my way along the ceiling, I came to the Groll transport. Using the encryption key to open the hatch, I brought the power plant online and hit the dock release. The transport floated free of the docking arm. I felt Justice latch on with the tow beam and pull the ship inside the Legacy. Justice, take us to a safe distance and destroy the station.
Acknowledged, Commander.
I exited the transport and walked to the ready room. Taking off my armor, I looked up at the view screen Justice projected on the wall. I could see the open hold doors on the station. Justice fired 6 closely spaced antimatter missiles into the opening. The station blew apart in a blinding flash. Justice, take us to Alpha Base.
Transition in 30 seconds.
I went to my cabin and spent 8 hours trying to sleep. I settled on slightly less than 5. With my daily routine out of the way, I headed to the galley and joined several of my new guests. I got my tray and headed to a gathering of Groll having a discussion with Jaren. The scientists saw my approach and politely slid down the bench and made room for me next to Jaren.
Mr. Myers, I have been to the infirmary and have discussed what has come to pass with Zool, Graf, and the rest of the scientists still recovering from injuries. It has been unanimously decided we all wish to remain with you in your journey to your base. Many want nothing more than to study artifacts without fear of hostile intervention by criminals seeking profit from our research.
I am pleased you wish to join me, but you know I have made a lot of enemies. While you will remain at my base of operations, you may be called on to find ways of helping me defeat the hostile forces against me. I have put my life on the line to stop the spread of the injustice corrupting honorable races. I plan to expose those in power who are making huge profits on the misery of others and will do whatever is necessary to stop them. There is hope for a better life for all races, but the corruption must be stopped. If you join me, you will commit to a cause whose goal is to bring the powerful criminals hiding in the shadows out into the light. They will be judged and held responsible for their crimes. My speech must have been inspirational, because the Groll trickling into the galley crowded in close around me. I didn't know what to think about what I was seeing, so I slowly stood up and grasped each of their hands. The expression on their faces was the now familiar smile I had grown used to seeing from Kuntz. Jaren was the final set of hands I touched, and his look of determination said it all.
We are with you, Mr. Myers.
I could only think of one thing to say. Please, call me Nathan. All my friends do. It was time to have a talk with the prisoners. They had been without food and water for 3 days now. I knew what I was doing was morally wrong, but it didn't seem to matter to me right at the moment. I had Justice shut off the water to the sinks, and the other fixtures didn't require water. They were still getting better treatment than they deserved. I took 2 small bottles of water with me to the brig. The cell enclosures were blacked out, so they could neither see nor hear any outside communications unless I allowed it. I walked to the cell Kerrigan occupied and sat down on the long bench facing the cells. I used my implants to make the enclosure transparent. Kerrigan was lying on the cot that hung from the wall, and he was staring at me. I set the bottle of water on the floor in front of the cell. How does it feel to have someone deny you your most basic needs? To deny you the things that will determine if you live or if you die? How does it feel to know at any second I may open the cell door and kill you, and there would be nothing you could do about it? The Murloc sat up and stared at me with hate in his eyes.
If you let me go, my clan sibling Iger will make you very wealthy.
I laughed at the idiot. He still didn't get it.
You're a fool,
to incite my anger. If you have mistaken my mercy for weakness, you are destined for a very painful death. I have no need for wealth. Each piece of sewage such as you give up their credits in hopes of me sparing their lives. They die destitute. If I felt the need for additional wealth, I would have boarded your battleship before I destroyed it and forced the cowards aboard to give me their credits. My statement stifled the Murloc's arrogance and put a look of despair on his face. The Murloc turned his focus on the water bottle sitting on the floor.
What do you want from me?
I had to be careful not to tip my hand, so I needed to generalize my inquiries. I did not want the Murloc to think he had any cards to play concerning his fate. You have a very extensive list of detractors who wish you dead. Admittedly, I am one of them, and at the moment I am in one of my saner moods. I had brought the water bottle with me to ensure I would not be thirsty in the time you took to bleed out after I pulled your limbs from your body. The Murloc slowly backed into the corner of his cell. I had his complete attention. You need to convince me you have something I might need. If you can't, I will grant the Grawl you had imprisoned their wish. Surely even a moronic fool such as you will be able to figure out what they wished for. The Murloc made his way to the front of the cell.
I heard the Grawl call you Mr. Myers. If you are indeed the alien known as Mr. Myers, you do not have much longer to live. Iger has told me Mr. Myers is worth 50 million credits dead and 100 million alive to anyone who can turn you over to him. You have become the most hunted alien in the galaxy.
That piece of information, while alarming, didn't bother me enough for it to register on my face. I knew at some point it would be an eventuality. If Kerrigan thought it was valuable information, I was going to burst his bubble. I shrugged my shoulders and laughed at him. I am losing count of the races that have tried to collect. The Murloc's eyes widened at my lack of concern. I used my implants to open the door to his cell. I find you have no value whatsoever. The thought of you being on my ship sickens me, and I believe it is time to remedy the situation. I got up from the bench and took a step toward the open cell. The Murloc screamed, "No! I can tell you many things. I can tell you where Iger can be found." I stopped in front of the cell. You have my interest momentarily, but your time is running out swiftly. The terrified Murloc was wild-eyed and panting. Iger has gone to the Chalt homeworlds. He has been sent to capture Chalt scholars. Now the pirate had my attention. I didn't want Iger anywhere near the Chalt homeworlds. Even the smallest possibility Tria and her father might cross paths with Iger was alarming. I needed to be very careful not to let the Murloc know how concerned I was. Who would send him on such a foolhardy mission? He cannot enter the exclusion zone. You are wasting my time. The Murloc was desperate and was practically begging. He has made an alliance with a very powerful Grawl, who has allies in the Galactic Union. How do you think we obtained our Union warships?
Iger is able to take his flagship in and out of the blockade at will. No one will stop him.
The ramifications of what I was hearing sent small shots of nervous uncertainty to my heart, and from there to my brain. I was not scheduled to arrive at our designated rendezvous location for another 2 weeks. There was no way of contacting Tria until then. Kuntz and Clutch would remain at the Coram outpost until the shuttles were ready. I could go to the outpost and contact them, but I did not think it would help in communicating with Tria. My pause gave the Murloc hope, because he stopped his begging. I stared at him with my most menacing look. Who is the Grawl with enough power to order Iger to do his bidding? The look of hope quickly vanished from the Murloc's furry face. I knew by the look he did not know. Kerrigan got the desperate look back and started grasping at straws.
I do not know who the Grawl is, but if you monitor the blockade, you should find my clan sibling.
Kerrigan's useful information had dried up. He still might be a small bargaining chip if my concerns didn't become reality. None of our contingencies included interference by Iger. I kicked the water bottle into the cell, and with a thought, closed the door and blacked it out. Justice, what are the odds of Iger interfering with our plans? There are numerous unknown variables, Commander. Given the fact he is in the area, the probability of him being at the right location and on the exact date you have chosen are quite small. The overall average is plus or minus 13%. That includes the wildcard variables added because there is a very small percentage of traffic that goes into the Chalt homeworlds and an unknown amount that goes out. The uncertainty of the coincidence and my growing concern for Tria made me feel helpless. On Earth, 13 is considered a bad luck number. Right now, 13 of anything will not make me feel any better about our odds of not having a run-in with Iger. I am still pissed at Kerrigan. It's up to you if you want to feed him or not. He already got all the pity he will get out of me today. I will take it into consideration, Commander. We are currently 23 hours from Alpha Base. I sense your concern for Tria's safety, and I will expedite the unloading of personnel and equipment upon our arrival at base. My subsystems will sort out any difficulties they might encounter moving into their new residence. Setting up the new labs will take considerable time and should keep everyone occupied until we return with our crew. On a lighter note, I have released the last of the Grawl from the medical bay, and all are doing well and are in high spirits. Zool and Graf would like to speak with you when you are available. Thanks, Justice. As soon as we offload, I want to jump to Outpost 655 and try to contact Kuntz and Clutch. Roger that, Commander. Moving to the other end of the brig, I sat the other water bottle on the floor in front of Demma's cell. I wasn't really sure why I had bothered to bring him at all. The shifty Grawl would be a much harder nut to crack than Kerrigan. I had hopes of attaining information about Arn's criminal associates. Turning the lights on, I cleared the view into the cell. The Grawl was sitting on the floor facing the door. He knew I would be by to talk to him. I will make you the same offer I made Kerrigan. Prove you are of some value, or you get to take a walk in hyperspace. Demma was staring at the water bottle.
Give me water, and I will answer a question. If you give me food, I will answer another.
It didn't take the little shit long to figure out I wanted something from him. Thinking about it for every bit of 2 seconds, I decided I had never seen interdimensional space through the open hangar doors before. I suddenly had a burning desire to do so, and felt it would be important to share the view with Demma. I opened the cell, and when the piece of crap reached out to grab the water bottle, I snatched him up off of the floor and walked out of the brig into the short hallway that leads to the hangar. The little prick seemed to be dumbstruck I would treat him this way. As soon as I entered the hangar, he had the decency to turn a nice shade of pale white. "Stop! I will answer any questions you might have." I kept my slow, casual pace as I nonchalantly walked across the hangar. When the doors opened and the dark gray shimmering dimension that is hyperspace appeared before us, the Grawl thrashed around wildly and screamed incoherently. Demma's frenzied flailing grew progressively weaker, then ceased altogether when I stopped in front of the doors. I have found that most of your race is extremely intelligent, but no matter the race, there is always one exception. You inevitably run across one that makes you think, what the hell happened to this one? To make it the stupidest idiot you had ever met. Dema, you are the exception to the rest of your race. After all you have witnessed and all that has come to pass, you still believe you somehow have the power to bend others to your will. One of your own species, a Grawl named Drayan, had once called me a mindless beast, when there are some such as you displaying those characteristics much longer than I have been around. The look of burning hate suddenly left Dema's face and was replaced with surprise and shock.
You are the human that attacked Drayan.
The Grawl started a wretched cackling.
You have no idea how powerful of an enemy you have made when you meddled in Drayan's affairs. You will soon die a horrible death, human. Iger is Drayan's enforcer, and he has been ordered to search the galaxy for you until you are captured or killed. There is a 100 million credit bounty on your head for any who brings you to Drayan alive. He wishes to dissect you a piece at a time until you finally perish. It may take a solar rotation or more for you to die.
The little shit must have seen the surprise on my face.
You do not understand the forces he commands. Iger's pirate fleet is actively hunting you. Iger's fleet master, Vermic, has the battleship Celestial Radiance searching the galaxy for you. You will soil yourself in fear when you lay your primitive eyes on the mighty Murloc Warbringer. Drayan's closest allies, the Scroon, are also in the hunt. The Scroon's most powerful warlord, King Lashmos, has vowed to cage you like the beast you are. There will be no place for you to hide. You and this relic you somehow managed to reach the stars in will pay the ultimate price for interfering with the balance of power we have worked so hard to put in place. If you release me now, I might be able to talk Drayan into sparing your miserable life. I can make no guarantees. My rage was straining at the cage I had been desperately building to contain it. The sequence of events that brought me to this place and time was tied together by the hand of my creator. Tria telling me my maker had set me on this path was ringing true. There could be no other possible explanation for the actions that brought me here. The shock of the epiphany soon faded along with a look of surprise on my face. Justice? Don't we have video we would like to show this Grawl? A view screen appeared on the bulkhead next to the hangar doors. I jerked Dema around and walked to the wall and held him at arm's length in front of the projection. He struggled, but ceased when the screen came to life. On the screen was a shot of the Legacy destroying Kerrigan's frigate. No, Justice. I know we have much better video than that. The screenshot was replaced with a picture of the monstrous Warbringer battleship filling the picture. I could not help myself. I had to do a little narrating. Well, isn't this a coincidence? That looks just like the mighty battleship Celestial Radiance. I turned the Grawl around to face me. Isn't that what it looks like to you? The look of utter shock and surprise had Dema's mouth gaping open. I could not stand it and jerked the Grawl around behind me. Nope, no soiling going on here. I swung him back around and pushed his face within a foot of the screen. The screen stuttered, and the shields of the battleship were ablaze with fire. The Legacy's missiles leaped out at the target. Damn, Dema. It looks like the Antique we're traveling in lost some of its antimatter missiles. 6 of the missiles were shot down by point defenses outside of the huge, fluctuating hole in the Warbringer's shields. The 7th entered the hole in the shields. It detonated directly above one of the big cannon emplacements, ripping it from the hull. The 8th missile disappeared into the hole, and the picture went blank because of the transition we had made. The video started again as we made our second pass. Justice added the proper finishing touches with a magnified view of the ship breaking in half. I turned Dema around so I could laugh in his face. Drool was starting to drip from the Grawl's gaping mouth, and he was white as a sheet. Come on now, Dema. Get yourself together because you will really like the next video. I'm sure it is going to be my favorite from now on.
The video started again, with explosions peppering the back of the Scroon slave ship. Dema's eyes squinted at the screen, trying to decipher what he was seeing. Justice fast-forwarded to the point I was standing in the Scroon's trophy room. It would never get a PG rating. I saw myself killing the last of the Scroon command staff and then jerking the Scroon leader off the floor. Justice made it a point to get a good close-up through my suit display. You could make out the face of the Scroon clearly. Justice, freeze the frame, please. Dema, could you tell me if that is King Lashmos? It would be nice to know, so I can show all of my friends how you should properly treat royal pieces of slaver sewage. The last scene on the view screen was a slick piece of work on Justice's part, because it gave you a sense of what was going on and what was about to happen. The image angle was from above me and was showing me holding Lashmos at the edge of the hangar door, pleading with me. In the background, through the hangar door, you could see the people of Beta 1 below us with their arms stretched up in the air. The next thing you see is His Royal Lowness getting kicked out of the hangar to the crowd below. A parting shot of the crowd encircling Lashmos was priceless. The Grawl was now hanging limp from my hand. He kept babbling this was not possible and could not be reality. I gave my rage a bone and Dema a good dose of reality when I threw him out of the hangar door. I cursed myself for sparing Drayan. I was now accountable for the untold misery I had caused to a countless number of innocent people by the supposed act of mercy. The beast was tormenting me with its wretched mirth. My enemies would find mercy was no longer a commodity for sale at any price. It took all of my will to push the thoughts I had for Drayan out of my mind. I used the news of Zul and Graf's recovery as an antidote to my poisoned thoughts. 33. I went to the crew bunking area and found Zul and Graf lying in their bunks with Jaren and several of the other scientists gathered around. The small crowd parted, and I walked in their midst. Zul, Graf, I am glad to see you are doing much better. I wanted to apologize to you and the rest for all the pain and suffering you have endured, because you have helped me. The Grawl looked up at me and gave me a small smile.
Mr. Myers, it is a small price to pay for the freedom we have finally gained. If Rack's clan had not betrayed us, very little would have happened. A new overlord would have taken over and a new overmaster selected, and we would still work for the same criminals. Nothing good would have come from the change of leadership. Now, we have a future of our own choosing and freedom to work without fear. We will assist you in whatever endeavor you shall embark on. I have not seen the Chalt female, and would like to know what has become of Kuntz and the Tybor troopmaster. Have they abandoned you?
The comment brought a big smile to my face. No, Zul. They are still my closest allies. The Chalt female is Tria Burler, and she has gone to her homeworld, hoping to bring her father, a Chalt scientific scholar, to our new base. I believe he might be able to help us unlock the secrets of the artifacts we have discovered. The talk of a Chalt scholar possibly coming to the base sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd of scientists. Zul held up his good arm to politely silence the crowd so I could finish telling him about the whereabouts of my crew. Troopmaster Clutch and Engineer Kuntz are purchasing 2 new assault shuttles for future missions. As soon as we make it to Alpha Base and unload, I will need to depart and retrieve my crew. I will leave it up to all of you to determine who will be in charge while I am gone. You will vote for the leadership position, and the elected leader will establish the chain of command. There will be times I may require your help, and I hope you will freely do so. The base's location is secret, so there will be no external communications allowed without my permission. Justice has dedicated a subsystem of himself to handle base operations. So, if you need something, ask, and he will let me know, or he will answer you himself. The facility can hold over 150 personnel, so there will be plenty of room for everyone. I also noticed one of the scientists in his infinite wisdom brought a very generous supply of food concentrates. The facility will be operational because of the foresight of that scientist. The crowd all turned to a slightly pudgy scientist named Quam, who was standing in the back of the gathering. They gave him a round of polite applause, and he nodded his recognition. I turned to leave so the Grawl could work out their future plans. I am sure you have much to discuss, so I will leave you now for other matters. We arrived at Alpha 1 and made a security sweep of the outer system. Justice queried his subsystems and found the solar system was as deserted as we had left it. The Legacy made a straight-in approach to Alpha Base and landed in the large, underground hangar. I gave my guest a quick tour of the facility while Justice stacked everything from the hold in a huge pile alongside the Legacy. It was a short distance to the large lift shaft that would take the scientists to the new lab area. With everything in order and Zool with a solid plan for setting up the new labs, I started preparing to leave. The artifacts in the hangar had caused a considerable stir among the Grawl scientists. Judging by their reaction, the research labs were going to be set up in record time. I said my final goodbyes and boarded the Legacy. Once clear of the moon base, Justice accelerated to maximum velocity and transitioned to hyperspace. If we had the dead core, our transit time to Outpost 655 would only be the time it took to gather the dark energy required to charge the core. The information I gained from Dema made the chances of trading with Iger extremely unlikely. If there was a run-in with Iger, I didn't think his clan sibling alone would be a big enough bargaining chip to acquire the core. I still had a supply of artifacts in the cargo hold that might sweeten the pot, but didn't know if it would be a better deal than Drayan's offer. There was the real possibility Iger would be determined to collect the bounty on my head and couldn't care less for the safety of his clan sibling. If he could identify the Legacy or my crew as the persons of interest who blew up his station, all bets would be off. After Dema's little speech, I was leaning heavily in the latter direction. The video Justice had played for Dema had me revisiting my troubled propensity for violence. There were times when I know I could have chosen a less extreme solution, but felt driven to do otherwise. Violence directed at me set off an almost uncontrollable rage that could only be resolved by a permanent solution. I was struggling to contain the almost compelling need for combat and the desire to kill. This was not the Earth Kid of almost a year ago. This was someone else. My only regret was sparing Drayan. The fact that I had let one of the vilest creatures in the universe live when I could have stopped him sent my rage boiling once more. Had I killed him, none of the events currently taking place would have happened. It was as if I were being penalized for using my conscience back when I still had one. I needed answers, and the only way to get them was to go to the source of my alien indoctrination. Justice. I know you have been monitoring my moral struggles. You have yet to comment on my condition or suggest solutions that might ease my conflict. Is there something you have chosen not to tell me? Yes, Nathan. I was a little startled by Justice's use of my first name, and then no further comment on what he was withholding from me. Let's hear it, Justice. I want to know what you have been hiding from me. I have hidden nothing from you, Nathan. I have chosen not to relate to you my findings. There is a small probability what I have determined might compromise your combat effectiveness. I am not willing to take actions I feel could impact your survivability. You are my family, and the answers you seek are not worth the risk any additional stress to your psyche will correct. Tell me now, Justice, and don't force me to make it anything other than a request. I have found evidence your human emotions and moral upbringing are conflicting with your natural progression to the apex of Ularan weaponization. I have erred in allowing you to access the full range of Ularan combat conditioning and training. After our recent intelligence briefing, I believe some of the combat conditioning you were indoctrinated with was specifically for combat with the Prul. I theorize the Ularan had determined in order to meet the Prul threat with forces capable of surviving battle with the biomachines, they needed to create the ultimate soldier. The Ularan weaponization program was developed with the help of Guardian and other Sentinel race technology. The Ularan and human physiology are very similar in composition. In fact, there are many races, when introduced with the same environmental conditions in their evolutionary processes, develop parallel physiologies. Differences that develop are usually connected to environmental adaptations. The Ularan and Chalt are examples of humanoid evolutionary adaptation to environments introduced after the races left the worlds of their origin. The older the race, the more significant the adaptations tend to be. My point being, you are suffering growing pains resulting from the rapid evolutionary leap your physiology is attempting to make. When you add the weaponization conditioning and imprinting that I now find was not intended for a less developed species, you can expect moderate to extreme confliction. You have been adapting amazingly well, and your survivability in combat situations is remarkable. The calming qualities of Tria's presence and her extraordinary ability to halt the degenerative effects of your rapid evolution has led me to the decision to remain silent on my findings. You encounter your most extreme reactions to your conditioning when Tria is not present to offset the negative effects. We both benefit from the presence of Tria and your crew. We both need to be reunited with the rest of our family. Family interaction significantly increases our sense of self. I sat down and put my head in my hands and massaged my temples. I wasn't sure if I was getting a headache or if what I had just heard was triggering another unknown side effect of my Ularan training. The beast I thought was someone else turned out to be me, embracing the training designed to turn me into a cold-blooded killing machine. The higher the threat level, the deadlier I became. The reasoning behind Justice's silence on my transformation had merit, but full disclosure of problems involving me is what I expected from him. Justice's transformation to human companion was at a crossroads with my transformation to Ularan weaponized soldier. We needed to take one step back and see if we were both capable of halting any further slide in the wrong direction. Justice, I want no more secrets between us. While you might have interpreted your silence as the necessary thing to do, I could just as easily interpret it as a breach of trust. Let's not go there anymore. Affirmative, Commander. Now that I knew what was eating at me, I would work on trying to contain my murderous rage. The Legacy dropped out of hyperspace near the Quorum trading post. Because of our most hunted status, we would have to resort to cloak and dagger tactics until I had a face-to-face discussion with Drayan. The backup armor Kuntz and Clutch were wearing had limited communication capabilities. We would be forced to make several low orbits of the station, hoping to contact them. By the 10th pass, I knew my crew must have run into trouble. The fact Kuntz was well known to Drayan had me thinking our whole mission may be compromised. The only way I could find out would be to have a meeting with the Quorum running the station. Tria said nothing happened without his approval. I had Justice scanning everything that might indicate where the Quorum or my crew were. Commander, I have located a communication HUD and a centrally located power distribution control center. Those locations typically have a large amount of activity. Areas of the station my scans are able to penetrate indicate it is deserted. Our previous visit showed levels of activity I would consider normal for a base of this size. I am intercepting a small amount of encrypted communication traffic originating from the enclosed area previously identified as the shipyard. All the spacecraft occupying the docking arms when the crew disembarked are noticeably missing. I did not like the lack of other spacecraft any more than Justice did. Something was wrong, and the lack of communication from Kuntz and Clutch was a bad omen. The idea this might be related to my error of letting Drayan continue to needlessly consume perfectly good atmosphere was giving me a feeling of dread. When we dropped off Kuntz and Clutch, there were 14 ships of various designs parked at the external docking arms and an unknown number behind the large oval hatches for the shipyards. The probability of the station having no visitors was minuscule. The probability of it being normal procedure to not answer our request to land was 0. I would have to go down and knock on doors to get my answers. Commander, I have detected a space-time disruption on the far side of the station. The scan identification pattern closely matches that of Kerrigan's Union frigate. We are cloaked, and negation systems are optimal. I moved the legacy so the station is between us and the target. There is less than an 11% chance we have been detected. I will monitor communication traffic to determine the identity of the crew manning the ship. Roger that, Justice. Have my armor ready with a full loadout, and have one of the new shotguns ready as well. Affirmative, Commander. I am now picking up encrypted traffic between the target ship and the outpost. I still lack the primer keys necessary to decrypt the communications. The target has moved in closer to the outpost and has become stationary. They are now doing localized military-grade scans of the system. I have moved us closer to the outpost, and our detection level is now 21%. I went to the ready room and geared up. I was wondering if this was the Galactic Union or if it was Iger's pirates. If it's the Union, what were they doing here? If it's Iger's bunch, were they coming for Kuntz and Clutch? Commander, the scanning has ceased, and the target ship has launched 4 shuttles that are exact matches to those identified at the research station. The shields on the target ship are now online, and the ship's weapons are in target acquisition mode. I postulate this is a pirate frigate, and they are expecting imminent combat operations. I was starting to feel that no matter where I went, trouble would be waiting for me. Tria had put it more eloquently by stating it was my destiny to make a stink wherever I went. I wasn't the patient type, and decided not to keep trouble waiting. How long will it take for the shuttles to reach the station, Justice? At their current velocity, 16 minutes, Commander. Attack and disable the frigate if possible, Justice. Justice brought us around the station at incredible velocity. It looked like we were going to crash headlong into the shuttles. My view screen stuttered in time with our main weapons fire. Justice was firing just over the shuttle's approach vector, and I could see the frigate's bow shields were lit up like a star. We pumped out 4 sublight missiles destined for the frigate, but the shuttle captains panicked. The formation commander made a disastrous mistake and turned into the maelstrom. Justice checked our fire, but the shuttles crossed paths with a return barrage from the frigate. 2 were destroyed outright, and the other 2 started an uncontrolled tumble. 1 shuttle impacted our shields and disintegrated. The other looked like it was heading toward the station as we flashed by it. Justice hailed the frigate and warned them to cut their drives and surrender. The frigate was firing on us non-stop and attempting to turn away from us. Justice pressed our assault. The bright glow at the front of the Legacy told me we were taking intense counterfire. I hoped the Guardian-designed shields could take more of a beating than the Union's. Justice apparently thought so, because we were rapidly closing with the frigate. I could now see huge holes in the Union ship's hull, and most had a hellish glow coming out of them. There was a tremendous flash, and the frigate disappeared into a massive burst of debris. All hostile targets have been destroyed. Our shields are currently at 48% and regenerating. The recorded heading of the last shuttle intersects with the outpost, and I am detecting a debris field from that location. Communications from the outpost have ceased. Justice, take us back to the station. I'll be waiting in the hangar to jump. We might have to make a door. Affirmative, Commander. I have scanned the station, and making an entrance will not be necessary. The remains of the Murloc shuttle are embedded in the outpost just below the exterior antennae arrays. You will be able to gain access at that location. Justice was right. The front of what remained of the shuttle was wedged into the station, and the resulting rend from the collision made a more than generous opening to enter the station. I jumped out of the hangar and gave my thrusters a small burp, propelling me across to the station. I maneuvered to the large hole the shuttle had made. It was a simple matter to pull myself into the opening. The room I entered was demolished, and at some point was on fire. The vacuum of the void had extinguished the flame, but several panels were glowing from hotspots where current was still flowing through the wrecked equipment. I was able to locate what looked like a pressure door with the aid of the low-light setting of my visor. Working my way through the debris, I pushed the access button for the door. A warning light flashed, and the door slid open with a small blast of atmosphere. I pulled my shotgun from its mount and moved to the other airlock door. Hitting the button caused the one behind me to slam shut. When the airlock pressurized, it filled with smoke. There was the possibility there was a fire on the other side of the door. The door opened, and the smoke blew out into a darkened corridor. I couldn't see any flame, so I moved down the corridor to the hatch that was the only exit. My weapon was up, and I could feel the beast wresting control of my nervous emotions. Trying the hatch handle, I found it was locked. Not being a patient man, I backed up half the distance of the hallway and hit the door with 4 slugs. 2 would have done it, because the last rounds impacted on doors across from the hatch and blew the front of the wall out, revealing what used to be restrooms. I looked to my left and saw a huge open area like a mall of sorts. To my right were 3 more closed doors. I chose left and went out into the big open vendor area. The place was deserted, but my audio pickups could hear several sets of feet running away on the other side of the booths. Justice? Broadcast over the open networks, any ship that attempts to leave will be destroyed, and anyone with a weapon will die. Affirmative, Commander. Broadcasting. I worked my way clear of the booths and saw another long hallway. I didn't know what to think about the lack of personnel and started a brisk run down the corridor. Another big area full of booths opened in front of me, so I skirted the fringe and looked down the aisles. Just when I thought the place was abandoned, I caught sight of 2 unidentified aliens wearing armor. They had clutches, girth, and big, grasshopper-like legs. Both were hauling ass down the far end of the room, heading in the direction I had just came from. They ran like ostriches, covering ground quickly. What made me stop and turn around were the big, multi-barreled weapons they had on their shoulders. Justice, have you received any response over the comms? Negative, Commander. I am also broadcasting to Kuntz and Klotch, but have received no response. What do you make of the aliens that ran by? Quorum heavy gunners, Commander. I have no updated information on their armor or weapons capability. It is advisable to use extreme caution. The beast raged as I leaped out of the aisle and opened fire with a shotgun. Explosive slugs knocked both of the surprised quorum to the floor. My slugs ran dry after 9 rounds, and I gave them all 13 of the buckshot. The cloud of explosive buckshot blanketed my adversaries with fiery shrapnel. One looked like he was down for the count. The other one was struggling to get his weapon turned in my direction. I threw my left arm up and gave them 3 rounds of high explosive. The damage my shotgun shells started, the golf ball-sized explosive shells from my armor suit finished. The remains of the quorum were scattered down the hallway. I felt a little better knowing I didn't have to worry about the 2 quorum coming up behind me and doing what had just been done to them. Slapping fresh magazines onto the shotgun, I headed back in the direction I was going earlier. I had just cleared the room full of booths when off to my right I saw flashing, sparkling lights. Turning in that direction, I was knocked violently to the ground as the booths behind me were blown to pieces. My senses returned, and my shotgun was no longer in my hands. I was searching through the debris when the floor just in front of me disintegrated into a basketball-sized crater. The blast spun me around to my left, covering me in large pieces of the metal booths. I was furious I had once again lost my situational awareness and was targeted for my stupidity. Stretching out prone, I pushed my fists out in front of me. I hit my thrusters and crashed through a nearby booth out into an open aisle. Rolling over, I sent round after round of high explosive back in the direction I had taken fire from. The floor shook from the barrage, and I could see clouds of smoke and fire through the flying debris. I jumped to my feet and ran as fast as I could to flank anyone who I might have injured in the fusillade. I could see a quorum down on the floor against the wall, and I gave my heads-up display a quick glance. There was another target ambling away from my position, so I lobbed 3 more rounds at the moving target. My proximity to the explosive rounds was a touch close, and I was dumped on my butt when the floor seemed to jump up at me. There was no longer a target on my visor. When I tried to regain my footing, I spied the handle grip of my shotgun sticking up in the air in a pile of debris across the room. I hurried to it and pulled it from the pile of wreckage. I was shocked to see the end of the barrel sheared off and the rest crushed sideways to the receiver. Pulling the loaded magazines from the ruined weapon, I threw it to the floor. I moved away from the hallway with the flashing lights, but noticed several bodies lying on the floor in front of a big red door. Glancing at my visor display, I saw it was clear of targets. I moved down the hallway and looked up at the gaudy lights hanging from the ceiling all the way to the big door. The glittery ambiance of the corridor had an almost nightclub-like feel to it. The bodies on the floor were Corum, but they had thick, black, leather-like uniforms on. 3 of them had holes the size of my fist blasted through their chests. It was hard to tell if the shots came from the front or the back. The other 2 were slashed to pieces. If I had to guess, I would say the butchery was the work of a Tybor fighting knife. I reached up and tried the big metal handle on the door, but it wouldn't budge. I did the only other thing I could think of and smashed my fist into it 3 times and stood back with my suit weapons trained on the doorway. Just when I felt my anger peaking once more, I heard a loud, ratcheting clang, and the door slowly opened. It was dark inside, and I cautiously stepped forward. The lights suddenly switched on, and standing in the back of the room behind a huge desk was Clutch, with his knife to the throat of an obese Corum. I looked to my left, and Kuntz was pointing his pistol at my helmet. Reaching back, I closed the door and pushed the big locking bar back in place. I knew what was coming, so I waited until one of them said it.
"Commander, what took you so long?"
The Tybor gave me a horrendous toothy smile and slapped the Corum upside his fat face, knocking it to the floor. Kuntz put his pistol away and walked up, grasping my hand with both of his.
We have been trapped in here, trying to figure out how to get out of this alive.
They were both wearing some very nice-looking business attire, but the front of the suits had blood splattered all over them. I now knew what happened to the Corum lying dead outside. I asked them what had happened. Clutch pulled the oversized chair from behind the desk and sat down with his tree-trunk legs on the Corum's back. The Corum moaned its displeasure, and Clutch rewarded it with a kick in the guts. They both looked exhausted, but Clutch recited the story.
"We got a call from this piece of sewage 2 days ago, saying the work to our shuttles was finished early. He sent a couple of the fools lying outside to bring us to a dinner gathering to show his appreciation of our business transaction. We had purchased civilian apparel to wear to dinner, and noticed the place was almost empty. When our escorts showed up, they were acting strange, and we felt something was not right. Then I spotted some armored troopers with heavy weapons gathered in the adjoining mall, and knew from that point on we were headed for trouble. When we get to the hallway outside, the other 3 Corum jump out and stick weapons into our faces. They took my pistols and managed to get the door open to this Throg's office before my warrior's scent distracted them. They were careless and did not realize a Grawl might carry a weapon. Kuntz let them know it was a grievous error and shot 3 of them dead. I let the other 2 know the reality of not searching a Tybor warrior. We then found out from this greedy fool someone has placed a large bounty on our heads."
Clutch rewarded the Corum with another kick in the guts.
"This lump of sewage decided he would collect it. We tried to make our way to the ship docks to commandeer a ship and leave, but ran into heavily armed Corum troopers. Kuntz convinced me you would not honor my clan if I got killed trying to fight the gunners with my fighting knife. So, we have been locked up in here, holding their commander hostage. His name is Inaki. They tried to get in once, but we persuaded Inaki to call them off. They shut down all communications and refused to bring us food. No matter how much we threatened to kill Inaki, they would not give us any. I think a lot of them want him dead. We questioned him, wanting to know who put the bounty on our heads. He claims it was pirates."
I was wondering where the Corum troops were. "How many troops have you seen, Clutch?"
"I saw 4 with rail cannons mounted on their armor. We tried quizzing his fatness on troop numbers, but he knows if we kill him, we will die too. So he refused to talk."
I took care of 4 heavy gunners, and the rest of this place looks deserted. We had to take out a pirate frigate that attempted to land shuttles on the outpost. The morons destroyed all 4 of their own shuttles trying to shoot down the Legacy. The Corum rolled his puffy face up at me.
If what you say is true, then you have sealed your fate. The frigate belonged to Cecil, clan sibling to Iger. If you do not know of Iger, you soon will when he has you disemboweled and forced to eat your own entrails before you perish.
I laughed at the quorum. Kerrigan said something along those same lines just before I destroyed his warship. Iger is most fortunate he has hidden from me for so long. Soon I will bring him to judgment, and he will die a coward's death. Inaki was shocked. I walked over to the quorum, and Clutch pushed the fat alien away from him with his legs. Reaching down, I pulled his hulk upright. I killed your heavy gunners, and the rest are cowering in fear. If you do not answer my questions, I will cut you up in pieces, and you will eat them before you perish. To emphasize my point, I jerked his puffy hand up onto his desk and in one fluid motion drew my fighting knife and drove it almost to the hilt just between his corpulent fingers. He screamed and jerked his hand back, inspecting his fingers in disbelief I had cut none off. Clutch laughed and drew his knife and said,
"Now it's my turn."
The quorum slid his huge body across the floor with his oversized grasshopper legs.
What is it you want to know?
I knew there had to be more quorum on the station somewhere. Where are the rest of your soldiers? I didn't like the look of indecision on Inaki's face. Clutch, I think Inaki needs to know what his fingers taste like. Clutch jumped up from his chair and twirled his combat knife in a show of practiced dexterity. The quorum started squalling and blubbering.
They are in the shuttle hangars.
Now we were getting somewhere. How many are there? The quorum blurted out,
Over 50.
Who told you to seize Kuntz and Clutch? The look of indecision quickly changed on Inaki's face when Clutch raised his fighting knife over the alien's hand.
The Graal's picture and ID came over the mercenary nets 2 standard rotations ago. There is a bounty of 20 million credits to anyone who turns him over to Iger's clan. I have personal dealings with Cecil and informed him to come and retrieve the Graal. He told me to not let anyone know the Graal was here because hundreds of mercenaries would converge on the outpost to collect the bounty. I put out the word the Fusra Pus virus was spreading throughout the outpost, and most everyone fled. I told my troops to stay in the shuttle hangars, and they would be safe from infection. I thought it would be a simple matter to have my bodyguards capture the Graal and kill the Tybor. The quorum's latter statement registered on Kuntz's face as a grimace when Inaki retched. We needed to find some fresh air, and it was time to move elsewhere. We cautiously abandoned Inaki's office. Other than the bodies littering the floor, no one was in the strangely lit hallway outside. I had a hard time bulling past Clutch so I could take the lead and reconnoiter the big hallway connecting the mall areas. I made a methodical sweep of the shattered booths. The place was still deserted. Inaki's ruse was still holding. Where are the shuttles Kuntz purchased? When Inaki wasn't forthcoming, I pulled my combat knife and turned on the quorum. The only chance you have of living through this is to prove you still have some worth. The oversized alien stared at the big Tybor fighting knife. They are in Construction Bay 3.
It was time to let Justice know I had found Kuntz and Clutch, and we were going to try to get the shuttles. Justice, have you got a copy? Affirmative, Commander. I picked up your suit telemetry after you vacated the quorum's office. I have no hostile contacts at this time, and on your order, I am ready to extract you and the crew. We are going to recover our shuttles before we leave, Justice. I need to get Kuntz and Clutch's armor suits to them, because I expect resistance. I will need another shotgun. Mine was destroyed in a firefight. Affirmative, Commander. You will need to move to the docking arm approximately 211 feet straight ahead of you on your left. I will remotely pilot the armor to arrive at the airlock entrance. I have scanned the docking arm, and it is uninhabited. I will clip an additional weapon to Clutch's munition pack. Roger that, Justice. We are moving to the dock. Clutch shoved Inaki out in front of us, and we moved through the abandoned mall. We stopped just in front of the docking area because I insisted my crew take cover in one of the booths until I get their armor out of the airlock. The quorum was bitching about the rough treatment he was getting, and I pointed out if he had broken the shuttle contract with me, he would be dead instead of bitching. He promptly shut up. I opened the inner pressure door and stood inside, waiting for Justice. The Legacy uncloaked outside of the docking bay, and 2 black apparitions touched down outside of the airlock. I depressurized the chamber and opened the exterior door and watched in fascination as the 2 empty armor suits robot walked into the airlock. I closed the door and pressurized the lock, then opened the doors. Calling to Kuntz and Clutch, they came running into the docking arm, pushing the complaining Coram to the deck at my feet.
Commander, this Throg seems to think I should give him back the credit vouchers I took from his office.
Turning around, I pulled the spare shotgun from Clutch's armor. I was making a conscious effort to hold my building anger in check. Stepping toward Inaki, I loaded 2 fresh magazines, then charged the barrels while it was pointed in the Coram's face. Let me see if I am reading this right. You seized 2 customers who paid you a bribe for a smooth transaction. Kuntz, how much was the bribe?
10,000 credits, Commander.
The customers agreed to pay a fortune for 2 custom shuttles. How much did the shuttles cost, Kuntz?
With the weapon and shield upgrades, 492 million each, Commander. We paid 2/3 up front.
I turned back to Inaki and jammed the barrels of my weapon against his forehead.
So, you take our money and then try to collect a 20 million credit bounty that was put up by pirates. We came here to deal with you in a fair and open manner, and what we got was deceitful breach of contract. On the other hand, we are reputable, trustworthy traders that want nothing more than to deal honestly with everyone. I will make you a fair and honest offer. You can accept or decline. It's up to you. To make matters as simple as possible, this is going to be a yes or no offer. Is your immoral, dishonest life worth the credits the Tybor took from your office? The Coram's eyes were bulging out of his oversized head, but he still grunted out the answer I expected. Yes.
I pulled my weapon away from his head. See how easy it is to make a fair trade? You should try it more often, and you might find you would never end up in the position you are in now. Let's move on to the rest of our business now that we understand each other. We are going to take our shuttles whether you like it or not. We can do this the hard way, and I blow the whole station to hell, or we come to an agreement that might entail you keeping your home in one piece. Again, this is a yes or no deal. Do you want a chance at living, or a meeting with your maker? Clutch and Kuntz were now suited up, and if the Coram didn't quickly come around to my way of thinking, we would go get the shuttles no matter what.
What deal must I make for you to leave my outpost?
I want 2 unarmed pilots to bring the shuttles to this docking arm. In exchange for a smooth and expedited finish to our business, I will randomly select a credit voucher the Tybor took from your office and give it back to you. The Coram pulled his bulk up off the floor and looked like he was going to start bitching until I swung my weapon back in his face. He flinched and bit down on any further comments. He quickly moved over to a deserted atmosphere control station at the head of the docking arm. Kuntz and Clutch crowded in with him and watched his every move. Inaki picked up a communicator and spoke for several minutes. By the time he was finished, he was bellowing into the handset and violently threw it to the floor. I caught the last part of his discussion, and he definitely threatened to kill someone. I was wondering how he would back up the threat without his bodyguards. I looked at Kuntz, and he shrugged his shoulders. I guess it would be a waiting game, and I was not known for my ability to do so. Clutch, Kuntz, go collect your belongings, and I will wait with Inaki. If someone attempts to stop you, call me, and Inaki can deal with it. Clutch snorted out loud and was going to protest, but I waved him on. Before he left, he picked up his suit jacket and brought it to me.
Commander, the credit vouchers are in the pockets.
I nodded, and they took off in a fast jog across the mall. I turned back to Inaki. The stupidity of your actions has doomed any chance of you making any profit from the vast quantities of legally obtained artifacts I have recovered. You would have had trustworthy business partners you did not have to worry would stab you in the back the second you looked the other way. Now all you have is your dealings with pirates that might decide to kill you and take over your business. The Coram could only stare at the floor in front of him. I guess he was looking for sympathy when he said,
I paid Cecil a considerable amount of credits for protection and a percentage of my profits to Iger. I thought if I captured the Grawl, they would release me from my obligations to them. It was a business transaction, nothing more. I am more than willing to make a new business partner. If I let you keep the rest of the credits, will that make you change your mind?"
I laughed out loud. "You are a fool, Inaki. If I choose to keep the credits, there would be nothing you could do about it. At this point, you are very lucky I have not killed you for your deceit. You are fortunate I have already taken care of your obligation problem with Cecil. Now you have to worry if Iger will blame you for his clan sibling's death." The realization that came from my last statement brought a look of horror to Inaki's plump face. I could see Kuntz and Clutch approaching from the deserted mall.
"Commander, we saw our shuttles launch from the docks facing the view wall in our room."
No sooner had they said it, 2 shuttles came from under the docking arm and docked into the vacant bays closest to us. I watched as the 2 pilots disembarked from the glossy black ships and cautiously moved to the exit doors of the docking arm. They looked at the 3 of us in our armor suits and our weapons pointed in Inaki's direction. We did not have to say a word to them as they took off running through the mall. "Kuntz, Clutch, check the shuttles out and make sure they haven't been sabotaged. If they check out, get them ready to launch." They both nodded and headed for the shuttles. I turned back to Inaki, and it looked like he was having a meltdown. I reached into Clutch's suit coat and pulled out the credit vouchers. There had to be at least 40 cards in my hand. I took the top one and threw it at Inaki. "You better spend it while you can, because when Iger comes around, you won't get another chance to." Turning my back on him, I headed for the dock entrance. I heard him screaming something incomprehensible, and then I stopped when he yelled out he knew where Iger was. I turned around. "If you are wasting my time, you might die sooner than later." The quorum was practically pleading.
"Cecil told me Iger has captured 2 Chalt and is taking them to Outpost 3. That is where he was going to take the Grawl to collect the reward. You said you would kill him if you found out where he was. Now you know."
His statement shook me. He did not say 1 Chalt. He said 2. I turned and ran to the shuttles. "Justice, I need you to get the shuttles on board." "Acknowledged, Commander. I will communicate with Kuntz and Clutch to release the docking locks, and I will manually retrieve them with a tow beam." "Roger that, Justice. I am on my way." The Legacy uncloaked behind the shuttles, and the first of the 2 moved away from the arm and disappeared into the hangar. Going through the airlocks, I hit my thrusters. I shot across the void into the hangar as Justice locked the first shuttle down. I could see the hatch open and Kuntz trot down the ramp. Turning around, I looked out the hangar door as the second shuttle moved smoothly toward the Legacy. I was conflicted as to what I should do. Our scheduled rendezvous with Tria was not for another 72 hours. It was a little over 20 hours in hyperspace to get to the abandoned mining facility. That was the agreed-upon plan, but the information Inaki revealed was setting my nervous system to panic mode. The odds of Iger having Tria and her father were statistically low, but my gut feelings were telling me that was exactly what happened. "Justice, how long would it take to get to Outpost 3 from here?" 39.3 hours in interdimensional space, Commander. The odds of Iger capturing Tria and her father are now just over 32%, with the information from Inaki factored into the equation. There could be many unknown factors that could increase or decrease the odds. The one factor that stands out and would increase those odds in Iger's favor is the fact they were traveling in Rack's transport. If Iger were able to track the transport when it entered the exclusion zone, he could wait until it departed to intercept it. 34. I felt like my world was closing in around me, and I had a strange tingling feeling throughout my body. I closed my eyes and couldn't help but think Tria was reaching out to me for help. "Justice, take us to Outpost 3 as fast as possible." Justice turned the Legacy away from the outpost at maximum velocity. He gave a 5-second warning of our transition and then took us into hyperspace. I didn't know if I'd imagined Tria calling me or not, but I would soon find out if my instincts were correct. No matter the outcome, I would take care of Drayan once and for all. I felt I had won a small battle with my inner beast back at the Quorum outpost. I walked away from a situation where I felt a desperate need to kill Inaki. It was possible I had left him to a much nastier fate. When I walked away from the Quorum, his days were numbered. He no longer had his bodyguards to enforce his reign as outpost overlord, and as Clutch pointed out, he was not well liked. I went to the ready room and stowed my armor. Kuntz and Clutch had already done the same, and I wondered where they were. I thought sure they would want to know how my mission had turned out. They must have gone to the galley to eat after not doing so for days. I stepped out into the hallway and headed to the galley, but stopped short when I found my crew members in the science lab inspecting glossy black tubes that looked like the scopes on my long-range hunting rifles. At the back end of each tube was a rope-like braided cord with a large plug on the end. "What are you up to now, Justice?" "Since we installed the new weapons and negation systems aboard the Legacy, I have been collecting detailed data on the weapons removed from Alpha Base, and now have an intimate knowledge of the system and every aspect of its operation. I miniaturized the projector and made small improvements to the weapon. I have been working on this project since I achieved a complete understanding of its design. What you see on the workbench is the product of my intense research into creating a beam weapon adaptable to your Zane battle armor. I have improved the efficiency of the beam projector and the weapon's energy consumption. You will have at least 15 successive shots before the armor suit's power source must recover from the power drain. I have just finished the protective armor cladding for the tubes, and they should be able to withstand considerable abuse without disabling the weapon. The only drawback is I will have to remove one of the existing weapon launching tubes from your armor. I feel the benefits of the new weapon will far exceed those of the extra launching tube. The new weapon will penetrate the battle armor shields of all known combatants, with a possibility of damaging shields on shuttle-sized targets. I am also working on hardware that will give your armor negation capability, but I still have considerable work to do on that project. We will not know how effective the new capability will be until it is tested in a combat situation. I have hopes that, when cloaked, the chances for you being detected by most intruder alert systems will be below 15%. I manufacture the hardware to mount the beam weapons, and with your permission, will start immediately." Kuntz and Clutch were looking at me like puppy dogs waiting on a treat. They already knew what my answer would be, so I poked fun at them by making a show of looking indecisive. The looks on their faces said they didn't get it, so I just went ahead and said it. "Get it done, Justice. We have just over 30 hours before we may have to use every weapon available to us. I will not leave Outpost 3 without Tria and her father." Leaving the science lab had me thinking I was glad the evil robot was on my side. I went to the galley with the intention of eating. Thinking I heard Tria call out to me was still weighing heavy on my mind. I picked at the food for a few minutes and pushed it aside when Clutch and Kuntz joined me. They both had trays loaded with food. Kuntz asked me about my mission, and by the time I got it all out, most of the food on their trays sat untouched because they now shared my concern for Tria and her father. Kuntz finally voiced what I knew all along. "Commander, we should have killed Drayan when we had the chance." Clutch looked me in the eyes.
"I will not leave the outpost without correcting that problem, Commander."
I could only give him a half-hearted smile. "You will have to wait in line, my friend." I emptied my tray into the recycler and excused myself to my cabin. I went to bed knowing I would not sleep again until Tria was safely on the Legacy. But I woke almost 9 hours later covered in sweat. A nightmare. In it, the rage I called the Beast was killing on a scale that had me trembling. How could I do such a thing? Was I so far separated from my humanity I was capable of the horror witnessed in my dream? The burden of this reality was the crushing weight of the bodies heaped in mountains along the path behind me. My Maker was wielding me as a weapon, and he had already passed judgment on all who would stand against me. Was I the only cure for the widespread corruption infecting the galaxy? I went to the science lab to see how Justice was doing, with the modifications to our armor. When I entered the lab, I was taken aback by the appearance of my armor. The ghastly skeletal image was once again on my armor, and now it didn't look like a good paint job. It was etched into the glossy finish of the suit. My armor now had a smooth cowling, with just the tip of the beam projector protruding from the end on the right arm. An armored shroud that plugged in at the shoulder covered the rope-like power cord. The left arm still had the suit's original launcher tube. Just above the tube was the modified needle gun. I walked around the suit and saw the munition backpack was now half of its original size. Now it only had to supply munitions to a single launcher tube. In place of the extended pack was a larger weapons clip. It had enough room for more than just the new shotgun that was attached to it. Just below the clip and the backpack, Justice installed a magazine pouch that had a dozen reloads for the shotgun. It could also double as storage once it was empty. I could see Clutch's armor had a slightly different bestial image on it, and I was sure that Tybor would approve of the horror his armor now presented. Justice was still reworking Kunt's armor, so I left the lab and went to the galley in hopes of eating something this time. I finished my meal and went to the hangar to inspect the new shuttles. When I got there, Justice had his creepy appendages shoved into every available opening on the ships. All of the equipment bays and utility hatches were open. I couldn't decide if he was disassembling the ships or putting them back together. I thought about bitching to him about it, but already knew he wouldn't be doing it without a good reason. I went to the brig to see if Justice let the Murloc starve to death. The darkened cell door cleared on my command, and I caught Kerrigan drinking from his hands at the sink. Justice had a better moral compass than I did, because the Murloc looked to be in good shape. I sat down on the bench across from his cell. I could tell by the look on the Murloc's face he knew I would not kill him. He looked almost smug. If he was trying to annoy me, it was working. Dema had that same look on his face when I threw him off the ship. It was most unfortunate we were in hyperspace at the time. The smug look disappeared and was replaced with just a hint of a smirk.
If what you say is true, then you have determined I am a valuable trading commodity, and you will not risk killing me.
I shook my head and stood up. Your clan sibling Cecil thought the same thing just before I killed him. His ship and crew suffered the same fate as yours did. Satisfied with the shock my last comment got me, I blacked out the cell. Justice, remember the toast you tried to poison me with? The Murloc gets to eat that as long as he is on this ship.
Acknowledged, Commander.
I left the brig and made my way back toward the hangar. As I passed the ready room, I saw that Justice had moved my armor back to its storage locker. Sitting on the chair in front of my locker was a pile of credit vouchers. I had forgotten about them and wondered what they totaled. Justice, what is the total of the credit vouchers taken from Enoki?
The cards total 972,160,000, Commander.
Separate out 5 million for each of the crew, and put the rest aside for the Primitive Race Protection Fund. If you are done dissecting the shuttles, I would like to take a look at them.
Commander, I have found deficiencies in several of the self-maintenance and environmental systems. The targeting system was for different weapons than those that have been retrofitted. The Galactic Union energy weapons require a much more robust software and AI management system to ensure reliable accuracy. The shield upgrade, while of modern design, lacked a properly functioned power source to fully utilize the enhanced performance capabilities.
Justice, are you telling me that we wasted close to 1 billion credits on junk shuttles?
Not exactly, Commander, but I believe you would have been justified in retaining all of the credits Clutch confiscated from Enoki.
It's a little late for that, Justice. Can you repair or replace the system so the shuttles are ready for combat operations?
I have removed and replaced as many systems as possible. This entailed the removal of the best systems from one shuttle to upgrade the other. When I have completed the repairs and upgrades, you will have one fully functional battle-ready assault shuttle, Commander.
And what about the other one, Justice?
The proper Earth term to classify the other shuttle's status would be Hangar Queen, Commander. When better systems become available, I will install them on the parts shuttle until it is finally completed and ready for duty.
Justice, when you mentioned a more robust AI management system, I assume you meant another subsystem of yourself? That assumption would be correct, Commander. I have also installed the equipment necessary for boarding the Legacy with our defensive shields in place. The new system will allow the shuttle to make a temporary hole of sufficient size to exit and enter the hangar during combat operations. What's our current ETA to Outpost 3? 11 hours, 13 minutes, Commander. Carry on, Justice. I will be mission planning with the crew if you need me. There was no use in bitching about having one shuttle. I knew Justice was looking out for our best interest. As I walked by the galley, I ran into Kuntz and told him to give Clutch a heads up. We were going to have a wargaming session in the conference room in 20 minutes. He nodded and went to find Clutch. I went to the conference room and took my place at the table. I sat and stared at the chair where Tria usually sat, and wished she was here, and the Legacy was heading someplace else in the galaxy. The more I thought about it, the darker my mood became. I would have to deal with both Iger and Drayan, and I knew there would be no containing the beast. The murderous mayhem in my dream resulted from my willful release of the Ularan soldier I had subconsciously been trying to restrain. Pandora's box was on the verge of being opened, and I prayed I could find my way back to the human being I once was. If Tria were harmed, I would be nothing but a trained killing machine from that point on. Justice set up our customary water decanters, and I saw he still set a glass for Tria. He wasn't about to write off Tria's chances of coming back with us. Kuntz and Clutch came in and sat down. They both looked as antsy as I felt. Kuntz took a drink of water and looked at me.
Commander, the events that lead up to our recovery of the shuttles did not allow me the necessary time to examine the shuttles to ensure they were properly updated. For that, I apologize. Justice has informed me of the extensive list of deficiencies along with the removal of one shuttle from flight status. I wish to forfeit the funds you have set aside for me and put them towards a replacement shuttle. I gave the Grawl a small, half-hearted smile. Kuntz, it is water under the bridge. We thought we were being dealt with honestly, and that was not the case. You could not have known about Enochi's treachery, so let's put it behind us and chalk it up as a learning experience. Kuhn's puzzled look made me move on while he contemplated the meaning of my statement. I called this meeting so we could plan our attack on Drayan's stronghold. Last time I was there, he had never had a threat to his security. It would be stupid to think he has not made preparations to ensure his safety. No matter what he throws at me, I am not leaving without Tria. I will give you both a chance to take the shuttle and return to Alpha Base. If you go with me, there will be no turning back. Anyone or anything that stands in our way will be destroyed. We are not going into that sewer worrying about collateral damage. They have crossed that line a long time ago. It is my fault they have not answered for their crimes. There is no place in this universe for these sick animals, and I am going to kill them all. The crew's looks were grim and determined. We are with you, Commander, no matter the outcome. Justice was right. This was my family, and they had my back come hell or high water. We need a plan that will cover us if Iger shows up while we are on the outpost. Our chances for success will be questionable if Iger drops shuttles loaded with troops on the outpost behind us. We have to figure out a way to eliminate Iger from the equation. Clutch took a big drink of water and cleared his throat.
We have a small bargaining chip, as long as Iger values the life of his clan sibling. If he does not, we should still try to use Kerrigan as bait to lure Iger out into the open where Justice can get a shot at him. I think the odds of Tria and her father still being on his battleship would be minuscule. I think he would have turned them over to Drayan for any possible bounty.
Kuntz said, Commander, can we even be sure if Iger and Drayan know of our relationship with Tria?
I thought about it for a minute and couldn't decide if both had this knowledge. That's an excellent question, Kuntz, and one we need to consider before we attempt to bargain with them. I don't want them to use Tria or her father as a shield or as hostages. We know Drayen was holding Tria for Chalt Tech when I took her, but he couldn't know she was in on the assault at the pirate outpost or the research station. All the witnesses who could say they saw her on Iger's outpost are dead. After the way the Zanes held up their end of our armor deal, I would say they will remain silent on anything that has to do with us. Tria had very limited exposure to anyone at the research station and was cloaked most of the time. The Overlord and his command personnel who actually saw her there are also dead. We know Zul and Graf didn't tell him, so we might have an advantage as long as we use it properly. Iger will be close by Drayen's outpost. If Drayen loses his enforcer, he may want to bargain with me rather than have a confrontation regardless of his preparations. There is a chance if we go to Drayen and play this out like we have trade goods and a clan sibling of Iger's for sale, he will set up an ambush using Iger. Kuntz gave me a mischievous smile.
Commander, I think I know how to trigger Drayen's trap when the time comes. It will cost us a comm buoy and most probably Dema's transport.
Grawl were famous for being deceitful and sneaky, so anything Kuntz could come up with had to be a doozy. By the time Kuntz laid out his plan, he made me a believer. We needed to get started right away on the groundwork necessary to spring the trap. Clutch, bring Kerrigan to the transport and make sure he is gagged and restrained. It would not take many words from his mouth for me to accidentally kill him. Clutch gave me his usual horrific smile and said,
"Roger that, Commander."
Kuntz and Justice got to work on their part of the plan while I sat down at the comm station and worked on my message to Drayen. It took me a little while to get it right, but it finally came together the way we intended it to. Justice, go ahead and transfer the message to a comm buoy whenever you are ready.
Affirmative, Commander. We are ready for you in the transport.
Okay, Justice. I'm on my way. We were at 6 hours and counting until we reached the outpost. Kuntz's plan had us stopping a little farther out and going to full stealth and negation mode for our final approach. The comms buoy would be launched as soon as we came out of hyperspace. The video-embedded message of me calling my old buddy Drayen up and telling him I was back to do some business was the key to the whole plan. I had dressed up in my first 699 armor to make the recording. The now obsolete armor system should set Drayen's head to swelling to the proper amount of indignant superiority. It would appear to Drayen I was sitting in the command seat of Dema's transport. In the background, Kerrigan was strapped to a seat and gagged. The message said I had artifacts I wanted to sell him, and I also had a prisoner that was a clan sibling of Iger's. I would tell Drayen we could ransom Kerrigan to the pirates for a large profit. I brought the prisoner with me, and my crew would be here in 3 rotations with a shipload of artifacts. It was hard getting the crew to stay on task when they laid eyes on the Zane battle armor after Justice got done tattooing the monstrosities on them. Kuntz stared at his for more than 10 minutes before asking me what sort of beast was on the front of his armor. I assured him that the skeleton with a creepy jack-o'-lantern head was something that scared people back on my planet all the time. I wasn't sure where Justice got the concept of Halloween from, but it somehow seemed appropriate. Kuntz and Clutch were getting their gear together so they could board our now complete assault shuttle. They would depart within the next hour and make a short transition to the outpost under the guise of traders. Clutch would use an alias and go incognito as a trader, while Kuntz stayed out of sight on the shuttle. Clutch would take some of the artifact 2762 we had and make legitimate offers for supplies. When the trap springs shut, Justice would let them know it was time to stir up trouble on the outpost. We figured a diversionary disturbance might get Drayen to divide his defensive preparations between the 2 possible threats. Justice transitioned us back to normal spacetime and immediately launched the comm buoy. I went to the hangar to see my crew off. I gave both a quick embrace and told them for the 10th time not to take any unnecessary risks. All threats were to be dealt with by maximum force. They were to gather any information available on the whereabouts of Tria and her father and report it back to me. Hopefully, Justice and I could deal with Iger and then start our own assault on the outpost. Drayen would learn the true meaning of being an albino because it was the last thing he was ever going to be. I watched as Justice launched the shuttle out of the hangar and then headed to the bridge so I could get the God's eye view of our plan as it unfolded. Justice cloaked the Legacy, and we started our approach to the outpost. We would launch the Groll transport, and Justice would remotely pilot it to the outpost. If Drayan wanted to get chatty, Justice had a little video and comms trickery set up so it would look like I was piloting the transport. I would be able to video comm Drayan through the transport communications system when in fact I was on the Legacy. Before Justice launched the transport, I visited Kerrigan for what I thought would be the last time. As I entered the transport, I saw he was struggling against his bonds. When he noticed me watching, he stopped and started mumbling through the gag in his mouth. He was shaking his head, and the mumbling got louder. "What's the matter, Kerrigan? Don't you think your clan sibling will be happy to see you again?" Kerrigan's eyes were bugging out of his head, and the mumbling sounded a lot like someone pleading for their life. I turned my back on him and closed the transport hatch. "Justice, launch that piece of sewage out of here." "Acknowledged, Commander." I watched as Justice guided the transport out of the hangar. Then I headed for the bridge. Justice informed me the transport had made its jump and would exit hyperspace near Drayan's outpost. I took my command chair and waited for the transport to arrive. Justice gave me a heads up. Kuntz and Clutch were about to dock with the outpost, and everything seemed normal at this point. They had no problem getting a docking berth, and Clutch would do a quick recon to see what the scuttlebutt in the market area was like. I hoped he wouldn't venture far from the shuttle because he was wearing his standard Tybor armor. I already knew it wasn't of the best quality, and if things happened fast, he would have to hustle back to the shuttle to get properly geared up. "Commander, the transport has exited hyperspace and is now 52 minutes to the outpost." "Roger that, Justice. Let me know if you come up with any unidentified ship traffic." "Affirmative, Commander. I have an incoming message from Kuntz. I will put it on the screen for you." Kuntz appeared on my command screen. He looked dangerous in his battle gear, pumpkin head and all. "Commander, something is happening on the outpost. A security alert is being broadcast throughout, and it is telling everyone to return to their ships for a temporary quarantine lockdown. Clutch is on his way back to the shuttle, and we will be standing by." We were as ready as we would ever be. Now, if we could get Iger and Drayan to cooperate with our plan, I would be a lot less nervous. "Commander, the outpost is hailing the transport, and I have verified video of Drayan requesting to speak with you." "How close are we to the transport?" 14 minutes behind the transport at our current velocity. I will place a visual marker on the main display. If we increase our speed to maximum, we will overtake the transport in 6 minutes, Commander." "Okay, Justice. Put Drayan through." "Acknowledged." Drayan appeared on the screen, and he hadn't changed a bit. He looked as shifty as ever.
"It has been a long time, Mr. Myers. I thought something unpleasant happened to you."
It was all I could do to keep from yelling out, "Something unpleasant was definitely going to happen to you," but bit back my retort. He was already getting a superiority complex, so I didn't think he knew I was up to something. "You should have more faith in me, Drayan. I am a very versatile individual, as you can see by the guest I am bringing with me." Justice had split off 2 sections of screen for me. One was Drayan, but the other was the video of what Drayan was seeing. I was sitting in the command seat in my 699 armor, and just behind me, Kerrigan, strapped to a seat.
"That is quite an amazing feat, Mr. Myers. May I ask how you managed to capture Kerrigan?"
"No, you may not. For now, let's just say I have made a large number of new friends, and anything is possible if you know the right people." Drayan's face gave him away. I could practically feel his burning hate for me. "You don't look so well, Drayan. Are you ill?" The evil in Drayan's eyes was like looking at burning coals. I thought he was about to explode. He couldn't contain his anger anymore, and he screamed out,
"You are about to die, you mindless beast!"
The transmission abruptly cut off.
"Commander, I have detected disruption waves from a hyperspace transition. The disruption is directly between the outpost and the transport. I am now picking up targeting data from a Galactic Union battleship, and it is targeting the transport. I will attempt evasive maneuvers. The battleship is hailing the transport.
I will put it on the screen.
Your only chance to live, human, is to surrender, or you will die.
I had to admit Iger was the meanest Murloc I had ever laid eyes on. I decided to see how far I could push things while Justice closed the distance between our ships. If you care what happens to Kerrigan, we might be able to make a deal we can both profit from. If anything, the Murloc's face took on an even more sinister look.
There will be no deals, human. Cut your drives and surrender. I will not tell you again.
I had to throw one more at him to see his reaction, if nothing else. Iger, I will spare your clan sibling's life and give you 500 million credits, along with a shipload of artifacts that will arrive in 2.5 rotations. My statement made Iger's eyes grow to the size of saucers, and he turned his head away from the view screen. Justice, are we ready to attack? Affirmative, Commander. The target is still unaware of our presence. On your order, I will increase forward velocity to maximum and target the battleship's aft shields just above the star drives. I will attempt to disable the ship once its shields are down. If the battleship's return fire brings our shields below 30%, I will be forced to make a transition. I recommend we launch a minimum of 12 antimatter missiles to ensure crippling Iger's ability to repair any damage our first pass will inflict. Whatever was distracting Iger ceased. I had a feeling it was Drayan squalling over the comm channel raising the bounty. I would know soon enough if he shoots down the transport. I decided to sweeten the pot and see what happens. There was a renewed look of anger on Iger's face, and before he could get a word out of his mouth, I said, I'll give you the 1 billion credits Drayan gave me to hunt down your clan siblings. The look of shock on the Murloc's face was priceless. Whatever he was about to say never made it out of his gaping mouth. He was momentarily speechless. Commander, the transport is being targeted by the outpost, and I am detecting multiple missile launches. I now confirm 8 antimatter missiles targeting the transport. Iger's flagship is now turning away from the transport and is moving toward the outpost. Iger? Do we have a deal? Without another word, the Murloc cut off our comms. I wanted to laugh out loud at the turd I had just dropped in Drayan's soup, but I had other plans. Justice? Attack Iger's ship. I looked back up at the screen and saw a bright flash quickly followed by several more. The transport no longer existed. If Iger thought he had a better deal, it was no longer a possibility. I was pretty sure Iger would be really pissed off at the alleged deceit on Drayan's part. My thoughts were confirmed when I saw several red missile tracks leap out from Iger's ship toward the outpost. That was not what I wanted to happen. Justice opened fire with our main weapons into Iger's flank. The back of the battleship was obscured by a brilliant white cloud as we hammered its shields. Justice was firing missile after missile at the pirate ship. To my relief, the missiles Iger had fired were now making a tight turn back in our direction. The strobing effect of my view screen from our continuous weapons fire was a little disorienting, but I could not tear my eyes away from the battle. It seemed like a blink of an eye, and we were past the battleship and turning to make another pass. Justice, tell Clutch and Kuntz to go weapons free. Affirmative, Commander. Message sent. I have eliminated Iger's missiles, and our shields are holding at 46%. We have heavily damaged Iger's battleship. Our second pass will target weapons and remaining shield projectors. I have 0 emissions from the battleship's star drives and have minimal targeting data coming from point defense systems. I recorded 2 missile impacts after the battleship's aft shields failed. Your diversionary ruse created confusion and enhanced our surprise attack. I suspect the ship's AI was conflicted by Iger's orders, and their counterfire was delayed by his actions. Let's make sure Iger won't be going anywhere, and then take me to the outpost so I can find Tria. Roger that, Commander. I looked up at the view screen as Iger's ship leaped back into focus. Justice made surgical strikes on the battleship's remaining point defense systems and shields. I could see the flashes of our strikes on the hull, and then we were past the target. From what I could see, the once beautiful galactic warship was devastated along its port side, from amidships back to the massive crater that had once been the engineering spaces. The growing debris field forming around the battleship was littered with the bodies of the pirate crew. After I rescued Tria and her father, I would board the ship and search for the dead core. If Iger was not among the dead, I would end his miserable life, and the galaxy would be a much safer place without him. Justice, take us back to the outpost and destroy those missile launchers.
Acknowledged, Commander. I have located the source of the missile tracks and should be able to disable the launch ports without causing major damage to the outpost. Kuntz and Clutch have encountered light resistance and have destroyed 2 security bots. They have not obtained useful information concerning Tria's whereabouts. They are working their way through the lower ship docks and will report back if they discover any useful intelligence.
Roger that, Justice. Tell them I will work my way down from the site of the missile launchers.
Acknowledged, Commander.
Justice took us in low over the outpost. It was a blur on my command screen when he opened up the rail cannons on both sides of the Legacy. The rear view showed large plumes of rock and dust blasting up from the surface of the outpost. Justice made another slower pass to ensure we did not have hidden pop-up launchers to deal with. I did not care for the large antennae farm located on the pole of the massive outpost, and since it had become one of my MOs, I had Justice annihilate the multitude of masts and dishes. They would have to find another way to call for help. I ran to the ready room and geared up. I could feel the beast within me straining at the peripheries of my mind. Justice, take us back over the launch site and make me a whole. I want you to make sure no one escapes from the outpost or the battleship while I search for Tria.
Affirmative, Commander.
35. The images in my visor changed to an exterior view, and I felt the smallest of tremors from the rail cannons blazing away at the surface. When the debris floated away from the crater, all I could see was a fiery, sparking pit as I jumped clear of the hangar bay and propelled myself down into the darkness. I landed in a pile of rubble and slid haphazardly down the side of the mess until I came to a wall with a view screen and what used to be a control panel of some kind. I got back to my feet and worked my way around the large room until I came to a hatch. Backing up to the rubble pile, I held up my right arm. A crosshair appeared on my visor, and it blinked red, then yellow. I had learned from experience that those were only last resort warnings. I crawled back up the rubble and stuck my arm over the crest, and my crosshair went from green to yellow. That was good enough for me. I triggered a burst of energy. The flash from the weapon blacked out my display. When it reset, I saw a glowing hole about a foot in diameter in the large hatch, and atmosphere blasting through the hole like a steam whistle on an old train. I lifted my left arm and gave the door a single round of high explosive. The door unexpectedly blew into the room with me, and it collided with a pile of debris just below me. The tornado-sized blast of atmosphere coming through the now missing door stirred up a tremendous array of dust and crap, making it hard to see what was on the other side. I needed to be more careful about indiscriminately blowing doors open in case I stumbled across Tria. It was time to let everyone on the outpost know how this would play out. Justice, broadcast over the PA systems that anyone carrying a weapon or attempts to leave the outpost will die. Put it on a continuous loop.
Acknowledged, Commander.
I was going to give Kuntz and Clutch a sitrep, but before I could get a word out, a piercing whistle assaulted my ears, and I shut down my comms. Someone was jamming voice communications on the outpost. The jammer was powerful and located somewhere on the outpost. My attempts to call Justice were futile. I needed to move and let the chips fall where they may. I forced my way through the blowing atmosphere coming out of the doorway and made my way into a huge chamber. There were heavy, overhead cranes and assorted large pieces of equipment sitting everywhere. When the shooting started, everybody stopped what they were doing and took off for parts unknown. I saw a large freight elevator on the far side of the room and headed in that direction. The elevator was on another floor, and it was hard to know where it went to. The beast within me was making it difficult not to randomly blow up everything. I appeased it a little by blowing the elevator doors into the shaft and then sending a couple of rounds down behind them in case someone tried to move troops in the lift. I leaned over and saw my rounds explode in the shaft several hundred feet below me. Hopefully, The elevator was full of hostiles waiting for a chance to take a crack at me. I scanned the shaft and saw the entrance to the next floor down, about 60 feet below me. I took aim and blasted the doors out of their frame. Jumping down the shaft, I boosted until I was hovering just to the side of the blasted opening. There was no movement, so I boosted myself a little more until I had my feet on the edge of the floor. This looked like the outpost from my last visit. There was a maze of hallways and doors everywhere. The occasional large hole in the overhead let me know to be ready for anything. I needed to find someone who knew the layout of this place, and I needed to do it quickly. Pulling my shotgun from my shoulder mount, I set it for the explosive slugs. Pointing it at the first door to my right, I squeezed the trigger. The doorway disintegrated into a large, ragged hole, exposing what used to be a storage room that was quickly being consumed by a raging fire the slugs had touched off. This would take forever if I couldn't find a guide. I took off, running down the straightest of the hallways, then stopped when I noticed a door that was larger than the rest. I backed up a few paces and hit it with a shotgun. It was a stout door, because it took 3 rounds to blow a large enough opening for me to fit through. I climbed over the debris and caught sight of some movement at the far end of the room. It was several Grawl running like hell to find a place to hide. I was in a big, open office area with short-walled cubicles everywhere. It reminded me of a maze that mice or rats might run around in. The beast was starting to rage at me as my anger and frustration grew to uncontainable proportions. "Stop where you are, or I will kill you all!" If anything, my rant made them disappear even faster. I couldn't take it anymore, and fired 6 explosive rounds in the direction they had retreated to. When the dust and debris settled, I didn't have to worry about crawling through more doorways. The entire back wall was blown out. I could hear someone screaming and moaning. Working my way across the demolished workstations, I found a wounded Murloc thrashing around on the floor. His screeching was annoying, so I shut him up with a needle gun. The scene through the large hole in the wall was grisly. There were 2 dead Murlocs mixed in with several Grawl. There were weapons scattered on the floor around the corpses. I don't know if they were trying to ambush me, but it was the last thing they ever did. I would continue looking for a guide. Trying my comms again, the whistling seemed even louder. The wall was blown out into another hallway. I would look for more interesting doors to blow up. The hallway ended at a large airlock. It had to be one of the many hangars that dotted the outpost. Rather than just blow it up, I tried the cycle control, and to my surprise, the hatch opened. I stepped into the lock and ran the dozen steps to the next hatch, finding the heavy door securely locked. Retracing my steps confirmed my suspicion someone had locked me in the airlock. I had a feeling I was being observed all the time I was running amok. If some fool thought I was trapped, maybe they would make the mistake of trying to come and get me. I decided to play the game a little longer. Stepping away from the door, I pointed my weapon at it and fired a single round. Other than a large blackened dent, the door held. I guess it was what Drayan was waiting for, because a view screen on the wall lit up with his shifty face. He didn't know who was behind the blacked-out visor, and I wasn't going to tell him. The highly modified armor would leave most races scratching their heads trying to figure out our species. My shotgun was now of such an exotic-looking nature, Drayan would not be able to associate it with its Earth origins. I slapped the gun to its mount and faced the monitor without saying a word. Drayan had a puzzled look on his face and just a hint of white to his pallor. I knew what a horror I looked like, and it made me smirk to know the Grawl piece of sewage was uncomfortable just looking at me. He found his tongue and spouted his usual superior arrogance.
"Cease your violence. Your leader has been killed, and I have 300 troops waiting in the hangar to destroy you. I am prepared to pay you and the other 2 mercenaries 500 million credits to stop your rampage and leave this outpost. Your only other choice is death. The 3 of you cannot possibly think you can take this outpost without losing your lives. You must decide quickly before I lose my patience. What's it going to be, mercenary? Credits or death?"
It was the same old Drayan, all mouth and no ass. All of this talk was not getting me to Tria any faster. I needed a way to force Drain to give her up without using her as a shield. The rage within me was tearing at my soul to take action. I was on the verge of giving in. The Chalt are aware you have seized 2 of their citizens. Our leader was paid a fortune to bring them back. If they have been harmed, we have orders to destroy this outpost and bring you back with us, dead or alive. Turn them over to me now and pay us 1 billion credits for our trouble, and then we shall leave. The pirates who seized them will die for what they have done. We are prepared to carry out our orders to the death if necessary. Are you prepared to die for 2 Chalt citizens? The look of surprise on Draen's face was not well hidden. It looked like he would start his rant again, but I could tell something changed his mind. The video screen went blank, and the airlock door gave an audible click, then opened. I pulled my shotgun from its mount and walked out into the hangar. Draen wasn't lying about the troops, because there were 2 shuttles with the hatches open, and Murloc troops were scattered around the hangar in defensive positions. Several had large, shoulder-mounted weapons pointed at me. I could feel the rage taking over as my targeting screen picked out the weapons most toxic to my existence. Since I had no idea what Draen's intentions were, my rage took the defensible position of kill or be killed. I hit my thrusters and shot across the hangar, sending a non-stop stream of high-explosive shells into the startled troops. Bodies and debris flew everywhere. I landed on a control room catwalk and turned to the shuttles and gave both 3 shots from my beam weapon. They blew apart in spectacular explosions, causing a massive fire. I was taking return fire that was ripping the catwalk to pieces. I boosted across the smoke-filled hangar and laid down another barrage of high-explosive rounds on the remaining troops. For good measure, I came to a stop overhead and turned in several revolutions, sending 50 rounds of anti-personnel shells at the scattered pockets of soldiers remaining in my targeting visor. The smoke and flames had the temperature in the hangar climbing rapidly. If any of the Murlocs survived my onslaught, they would soon be forced to retreat. From what I could see from my attack, they had poor armor, but were well armed. About now, they were probably wishing for the opposite. I saw a group of red diamonds pop up in my visor, and they ran for the airlock I had abandoned a few minutes earlier. I waited until the last one made it inside and fired a high-explosive round into the hatch before they could close it. The airlock hatch went flying across the hangar and landed with a loud clang against the remains of one of the shuttles. The temperature rapidly rose to over 600 degrees, and I could see the flames had spread to all parts of the hangar. There were no life signs evident below me, and I jetted over to the control room door. I tried the door control, and it opened. Stepping inside, I saw a door in the back of the room. I would continue my search until I found Tria and her father, or I would destroy the outpost 1 room at a time until I did. The beast in me decided to not bother if the door was locked or not. I pointed the shotgun and blew it to pieces. Down the long hallway behind the now shattered doorway were several retreating Groll with a couple of Murlocs at the rear of the parade. They were running hard to reach an open elevator car that sat waiting for them. I was going to tell them to halt, but the last Murloc in the line turned and jerked an object off his armor vest. As he set his arm back to throw, I gutted him with an explosive slug. The object he was going to throw fell behind him at the feet of his comrades. There was a fiery red flash, and the occupants of the elevator were roasting in some kind of chemical fire. The elevator door closed and took the barbecued agitators to another floor. I ran the length of the hall and blasted the doors into the shaft with my shotgun. Quickly reloading, I switched over to the explosive buckshot. I still had a lot of territory to cover and was expending my ordnance faster than I could cover the ground. I tried my comms again, and it was still being jammed. I hoped Kuntz and Clutch were making better progress than I was. Looking down the shaft, I used my low-light gear to locate the car several hundred feet below me. I stepped off the floor ledge and fell to the top of the car, catching myself with my boosters. There wasn't an access panel on the roof of the car, so I hit it with buckshot and dropped into the hole. I was standing ankle-deep in the jelly-like immolated remains of Draen's troops. I waded out of the elevator and was hit with particle beam weapons wielded by several Groll. The tube weapons were ineffective and only made my rage a little happier with the thought of killing them. I came storming out of the elevator, blazing away at my foes with buckshot. They were being shredded, so they tried to make a run for it. They mostly died tired. The carnage only mildly placated my Ularan bloodlust. I stepped to the corpses and found what I was looking for. A survivor. I picked up the Grawl and held him in front of me. He was missing his left arm below the elbow and bleeding profusely. I found his continuous screeching annoying, and I stuck the shotgun in his face and told him to shut up or I would finish the job. He bit down on his screaming and stared into my visor. "Where is Drayan?" The Grawl ground out an answer.
"He is on floor 66. That is where his residence is. It is 27 floors below us."
It was time to pay Drayan a visit. I leaned down and ripped a small cable loose from a shattered workstation and grabbed the Grawl's wounded appendage. The Grawl howled in pain as I wrapped the cable around the end of his severed arm and tied it tight. "Take me to Drayan's residence, and I will let you go free." I could tell by the look on the Grawl's face he would rather do anything else in the universe than go see Drayan.
"Mercenary, if we go to Drayan, he will have both of us killed."
It wasn't like Drayan hadn't been trying to kill me anyway, so I pushed the Grawl toward the transport car. It's the price of your freedom. The Grawl grudgingly moved into the car and stood amongst the incinerated guts and debris from the blown-out ceiling.
"The damage you have inflicted on the transport car may spell our doom even before we make it to Drayan's floor."
It must not have translated well when I told him that, if it did, at least I wouldn't have to put up with his bitching anymore. He was just staring at me, incredulous. The Grawl pushed the control mechanism, and the car dropped fast enough pieces of debris floated out of the overhead. Then, the strangest thing happened. I heard my grandmother's sweet voice giving me a small dose of her real-world observations and philosophy.
"Nathan, if you think you are having a bad day, don't be shocked or surprised if it gets worse before it gets better."
I slowly cracked a smile, and it almost brought tears to my eyes thinking about my grandparents. I missed them so much it hurt, but there was no real way of easily fixing that problem. Like a bolt from the blue, the true meaning of my grandmother's simple saying sunk in. It hit me like a brick to the head. I hit my thrusters and blasted up through the hole in the ceiling. 36. I glanced down as I accelerated full thrust up and away from the falling car. I could just make out the Grawl my thrusters had knocked sprawling into the mess on the floor of the car. My helmet suddenly blacked out. I felt like the hand of God reached out and slapped me with a vengeance. I went flailing out of control, bouncing from one of the shaft walls to the other. When my visor cleared, the mutilated upper torso of the Grawl cartwheeling by me surprised me. I could swear the look on its face was, "I told you so." I looked down the once glassy smooth shaft, stunned by the devastation Drayan's explosive trap had wreaked on it. There was a massive cavity that encompassed at least 10 floors in the shaft. My hasty retreat forced Drayan to prematurely detonate his device well below the transport car. I knew from my previous visit only about 12% of the huge asteroid was actually the outpost. The rest was solid rock. The percentage that was habitable was quickly dwindling. At this rate, it shouldn't be hard to find Drayan because there wasn't a lot of the outpost left to hide in. All the debris that had flown past me had reversed course with the pull from the artificial gravity and was falling into the dark, misshapen shaft below me. Common sense was telling me Drayan would have been nowhere in the area of his explosive trap when he set it off. He had to be deeper in this rat's nest, so I flew down to the next undamaged floors. There was a good chance Drayan would not know the extent of the damage his weapon would unleash. It made sense to go down at least 10 levels below the damaged floors and look there. I could always backtrack, but felt it wouldn't be necessary. I already knew what kind of coward Drayan was. He embraced the Grawl doctrine of leaving the dying to someone else to its fullest. As I passed through the devastated area in the shaft, I knew Drayan was pulling out all the stops in his quest to elude capture. Destruction of this magnitude was most probably the result of a sizable antimatter charge or even a missile warhead. My Ularan rage was almost at a boiling point, and it was taking a massive effort to reel in my desire to continue the destruction Drayan had started. The only factor that tempered my rage was the thought of possibly injuring Tria or her father. I would have to contain my rage and redouble my efforts to find them. Once safe, I would find Drayan and do what should have been done a long time ago. 2 loud beeps and 2 blue diamonds on my HUD startled me. Clutch and Kuntz were rising rapidly up the wrecked lift shaft. My crew was safe, and obviously on the prowl trying to determine if I were the source of the massive explosion. I tried to contact them, but only got a garbled whistle. There was a good chance we could communicate when closer together. Boosting harder, I closed the distance and got some burn through on our comms. I could hear both of my crew members trying to hail me and determine if I were injured. The jamming was down to a dull hissing whistle, and we could now communicate between ourselves.
Commander, it is unwise to dismantle this sewer unless you have already found Tria and her father.
I frowned and looked at Clutch. It was a trap Drayan tried to spring on me, and it almost worked. Kuntz crowded in close to us.
Commander, we obtained information on the location of where they keep detainees. We were going in that direction when our path was blocked by debris that fell down into the lower transport shafts. We were hoping Drayan had not angered you enough to destroy possible evidence where Tria and her patriarch might be.
Well, it was pretty much out in the open now. My crew knew what I was capable of doing if really pissed off. They were here to help me put a lid on my lethality, and their presence temporarily calmed my destructive urges. Lead the way, Kuntz. Let's find Tria and get out of here before I do something really stupid. Clutch's helmet cleared, and I saw his usual big, toothy smile flash at me. He winked with both of his lizard-like eyes, and I was my old reasonable self once more. His helmet blacked out, and he turned away, jetting down the dark shaft just behind Kuntz. These two weren't just my crew. They were my brothers, and we would make it a family affair kicking Drayan's ass for screwing with the wrong clan. I caught up with Clutch and Kuntz as we dropped ever deeper into the dusty, smoke-filled shaft. Kuntz slowed, then came to a sudden hover, causing me and Clutch to rotate and booster brake to keep from colliding with him. He called to us. The door on this level is heavily reinforced and looks much different from the one we were told was the detention level. The Murloc we questioned told us the prisoners were held 3 levels down from this one. I suspect he was purposely misleading us or trying to lure us into a trap. This is the only door opening that looks like it would be a security entrance. I looked at the door closely and had to agree with Kuntz's assessment. None of the other doors looked as heavy as this one. Let's back up the shaft to a safe distance and hit the door at an angle with our beam weapons. That should keep the damage to anything behind the door to a minimum. Hopefully the glancing beams will slice the door open and send most of the debris down the shaft. I thought about it a little more and changed the plan just a little to allow for any surprises. Kuntz, go up high and try to cut the door out. Clutch and I will drop below you enough we can get an angle into the doorway in case there are more traps waiting on us. I thought I had all the bases covered when Kuntz went weapons free. His beam weapon struck the door and continued down through it and blew a huge hole in the threshold. What Kuntz HUD determined to be a safe distance for him proved to be marginal for Clutch and I. We were both blasted back against the shaft walls by large pieces of debris. My brilliant ideas were going to get someone injured. To make matters worse, before either one of us could recover, 4 combat drones started shooting at us through the hole in the door. Large explosive projectiles were striking the shaft walls all around us as we spun down the shaft head over heels, trying to right ourselves. The only part of my plan that survived contact with the enemy was Kuntz being able to shoot down onto the drones and give us some covering fire. He destroyed 2 of the drones, but he was forced to retreat up the shaft, wildly jinxing back and forth to elude the other drone's firepower. Clutch recovered from his archaic tumble before I did and boosted up the shaft so hard all I saw was a streak on my helmet display. I yelled at him to stop, but his vector intercepted the lower of the 2 drones. I saw a flash of sparks sliding up the shaft wall, and I stopped to pick off the other drone pursuing Kuntz. My shot had to be perfect, or I would injure Kuntz. In a stroke of luck, the combat drone pursuing Kuntz came to a sudden halt and was attempting to turn back to aid the drone Clutch was dismantling. Firing my beam weapon, I showered Kuntz with bright droplets of molten slag from the disintegrated combat drone. He was probably grateful for the helping hand, because he didn't say a word about the hot shrapnel bath. I boosted back up the lift shaft to see if I could lend Clutch a helping hand. When I caught up with him, I had to smile because he managed to rip the main weapon from the drone and was using it to turn the machine to scrap. It looked more like a crunched beer can than a combat drone. Clutch pulled his shotgun and stuck the barrel into the hole where the drone's main weapon used to be, and pulled the trigger. The resulting backblast sent Clutch careening upwards and the burning hulk of the combat drone crashing down the lift shaft. While Clutch didn't act like he had been harmed, his multi-million credit armor looked like it had been under a lawnmower. His needle gun was smashed almost flat, and the magazine was missing. His beam weapon armor sheath was dented, and the non-reflective coating Justice had put on his armor was ground off in several places. Clutch, if you want to brawl with combat drones instead of shooting them, the price of your damaged equipment is coming out of your paycheck. I accompanied my admonishment with my best Earthman smile. Hopefully, Drain would not be desperate enough to blow up another section of his precious outpost. We gathered outside of the wrecked doorway. Holding up my fist, I cautiously peeked down the long, dark corridor. My HUD went to no-light mode, and I saw the additional gifts Drain had waiting for me. There were 4 ceiling-mounted auto-turrets pointing in our direction. They were an inconvenience, but not enough to stop us. Reaching out, I yanked loose a large piece of the slagged doorway and tossed it as far down the hallway as I could. Before it landed on the floor, the 4 turrets in the hallway opened up on full auto. Everything in the hull was being blasted. Switching to the explosive penetrator slugs, I squeezed off 4 rapid-fire shots and took out 3 of the 4 turrets. The last one turned my way and spit a non-stop stream of large-caliber armor-piercing slugs out the doorway just above my head. I quickly dropped out of sight. The 3rd turret down the hall was still operational, but its rotation servos were blown out. It seemed content to fire into the floor, stirring up a huge cloud of dust and debris. When the corridor finally filled with smoke and dust, the far turret ceased firing. I still had the turret highlighted in my HUD, so I slipped my shotgun over the edge and put the targeting dot on it and gave it a double tap. I was startled by a blast from Kuntz's shotgun just over my left shoulder, and the remaining damaged turret fell silent as well. We waited for a few minutes to let the dust and smoke clear, then cautiously entered the hallway with our weapons up and ready. I could make out the first of the holding cells coming up on my left. It would take forever to force our way into each cell to figure out if they were occupied. We needed to find the security command center and search from there. We moved down the cell block and came to a halt when we spotted a large, mirror-like window at the end of the corridor. There was a large door on the side wall next to the window that looked just like the one we shot to hell in the lift shaft. I did not want to destroy something important if we blew the door out. I could feel my patience coming to an end, and with it, my Ularan bad manners pushing their way to the front of the line. My fidgety, indecisive actions must have tipped my teammates off as to what I might do next. Kuntz raised his beam weapon and blew a large hole just above the security glass, knocking us all on our asses. As I rolled up off the floor, I was going to ask him what the hell, but knew he feared what I might have done instead. Keeping my mouth shut, I boosted up through the hole, hoping to encounter resistance, but was disappointed when I found no takers. I moved aside as Clutch, then Kuntz popped through the hole. Kuntz was one lucky Grawl because his shot did very little damage to the crazy amount of displays and equipment in the command center. Kuntz, see if you can figure out how to use this equipment and search the cell block for Tria and her father. Clutch and I will make sure the area is secure.
Affirmative, Commander. Please, use restraint if you decide to blow up the large airlock door behind us. It could possibly depressurize the entire cell block.
There it was again, my crew fearing I might start running amok at any minute. Justice probably gave them a warning of what was to come. He was right. I was struggling to contain my appetite for mayhem. I felt Clutch's hand on my shoulder, and I turned to face him. His face was visible through his helmet, and he calmed me on our encrypted channel.
Commander, we shall find them, or we will not leave until we have searched every compartment on this rock.
His words of reassurance helped me gain control of my lust for destruction. Kuntz gave an excited shout.
"Commander, I have gained access to the system."
The large window I had contemplated destroying split into a windowed monitor. It took Kuntz a couple of more minutes, then we saw the cells one after another pop up on the screen. The first occupied cell had a Murloc in it, and Kuntz moved on to the next one. He came across a Grawl, then another. We progressed through 6 more empty cells. Then my heart skipped a beat when we found a lone, Chalt male lying on the floor of the cell. Without saying a word, the door to the command center slid open, and the cell door where the Chalt was found opened. Clutch, stay here for security while Kuntz keeps searching.
Yes, Commander.
I rushed out the door and made my way to the open cell door. The Chalt male was sitting up, but jumped back horrified when I entered the cell. It had slipped my mind my battle armor presented a less-than-friendly image. The Chalt was pushing himself backwards across the floor, pinning himself in the corner of the room. "Are you Patriarch Burler?" The tightly closed eyes of the terrified Chalt snapped open, in shock and surprise. I got a slight, positive nod from the still frightened Chalt. "Where is your daughter?" Another look of shocked surprise, and then a slow look of relief and recognition played across his face. I needed to make sure he didn't say my name, or the cat would be out of the bag, and Draen would know I was alive. I knew it would scare the shit out of him, but I was desperate to find Tria. Reaching down, I grabbed the Chalt off the floor by the front of his clothing and held him up in front of me. "Tell me where she is, and say nothing more. Do you understand?" The look of fear returned to his face, and he struggled to push away from me. It was all I could do to not shake him, and I felt like I was on the verge of losing control. I suddenly found both of my crew members with their arms pulling on mine.
"Commander, give him time to answer."
I snapped out of it, and gently set the Chalt down and backed away from him. He retreated back to the corner and looked like he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. I turned and left the cell thinking I wished I had died in the Alaskan wilderness rather than be the crazed killing machine I was capable of being. Kuntz cautiously approached me and put his hands up to me.
"Commander, it is indeed Patriarch Burler. He says they took Tria to the medbay to be treated for her injuries. He does not know where the medbay is, so I will question the rest of the prisoners to see if they know. Come with me, Commander. Clutch will take the Patriarch to the command center."
There was something off about the way Kuntz was talking to me, but I could easily put it down as fear for what I might destroy at any minute.
"Commander, let me speak to the Grawl prisoners and find out if they know how to get to the medbay."
Kuntz grabbed my arm and pulled me down the hall toward the other open cell doors. We entered the first cell, and the Grawl occupant backed into the corner and went prone on the floor. I reached out to snatch him off the floor, but Kuntz again grabbed my arm and held his hand up. I was coherent one moment, and the next I felt like somebody else had taken over my body. I stepped back as Kuntz made his face visible to the Grawl on the floor. He spoke in hushed, soothing tones, and the Grawl slowly sat up, and they conversed for about a minute, which felt like a week to me. I bit down hard on my rage. He turned and said,
"This Grawl does not know where the medbay is, but he said there was a scientist in one of the cells that would."
"Tell him if he attempts to leave, he will risk his life." Kuntz relayed the message, and the Grawl went prone on the floor again. We moved down to the next cell, and Kuntz led the way. My diplomacy skills had a lot to be desired, so I stood outside the cell door, wanting to bang my head against the wall to try pacifying my need to wreck everything I touched. Kuntz surprised me by showing back up in the hall within a couple of minutes.
"Commander, the medbay is just across the shuttle hangar from the pressure door in the command center."
I collected Clutch and left Kuntz with Tria's father in the control room. Kuntz opened the airlock to the shuttle hangar, and I stuck my shotgun through the doorway and used the optical sight to take a quick look around. There were 3 large shuttles and 2 Grawl transports. From experience, I knew shuttles were never left unattended. They could have crew or maintenance people in them. The fact I could see no one near them was not an indicator there wasn't someone inside of them. Clutch calmed me, letting me know he felt the same way.
"Commander, there could be several troops inside of those shuttles.
and we would have them at our backs once we crossed the hangar. I don't like it either. It would only take a few seconds to drop the ramps and offload 100 troops. Before I could suggest a plan of action, Clutch snapped off 2 beam shots through the hold on the nearest shuttle. The shots went through and hit the shuttle sitting on the opposite side. The beams touched off an explosion, and a large fire engulfed the first shuttle he had shot at. Suddenly, the ramp came down on the first one, and Murloc soldiers started crawling and tumbling out into the spreading flames. I hate surprises like the ambush kind, so I gave the survivors 2 rounds of high explosives, scattering the bodies of the troops in all directions and blowing the back end off of the shuttle. The Ularan in me took control, and I let loose with my beam weapon on the remaining shuttle, the massive explosion ending any uncertainties we had about it. In a matter of minutes, we transformed the hangar into a junkyard full of smoke and fiery debris. We took off running across the burning inferno, and when we were within 100 yards of the medbay door, Clutch asked me about the Grawl transports. I did what any Ularan soldier would do when in doubt. I gave each a beam shot, turning them into burning wrecks. I heard a loud Grawl voice hail us. "Cease your destruction, mercenary! You shall have what you seek. The Chalt female is in a medpod recovering from damages Iger inflicted upon her. She will recover, and you have already dealt with Iger. I have left 20 billion credits in the medbay to offset the inconvenience of this unfortunate misunderstanding. There will be no more interference from personnel on this outpost. Take the Chalt and leave." The jamming signal abruptly stopped. Clutch must have thought I was going to wreck the place, so he backhanded me across the chest hard enough I took 2 steps backwards. I was going to jump his ass, but he got up in front of me and pulled me down till my helmet contacted his.
Commander, we are going to get Tria and her father out of here, and we are going to do it now.
I snapped out of it and headed to the medbay door. It opened with no input from me. Clutch grabbed my arm and turned me around.
Commander, no matter what condition we find Tria in, we will take her and leave. Do you understand?
I had never seen the look he was giving me. His look of apprehension was unsettling. He turned around and went into the medbay. I was trying to clear my mind and take control back from the Ularan monster inside of me. I called to Kuntz. "Kuntz, once we are in the medbay, cycle the airlocks and open the hangar doors." He came back immediately with an acknowledgement of my order. Stepping inside, I noticed Clutch had thrown a sheet over the med pod he was pushing to the door. I took a step toward the pod, and Clutch yelled at me to stay back, and that my help was not needed. I was shaken by the outburst and moved away from the pod. He got it close to the airlock and came around the side of the pod and stood between it and me.
"She will be fine, Commander. Please, let me do this. I will get her safely aboard the Legacy. That's what you want, isn't it?"
I stared at him and couldn't say anything. Clutch turned away from me, pushing the med pod into the airlock. Kuntz called Justice for an emergency evac. I could feel the rumble of a huge amount of atmosphere blasting out of the hangar as the doors opened. Justice was calling to me, and I still couldn't bring myself to say anything. I stood there, as if frozen in place, staring at the covered med pod. I felt the hangar doors cycling back shut, and I heard Kuntz giving Clutch a countdown on the pressurization. The airlock behind me beeped and slid open. I again moved in the med pod's direction, and Clutch yelled at me again to stay back. I was surprised when Kuntz came running in, and I instinctively threw my weapon up into his face. He pushed it aside and said in a calm voice, "Commander, I have Patriarch Burler on board the Legacy, and Clutch is moving Tria to the medbay. We can evacuate now." Clutch quickly disappeared through the hatch with the medical pod. Kuntz pulled me along, and I pushed him away, knocking him to the floor. He got to his feet and told me it was time to go. I turned away from him, and my voice sounded like it was coming from the bottom of a grave.
Sentinel 172 Control. I need the locations of troop concentrations and priority targets.
Kuntz backed away from me and ran to the Legacy. Justice hailed me.
"Commander, we have completed our mission here.
I am picking up several shuttle drive emanations coming from the direction of Iger's disabled battleship. I felt like I was in a daze and having a surreal out-of-body experience. I could hear the deadpan voice call out and say, "Destroy any ship that tries to escape." A warning siren was blaring, and I felt the doors on the hangar cycle open once more and knew the Legacy and my crew were safely off the outpost. I trudged through the wreckage of the hangar in search of targets. Justice called again. "Commander, I was only able to stop 3 of the shuttles. The rest have transitioned to hyperspace." I suddenly knew with clarity what needed to be done to complete all mission parameters. I felt my arm come up, and the beam weapon firing rapid-fire shots at the wall on the far side of the hangar. The blinding light and explosive bursts blacked out my HUD. Huge pieces of debris were flying in all directions inside of the wrecked hangar. There was now a huge gaping hole that disappeared into blackness. The ranging device on the weapon was giving me intermittent reading of over 2,000 yards. The beam weapon finally quit firing from lack of the necessary power to discharge and went into standby charge mode. I lifted my other arm and selected antimatter and instantly got a red flashing warning. I centered the target dot on the hole and got a yellow flashing caution. The backpack launcher must have had a mind of its own, because I don't recall triggering the weapon. It fired a long burst of full-yield antimatter charges right down the middle of the hole. I was not sure what happened next, but came out of my daze with Justice hailing me. I could not move, and realized I was covered in large pieces of wreckage and debris. "Commander, the probability of Drayan surviving your attack is below 20%. The atmosphere in the outpost can no longer be contained, and in approximately 22 minutes, what remains of the outpost will be in vacuum. All life will perish unless they were wearing atmospheric suits before your attack." My HUD flashed to a picture of the outside of the outpost, and I could see a bright flash. Then an insanely large section of the outpost vomited out into space in a monstrous, volcano-like discharge. "Commander, I am detecting large radiation spikes and have determined you have damaged the containment fields and cooling systems of the outpost's power supply. It will go critical well before the atmosphere is reduced to 0. I recommend an immediate evacuation. I am remotely recovering our assault shuttle, and it will be aboard in 60 seconds. There is nothing like a large dose of reality to get my human instincts back working. I felt the very strong urge to run for my life, but was having a considerable amount of trouble just moving. Apparently, when I am in my Ularan killing mode, self-preservation is riding in the far rear of the bus that drives my sanity. I tried pulling my arms back and forth, trying to get some wiggle room, but one of my legs was pinned. I could not move it at all. It was looking more and more like I would die along with Drayan. A sudden calmness came over me, and with it, the recognition of my impending death. A tremendous blast somewhere close shook me violently. I thought the blast might have had something to do with the outpost power plant getting ready to go critical. I got a warning in my visor that the atmospheric pressure in the hangar was rapidly falling, and then to my surprise, I felt the rubble covering me start to shift. I pushed up with everything I had. I got warnings on several of the suit's exoskeleton servos. The debris shifted a little more, and I felt an ominous rumble from deep inside the outpost, and the artificial gravity disappeared. I once again pushed up with my arms and sent the large girders and boulders that were pinning me floating away in every direction. I looked around and saw a massive, ragged hole where the hangar doors used to be. Just outside, I could see the Legacy and 2 blue diamonds in my HUD approaching my position. Kuntz and Clutch came zooming in through the debris cloud. Kuntz called out before I could say anything, "Commander, we must evacuate immediately." I blasted off through the debris cloud, colliding with crazy amounts of floating junk, but didn't let it impede my progress. I finally managed to say something human to the brothers I had so coldly treated while under the spell of my killing rage. It doesn't take 2 of you to come back and keep the stupid human from killing himself. Clutch blurted out, "We had no intention of saving you. We were coming back to see if we could find more credit vouchers before you blew the outpost up." I briefly smiled. "How is Tria?" Kuntz countered with a voice unusually high for his normal speech pattern. "You will never know unless we get away from here to a safe distance." We boosted hard toward the open hangar door on the Legacy. As we closed the distance, I felt the grasp of the tow beam latch on, none too gently. We were pulled aboard at a frightening speed and deposited haphazardly on the flight deck as the hangar door slammed shut behind us. My HUD came alive with a view of the outpost as it fell away from us. It abruptly flared into a star, and then disappeared. My view changed to the growing wreck of Iger's battleship, and Justice came on over our comms. "Commander." I was able to disable 3 shuttles before they could escape, but 4 transitioned to hyperspace when I turned back to evacuate you. Justice did not have to scold me. That statement by itself was all the punishment required. The thought Iger might just have escaped because of my crazed behavior was a bitter pill to swallow. The very real possibility he did escape means he could have taken the dead core with him. This was a disastrous outcome, because we may never get this close to the core again. Justice interrupted my self-incriminations. "Commander, the battleship is attempting to use its comm buoys as weapons. They are launching them in salvos and accelerating them to maximum speed on a collision course with our present heading." I could feel the beast inside me roar. It took everything I had to quash the madness of my Ularan bloodlust. I wanted to scream out, "Destroy the ship!" but managed to smother the searing hate. Then I heard a frail, raspy voice call out to me, and it hit me like 1,000 volts.
"Nathan, I need to speak with you privately in the medical bay."
I felt Justice do a quick 1-2 transition in and out of hyperspace, and my view changed to the far side of the battleship that was once again growing in my HUD. As we got closer, I could see small eruptions from our railguns across the nose of the battleship as we passed its starboard side. We made a snap turn, repeated the process, and then tucked in close to the gaping crater our antimatter missiles had made. 37. My crew members went to the ready room as I headed to the lift that would take me to Tria. I entered the medbay and could feel my armor releasing me even before I came to a full stop. I stepped out of the armor suit and entered the ICU. What greeted me there set my blood to boiling once more when I laid eyes on Tria. The pod was open, and 3 of her 4 arms were in stasis casts. Her beautiful face was swollen and discolored to an almost black from her usual deep-tanned brown. I was trembling with rage and could feel myself ready to go over the brink. Her frail voice was the calming rain putting out the fire of my hate.
"You will have to come closer, so I might touch you."
She held up a badly swollen hand, and I took it in mine. I felt like I would collapse as all the adrenaline and rage drained from my body. Sharp daggers of pain shot through me, bringing me back to my senses. I wasn't sure if I was momentarily feeling her pain or the repercussions of trying to bury myself alive on the outpost. We both seemed to relax.
"Kuntz and Clutch are worried you have been losing your humanity while I have been gone. I have no need for an Ularan soldier, but I have great need for the human being I left behind before we started our missions."
Tria pulled me closer, and I saw her make a small flinch from the effort.
"Am I speaking to Nathan Myers, or the other that resides in you?"
I could barely speak, and my voice came out in a whisper. I thought I had lost you, and I was on the verge of embracing my darkest fears. She attempted a smile, but I could tell she was concerned.
"I will not allow you to do that, Nathan Myers. I do not wish to spend the rest of my solar rotations with a psychopathic Ularan. When I left for my mission, you introduced me to an Earth custom. I need you to do that again."
I could not help but smile, and when I did, the beast that once tore at my soul slipped back into its prison. I leaned down, and as gently as I could, I kissed her swollen lips. She smiled up at me, and in a much stronger voice said, "Please, I need another." I obliged her, and felt the beast and its prison slipping away to some other place. "I need you to stay strong, and to stay human, Nathan Myers. I will be here for a while, because I have told Justice I wish to be weaponized." The shock on my face had her add that it would not involve the training downloads and imprinting that had me rampaging around the galaxy. The smile returned to my face, and I kissed her one more time for good measure, and told her the crew needed me for a boarding exercise. She smiled as best she could. "Don't let anything happen to my Earthman." I turned around and met with a wide-eyed and frightened Chalt patriarch. I started to apologize to him for my rough treatment, but could see it would not settle his nerves no matter what I said. He went to Tria's side and attempted a smile. Shifting my eyes back to Tria's battered face, I couldn't muster the will to even fake the expression. Stepping back up into my armor, I headed for the ready room. Justice was being awfully quiet. "Justice? I need a full loadout for a boarding operation." He quickly replied, "Your loadout is prepped in the ready room, and the crew is awaiting your orders. Armor suit diagnostics indicate your armor is 82% mission capable. The rail weapon is inoperable and will need to be replaced. Your beam weapon was degraded by your rapid-fire attack on the outpost, and I have taken the precaution to slow all of the weapon's firing rates. The crew's weapon systems will not experience the same overheating problem as yours did. Your beam projector was heat-damaged, and your weapon will only be able to discharge 5 consecutive times before it stops to cool and recharge. The weapon should cool enough to engage targets in approximately 5 minutes. I loaded your backpack magazine with HE and AP munitions. I removed the antimatter munitions unless you order otherwise." "Okay, Justice, I'll go easy on the beam weapon, and for our own safety, we'll not require additional rounds for my launcher." As I entered the ready room, Clutch and Kuntz approached me, inquiring about Tria's condition. They were relieved to hear she was recovering from her injuries. I tried to reassure them I was back to being human, but both gave me looks that said they weren't so sure. I thought about my actions and was having a hard time dealing with the way I had treated my crew. They were trying their best to act like nothing had happened. At some point in the near future, I would sit down with them and apologize for my actions. It was something I felt in my heart I owed them. Knowing their background, I doubt that anyone had ever done such a thing. "Justice, I want you to broadcast to the pirates. If they turn over Iger, I will let the rest of them live. If they do not comply, we will show them no mercy." "I do not believe they missed the outcome of the outpost attack, Commander." "I'm counting on it, Justice." I made it a point to give Clutch and Kuntz a reassuring look, but they still had concern on their faces. Grabbing my shotgun, I clipped it to my backpack, and my crew followed me to the shuttle bay. "Commander, I am receiving a reply." "Let's hear it, Justice." We heard a little static, but then a Murloc said,
"Come and get him, mercenary. We are ready to die. Are you?"
"Justice, can you locate where that comm came from?"
"Yes, Commander. Scans indicate there is a large group of pirates gathered in a damaged shuttle bay. The transmission came from someone in that group."
"Can you target the group without destroying the ship?"
"Affirmative. Our proximity to their location will allow me to make a precision strike without fear of hitting what remains of the battleship's power plant or energy transfer conduits."
"Remove them from the negotiations, Justice."
"Acknowledged, Commander."
My HUD gave me a close-up of the battleship as we moved lower and toward amidships. At this range, it was easy to see the devastation our main weapon system wrought on the former Union battleship. Large portions of the ship were open to the void, and we could see vast sections of the ship's collapsed skeletal frameworks. Justice squared up with the target, and my HUD blinked. A huge hole appeared in the belly of the pirate ship. It was weird seeing the star field and a massive amount of debris scattering out the opposite side of the ship. The hole's white-hot edges went from orange to red, and then darkness once more. I was going to ask what we were all wondering, but Justice pinged my implants and said he was not getting any return information from his missing dead core. The battleship was shielded, and any scan return information was coming from areas we had damaged in our initial attack. I ordered Justice to make another strike with the railguns, hoping to get better scan information. He complied by moving the Legacy and turning the bridge into a ragged hole, weeping debris and bodies out into the void. "Commander, I am detecting a shuttle launch from aft of the pirate ship." "Disable it if possible, Justice." The Legacy made a blindingly fast turn and dropped behind the escaping shuttle and gave it a short burst with one of the railguns. The rear of the shuttle disintegrated into a swirling cloud of sparkling metal fragments and started a rapid tumble. Justice closed with the target and stabilized the tumble with a tow beam, then brought it to an abrupt stop. Before I could ask for it, a comm channel opened to the shuttle. I hailed them. "Put your weapons in the atmosphere lock and prepare to be boarded. If you resist, I will destroy your shuttle." Justice put us almost against the boarding hatch of the shuttle and opened the Legacy's hangar door. Clutch stepped in front of me and Kuntz, had his weapon up and ready on my right side. We stepped through the Legacy's atmospheric retention field into vacuum. The shuttle airlock slid open with a puff of atmosphere, and 4 handheld weapons slowly floated out. We stepped into the lock, and Kuntz cycled the doors. Clutch stood square in the middle of the hatch, which forced Kuntz and I to poke our weapons around and over his huge shoulders. When we had atmosphere, the inner door opened to find 2 Murlocs face down on the deck, and a surprise gift of 3 Scroon standing back against a badly warped and damaged bulkhead. The Scroon had their long, gangly arms extended and their fingers splayed out, pointing upwards. The one in the middle had a fair number of trinkets hanging around his faceplate, showing he was senior to his less decorated crewmates. He grunted out, "We surrender and demand to be turned over to the galactic military." Clutch took exception to the slaver speaking without being spoken to. He ran forward and jumped over the Murloc on the deck, bringing the barrel of his weapon down sledgehammer style on top of the Scroon's faceplate, driving it to the deck. I didn't know if the Scroon standing next to him was lunging to help his fellow officer or lunging at Clutch. Kuntz rewarded his sudden movement with explosive buckshot that made a mess out of the bulkhead. The Scroon on the floor was making bizarre gurgling grunts my translation program could not decipher, and I struggled with myself to not kill them all. Closing my eyes, I concentrated on securing my inner demons. When I opened them, I saw both Clutch and Kuntz looking over their shoulders at me. They were wondering if I would go Uleron on them again. I reached down and jerked the officer off the deck and pulled the repulsive bastard close to my visor. "I will give you one chance to answer my questions, or you will suffer the same fate as Lashmos." The gurgling grunts came to an abrupt halt, and both of the Scroon stared at me in shock through their faceplates. I had their full and undivided attention now. I have a feeling a lot of Scroon are wondering why they have not heard from Lashmos. It is because I killed his crew and destroyed his ship. I then turned him over to the race he was trying to enslave. They slowly beat him to death. It took more than a rotation for him to die. My speech ended all defiance from my captives. They slumped to the deck, blubbering unintelligible nonsense, which I didn't have time for. I put my weapon up to the alien's faceplate. "Where is Iger?" The Scroon was shaking now and mumbled, "He left on one of the shuttles. I do not know which one. I know you stopped some from escaping, but not all. He may still be aboard a shuttle you did not destroy." My blood started boiling again. Why were you on his ship? The Scroon stuck his hands out again with his fingers splayed out, pointing to the overhead. "I was the captain of his flagship." I wasn't sure if that made sense or not, but the tall Murloc on the deck cleared it up for me.
The Scroon lies to save himself.
I looked at the Murloc. Tell me what you know of this piece of sewage, and I will let you live. The Murloc pushed himself up to his knees, but stopped when Kuntz stuck his weapon against his furry forehead.
This Scroon is Limbus, the oldest offspring of Lashmos. If you did indeed kill Lashmos, Limbus is heir to the Scroon throne. Lashmos had an agreement with Iger. Iger was training Limbus in leadership and battleship tactics. Iger's captain was on the bridge with his command staff. This fool decided it was time to take the one remaining shuttle and try to escape when you started destroying the rest of our ship.
I stared at the Murloc until he dropped back on the deck. I asked him why he went with the Scroon, knowing they might die. He replied he could think of no other bargaining chip that could save him and his clan sibling's life. He knew we would board any surviving shuttles in our search for Iger. I thought about what he was saying, and then asked him if he was present when Iger abandoned ship. He said no, but his clan sibling was in the hangar bay, where they were prepping the shuttles to escape. He tried to get aboard, but was turned away by Iger's bodyguards.
When my sibling failed to get aboard, he found me and told me Iger was abandoning us. That's when we decided it would be a good idea to find the Scroon and tell them we were ordered to protect them.
I looked at the other Murloc. Could you see what Iger took with him? The Murloc looked confused by the question. I was losing my patience, and the thought of Iger escaping was eating at me. I yelled at the Murloc, "What did he take with him? Did you see or hear anything about a processing core?" The Murloc's voice was a high-pitched wail.
He was telling his siblings to bring his credits and not to leave the Zane body armor. That is all I heard before I left to find my sibling.
Limbus surprised me by saying Iger was trying to sell a jump drive core to his patriarch. King Lashmos did not want it because his engineers could think of no way to adapt it to his flagship.
I do not know if Iger took it with him, but I know it was in Iger's storage vault because I saw him put it there.
My urge to kill the slaver ebbed. Where is the storage vault? Limbus started to get up, but when Clutch took a step toward him, he stopped.
If you have not destroyed it, the vault is just down the corridor from the Combat Information Center next to Iger's cabin.
I turned away from the Scroon before my homicidal tendencies returned. Clutch, take Limbus over to the Legacy. My statement put the other Scroon and the Murlocs into a panic. They all started shouting that I couldn't leave them there. Kuntz and I stepped back to the airlock with our weapons up. I will let you live, but I did not say you could go with us. I welcomed the silence of the airlock as it closed on their screams and begging. We jumped across to the Legacy and joined Clutch and Limbus. Justice brought us back alongside the battleship. I turned to Limbus to ask where the Combat Information Center was. He looked at me and said the stupidest thing.
I will tell you, but you must turn me over to the galactic military.
Before I could even get mad at the statement, Clutch jerked his fighting knife from its sheath and drove the Scroon to the deck with a butt. He leaned down to the slaver piece of crap and yelled into the faceplate,
You only need one appendage to point the way.
Clutch stomped on one of the Scroon's hands and raised his blade. He managed to grunt out that he would lead us to the vault. I nodded to Clutch, and he pulled the slaver up from the deck and turned him to the open hangar door. We had a close-up view of the heavily damaged starship. Limbus pointed to the center of the ship.
It is still intact. You will find the vault there.
I hailed Justice. Justice, can you make us a door closer to the target area? Yes, Commander. The limited scan information I have obtained gives me the location of a reinforced cubicle in the center of the battleship. I will make an entrance well forward of that location, limiting the possibility of collateral damage to the large collection of power conduits terminating at the target location. The railguns next to the hangar doors fired a 5-second burst. Pieces of battleship hull and atmosphere blasted out into the void. It would not be a good day for any hostiles in that location. The ragged hole looked like it was between decks, so Justice adjusted his aim, and I felt another small vibration. We now had an entrance I could have driven my old truck through. Before I could say anything, Clutch grabbed Limbus and boosted across to the hole. Kuntz and I launched hard to catch them. There was zero gravity on the battleship, so Kuntz and I braked with our thrusters, then maglocked to the deck inside the dark corridor. I could see Clutch in my HUD with his back to a bulkhead. He was using the screw as a shield and had his weapon poking around Limbus's side. My HUD revealed we were standing in a large corridor that had wrecked lift tubes where we had entered. To my right, about 50 yards from the large common area, was a reinforced doorway I assumed was the security lock for the Combat Information Center. The power was out at our end, but I could see a small red blinking light on a panel next to the big airlock. There was backup power in the CIC, and I would bet 1 billion galactic credits any surviving crew was holed up in the large, heavily reinforced cubicle. I surveyed my surroundings and saw several beings were occupying the common area at the time we made our entrance. A few of the things floating around were identifiable as Murlocs, but a lot of the remains were anyone's guess. I heard Clutch telling the Scroon if he said anything, he would die. Kuntz gave his boosters a small shot and landed on the wall next to the blinking light. After a few seconds, he boosted back to us, and we crowded together with the Scroon shielding us against possible retaliation. The door was locked, but he informed us it only required an access code, a code he was sure Limbus knew. Clutch pushed Limbus toward the door, sending him tumbling end over end. The Scroon was 0G savvy and quickly righted himself and grappled the airlock doorframe. Limbus did well, considering he only had one functioning hand. We boosted after him to make sure he wouldn't open the door and disappear inside. Limbus entered a code, and the door opened. We all stepped inside, and I felt a gravity field. My HUD verified we also had an atmosphere. I had a feeling we were being watched. The inside door cycled open to a dimly lit bulkhead about 20 feet in front of us and dark corridors going aft on both sides. Clutch asked Limbus the way, and he pointed to the right. Going left, I peered down the darkened corridor. I could see 3 doors on the right side of the wall and nothing but large piping and instrument panels on the left. The corridor ended 120 feet away at a large console. I turned to Kuntz and told him to cover this side while Clutch and I checked out the vault. Kuntz took a position so he could peek around the corner. Clutch pushed Limbus ahead of him as we cautiously moved down the other hallway. Limbus told us the vault was the second door down. We had taken about 10 steps when the first door slid open, lighting the hallway. A rapidly spinning, grapefruit-size orb floated out of the doorway and turned in our direction. Clutch yelled, "Homing grenade!" I instinctively jerked my shotgun up and, just like shooting quail back in Missouri, squeezed off a quick shot. Clutch fired at the same time, so I didn't know who hit the grenade, but the resulting explosion blew us back up the hallway into the bulkhead next to the airlock. What was left of Limbus was splattered all over the corridor. Whoever launched the grenade probably wasn't expecting it to explode in the doorway. I heard Kuntz yelling over the comms he had movement, then heard him open up with his launcher tube. The staccato blasts from high-explosive rounds detonating in the other corridor injected much-needed adrenaline into my system. I got to my feet and charged down the corridor to the doorway. As I turned the corner, I was surprised to see 2 combatants sprawled on the floor trying to get to their feet. They were both wearing Zane battle armor. I could see 2 more on Kuntz's side of the hall, just outside of the door across the room. I pulled my beam weapon up and fired from about 10 feet, striking the first battlesuit dead center. The energy release blanked out my HUD, and I found myself against the hall wall face down on the floor. When I regained my senses, Clutch was dragging me up the corridor. I finally got up on my hands and knees under my own power. As we came around the corner to the security lock, we were met by Kuntz scurrying on all 4s.
"Commander, they have Zane armor!"
I got up on shaky legs. "What happened to the 2 on your side of the doorway?" The Grawl stood up.
"I am not sure, Commander. The corridor blew up, and I found myself back here."
Clutch brought us all back to reality by shouting out that we needed to re-engage before we lose the element of surprise. We charged back down the corridor and entered the demolished room. Even the Zane battle armor could not withstand the destructive force of our beam weapons. Just inside the door was the lower half of the armored combatant I attacked. Lying next to it was another, missing its head, shoulder, and arm. Looking around, I saw the remains of at least a dozen dead Murlocs and maybe a couple of Grauls scattered around the control room. Out in the opposite hallway, 2 more Zane battlesuits were trying to regain their footing. I had lost my shotgun in my attack and did not have a clue where it was or if it even existed anymore. Clutch and Kuntz did not hesitate. They both opened fire with explosive penetrator slugs. The rounds did not penetrate the armor, but the kinetic energy transferred to the suits was brutal. The 2 battlesuits were once again in a heap out in the wrecked hallway. Clutch stood over the 2 with his beam weapon pointed in their faces. He told them if they moved, they were dead. Kuntz and I went out to the corridor and down to the next doorway. It was a locked vault door. Whatever Iger had left behind, he thought was important enough to not let anybody else have it. Kuntz raised his shotgun, and I put my hand on his shoulder. We have wasted enough time in this sewer. We retraced our steps and collected Clutch. He asked me about the 2 in Zane battle armor. I lifted my beam weapon and pointed it at them. The beast inside of me was screaming out to kill them, but I reined the demon in. Do not interfere, or you will die. Do you know where the encryption key to the storage vault is? One of the pirates replied in Murloc. The captain had it when Iger left the ship. I turned to Clutch, who started backing away from the 2 downed combat suits. If the captain was on the bridge, it was no longer an option to recover the key. I will try to cut the storage room door. We retreated up the hall, and my crewmates flattened themselves against the bulkhead across from the airlock and gave me a quick nod. I stuck my arm around the corner, sighted with my HUD. I aimed for the frame about waist-high and fired. The bright flash hit the door a glancing blow, cutting a huge swath out of the wall and setting off an atmosphere alarm somewhere in the control room. The door was askew and hanging out into the hallway. We went around the corner and ran down to the vault. Clutch yanked a piece of the door back far enough we could crawl into the room. Kuntz went back to see if the battle-suited combatants were still in the hallway. He gave us a heads up they were no longer there. I was going to tell him to find them, but we heard the security lock cycle. Clutch joined Kuntz, and both went back up the corridor to make sure no reinforcements were coming after us. They quickly returned, saying the enemy had retreated. Clutch, keep an eye out for trouble while Kuntz and I search the vault. Clutch nodded and crouched down behind the lower half of the vault door with his weapon pointing up the corridor. Kuntz and I scurried into the vault. There were several types of weapons scattered on the floor, and some still in the racks lining the room. Most were galactic military issue. Iger's clan had hastily pillaged the vault, and it was obvious they were more interested in getting off the battleship than taking everything with them. Kuntz said, "Commander, I do not see the dead core, but I have found 2 sealed lockers. We will need an encryption key to open them." My patience was running out, but I knew if I tried to blast the lockers open, I could destroy the core if it was inside. Kuntz used his superior reasoning. The engineer pointed back the way we came. We need to go back to the CIC and search the dead for the key. While it was a morbid statement, it was also a great idea. We crawled back out to the corridor, and Clutch joined us as we did our grisly search. We came up with 7 encryption keys, and could have found more, but I felt like I had an acorn coming my way. The 3rd key opened the smaller of the 2 lockers and revealed a pile of credit vouchers. Either someone was holding out on Iger, or it was a settlement for having to stay behind. I scooped them up and gave them to Kuntz to put in his storage pouch. Lucky number 7 opened the larger locker. It had 2 sets of Zane battle armor that could use repairs by the look of them. Iger shouldn't have been such a cheap shit. He should have invested in the repair crates. In the bottom of the locker was a small, ornate box that resembled a jewelry box back on Earth. I was startled when Clutch hollered over the comms, "It is not wise to rest with our enemies lurking close by." I opened the box. and the elation I felt when I saw the dead core almost made me shout out loud. Instead, I did the prudent thing and called over the comms. Mission accomplished. We are on our way, Troop Master. We crawled out of the vault and ran with Clutch up the corridor to the airlock. The retreating soldiers had locked the security lock, thinking we would pursue them. Let's get to the end of the hall and take cover. Clutch, make a hole. We ran to the end of the corridor and pushed flat against the wall. Because of the angle, Clutch wouldn't be able to hit the security lock square in the doors. At this point, I didn't care where the doorway was, just as long as we got the hell out of there. Clutch leaned down behind the lower half of the vault door that was hanging open. He double-tapped the wall next to the doors, blowing chunks of wall armor and debris back down the corridor. We immediately heard a very concerned Justice hailing us. Commander, are you ready to evacuate? The shielding around the CIC denied Justice any intelligence on our activities. I calmed his human-like sensibilities. No casualties, and mission accomplished. We are egressing the target area. Affirmative, Commander. I am picking up a strong return from my dark energy drive core. Job well done. Justice was sounding more and more like a human. If that was not elation, I don't know what is. How is Tria, Justice? I regret to report that I had to sedate her when she attempted to remove herself from the med pod. I believe it was her intention to board the battleship in search of you. I grinned, thinking, it sucks to be you when Tria gets out of the medbay. With Clutch in the lead and Kuntz bringing up the rear, we ran to the hole in the side of the battleship. We felt the grip of the tow beam, and the three of us were pulled across to the Legacy. We still had unfinished business. Walking across the hangar to the ready room, I put the jewelry box on the edge of my armor crate and opened it. I went to the weapons rack and took Tria's shotgun and put a magazine full of buckshot on one side and slugs on the other. As I turned to leave, Kuntz came in and put the pile of credit vouchers on the bench by my locker. I nodded to him as he went about the business of replacing his expended magazines. Clutch soon joined us and did the same. My HUD came alive with the view of the battleship falling away from us. I saw 3 small, blinking orange diamonds that turned into one of the damaged shuttles. We closed the distance and came alongside of it. I walked back out of the hangar, and the pirate shuttle's airlock was a step away from the Legacy's hangar bay doors. The big railguns on each side of the hangar door swiveled in the direction of the shuttle. I now knew for sure everyone on the damaged shuttles was from Iger's clan. Hail them, Justice, and tell them all weapons in the airlock now and lay flat on the deck. If anyone disobeys, all will die. They have acknowledged the message, Commander, and are complying. Justice, tell them anyone who has combat armor is to put it in the airlock with the weapons. Message sent, Commander. About 15 minutes later, my limited patience was rewarded when the shuttle's airlock opened. There were several weapons and 4 combat suits. Justice, can you crate that up and stow it in the cargo hold? Yes, Commander. I will scan for live munitions and catalog the equipment. I looked at Kuntz and Clutch. Gentlemen, let's go see what kind of throg we have hiding in there. I almost laughed out loud when they gave each other funny looks, then looked behind themselves. Justice cleared the airlock with a tow beam, and we jumped across to the shuttle. Kuntz cycled the hatch, and Clutch bulled his way in front of me. The inner door opened, and the floor in front of us was full of Murlocs. There were 16 of them in a shuttle designed to hold a dozen. They were so crowded some were on top of each other. I yelled for them to stand up with their hands on their heads. They complied in silence. Justice played back the video of Iger in our HUDs and then freeze-framed it so we had a good mugshot to compare faces. Clutch and Kuntz stood on each side of me, with their weapons pointed in the Murlocs' faces. None matched. It wasn't hard to tell who had armor on, because 4 were wearing suit liners. I took a step to the closest one. Where is the coward Iger? Without hesitation, the Murloc replied that he had escaped and was assembling his fleet to return and destroy you. I laughed in his face and told a partial white lie. Kerrigan thought the same thing before I killed him and his crew. They also thought Iger would return, and the coward never did. The statement wiped the smug look off their faces. I turned my back on them and headed to the airlock, flanked by Clutch and Kuntz. The airlock cycled, and Justice whisked us aboard as we moved on to rendezvous with another disabled shuttle. Same as before, Justice. Commander, the Murlocs say they will have to cycle the airlock more than once. Roger that, Justice. Stow everything they got. Acknowledged, Commander. This time we got 8 Zane battlesuits and more than 50 weapons, but still no Iger. Unless Iger was hiding on the remaining shuttle, the Murloc was telling the truth. My emotions were a cesspool over the thought of letting him escape. I was biting down on my anger as best I could. It was the second time I could have changed things for the better and screwed it up again. Dealing with Drayan did not rid me of the bitterness of letting Iger get away. Only one shuttle left, and I seriously doubted my luck was golden enough for Iger to be on it. We pulled alongside, and I held little hope for a second acorn. Justice hailed them, and they seemed compliant right up until the airlock on the shuttle opened. I caught a glimpse of 6 spinning black orbs. In a blink of an eye, the damaged shuttle seemed to jump away from us as Justice accelerated away from the homing grenades. My hopes got a little reinforcement because it might just be Iger's last-ditch effort to avoid capture. The useless act did manage to get the beast in me to stir. I would throw it a bone. Justice, take us back and detonate those grenades. The Legacy made a turn, and the railguns gave each a round. Out in the void between the Legacy and the shuttle, I saw tiny sparks flare to life and then vanish. Justice, can you determine how many hostiles are on the shuttle? My scans revealed 10 life forms, and 4 of them are wearing Zane battle armor, Commander. I knew what the survivor count would be, but didn't care. Open a comm channel to the shuttle. Comms are active, Commander. I was going to spare your lives, as I have done for the other shuttles. Now you only have one choice, and that is to kill those responsible for your failed attack. You have 5 minutes to comply, or all will die. My crew looked neutral and gave no indication what they thought about my murderous intentions. Justice, let them know I mean business. Hold the hull just forward of the star drives. It will not be necessary, Commander. I just detected a hull breach, and now another. A firefight is taking place inside of the shuttle. It was Grim Reaper stuff to smile at what was going on in the shuttle, but it was their idea to attack us. The whole side of the shuttle suddenly blew out into the void. Somebody let loose with high explosives. Any survivors, Justice? I am picking up power sources on 4 armor suits. Let's go find out who the survivors are. Justice was moving back toward the wreckage when we saw several flashes inside the remains of the shuttle. The grim smile returned to my lips, but it was quickly wiped from my face by a star-bright explosion that consumed the wrecked spacecraft. One of the survivors used an antimatter round to kill them all. Several large pieces of the shuttle flared against our shields before they careened out into the void. Now all I had were the hollow words of a Murloc pirate that Iger had escaped. Justice, destroy the rest of the battleship. I want nothing left to salvage if Iger survived. I turned my back to the hangar doors as they closed. My HUD came alive with a view of the derelict battleship. 6 white lines appeared and moved swiftly toward the pride of Iger's fleet. Justice coordinated the time-on-target attack with our main weapons, and all that remained of the ship was an expanding debris cloud. The high-velocity shrapnel traveling several thousand feet per second most likely destroyed the surviving, unshielded shuttles. I would lose no sleep over failing to honor my word. I let the pirates live, but gave no guarantees for how long. When I entered the ready room, I noticed the ornate box was sitting on my locker bench with all the credit vouchers neatly stacked in it. Justice, was your jump core damaged? Negative, Commander. It has only degraded 18% from maximum efficiency. Having the core cycle through several recharges will bring it back to maximum output efficiency. After installing and running diagnostics, I began a deep charge to re-energize the matrix woven throughout the legacy. There will be an extended accumulation period, but the legacy will be able to transition back to Alpha Base in approximately 5 hours. What is the total on the vouchers? 1.62 billion, Commander. Divide up 10 million for each crew member and set the rest aside for the Primitive Race Protection Fund. I stepped up into my armor crate and dismounted my armor. I was mentally and physically exhausted. Is Tria awake? I would like to speak with her before I get some sleep. Yes, Commander. As you predicted, she is irritable and wishes to speak with you as well. I knew an irritable Chalt female warrior was not a good thing. Rather than stop to change out of my suit liner and take a shower, I went straight to the med bay. When I entered the room, I noticed 2 unoccupied chairs next to Tria's pod. It was hard to get a good read from the way Tria was looking at me because her pretty face was so badly bruised. Was it a partial smile or a grimace? She held her hand out, and I started to take it, but instead she grabbed the front of my suit liner and pulled me down, close to her face. She whispered into my ear, I have never asked for anything from you, but now I have a request. A little confused, I said, Sure, Tria. If it is within my power, I will give you whatever you want. I could tell I was getting a small smile now, and was surprised when she kissed me hard enough I knew it hurt her to do it. Then she whispered in my ear again, Nathan, you will not go on another combat operation until I am able to go with you. I wanted to say what I thought about that, but she kissed me again, and then put a finger on my lips. This is the customary Chalt greeting to members of my race. She put her hand on my shoulder. If I am facing you with my hand on your right shoulder, is hello. My hand on your left shoulder is a parting gesture meant as goodbye. It is always customary to greet relatives by touching both shoulders and then a quick touch on your right cheek. It is the same in my race for males and females. I gave her a warm smile and nodded. She returned my expression. This is an intimate gesture meant for mating or life mates. It is usually done with 2 hands. Putting her hand on my cheek, she held it there. It felt cool at first, and then felt almost hot after a few seconds. Without even considering what I was doing, I reached out and gently placed my hands on her cheeks and held them there. She smiled and pulled me close again and whispered, I like your custom much better. She kissed me again, and then let go. I stood upright and felt like it was well over 100 degrees in the med bay. I could think of nothing else to say except, Okay, Tria, no more unnecessary combat missions until you have recovered. Turning around, I was startled to see Tria's father sitting in one of the chairs. It felt like my face was on fire. I could not begin to guess what the alien was thinking. His face was neutral. I was relieved he was not terrified of me anymore. I started to apologize for treating him so rough, but he held up his hand.
Nathan Myers, you did what was necessary to save my daughter and I. For that, I thank you. Please sit. We have a great deal to talk about. I know you must be exhausted, and I will try to be brief. We can carry on our discussion once you have rested. For now, I must tell you it is imperative we get back to your base as soon as possible. There is a small chance the Grohl scientists at your complex might inadvertently cause a disaster that could have galaxy-wide ramifications.
The Chalt had my attention now, and I sat down to listen.
My daughter told me of your many discoveries, and this ship is one of the most amazing ever discovered because it is intact with a fully functioning AI. No one has ever recovered anything this important. The AI of this ship is the key to unlocking hundreds, if not thousands, of precursor artifacts. I can fully debrief you after you have rested, but it is vitally important to reach your base as soon as possible.
The look on the scholar's face troubled me. What kind of disaster are we talking about, Patriarch Burler? His face grew even more disconcerting.
Cruel Commander, if what Tria has described is in fact a containment vessel which has not been breached, you could possibly have a functioning Pruel hunter-gatherer. If this is the case, and the Groll tamper with the containment vessel and manage to release it, the scientists will be killed and harvested. The Pruel hunter will then start gathering resources and attempt to find a reproduction unit. My people have twice found reproduction units in the past 120 solar rotations. There could be hundreds of them hidden throughout the galaxy. If a gatherer activates just one reproduction facility, they are capable of multiplying at an incredible rate if they have the resources.
The joy I was feeling moments ago was washed away by the news. I asked him if his race had come into contact with any live Pruel. The Patriarch shook his head.
No, Commander. Only the remains we have gathered from long-ago battles. The information gleaned from the remains indicates Pruel are able to detonate their power cores on command. We believe, if captured, the detonation is a failsafe command encoded into their processors. This is why it is vital to find out the nature of your discovery and determine if you do indeed have a functioning specimen.
I looked at Tria and then back at her father. So your people have discovered containment vessels elsewhere? The Patriarch didn't hesitate to reply.
Yes, Commander, but all have been breached from the inside by a powerful explosion.
Are you actively asking other races to look for containment vessels and reproduction factories? The Chalt held up all four of his hands and gave me a look of despair.
No, Commander. Few races even know of the Pruel's existence. If a live specimen is found and accidentally released, it will covertly collect resources and then locate a reproduction facility. If the Pruel infestation is not discovered in its earliest stages, and the process goes unchecked, it might be too late to stop them. Most of the technology developed to destroy the Pruel disappeared with the Guardian fleet, or is still undiscovered. Most races will have no idea what is happening until they are subjugated or eradicated. If this comes to pass, it may be too late to save this galaxy.
My sense of accomplishment was being tainted by past events that had nothing to do with a primitive Earth boy from a backward-thinking planet. The day's hard-earned victories should have been more rewarding than me silently cursing the day I foolishly agreed to leave Earth. The burden of knowing the perilous condition of our galaxy was something that should be shared by all races, but it seemingly sat alone upon my shoulders. I leaned forward, elbows on my knees, and placed my hands on my face. An overwhelming feeling of dread came over me. Was all the death and destruction that has occurred by my hand just my Maker getting me warmed up for the even grimmer task of facing the Pruel? I felt Tria's hand touch my back, then pull at my suit liner. I stood up and turned to her. She pulled me down and embraced me. I'm sure it was uncomfortable for her to do it with only one arm. Her uncanny ability to sense my emotions and know what was on my mind was an extraordinary gift. She quietly whispered in my ear,
"Do not despair, Nathan Myers. Our Maker is standing with us. Your aura now shines as bright as the purest starlight."
Her words drained the venom from my soul, and the weight that was crushing down on me moments ago seemed like a distant memory. I gently kissed her and turned back to her father. He had his eyes closed and his hands stacked. I had seen Tria do the same thing, and I knew he was meditating and processing all that had recently happened. He opened his eyes in anticipation of my coming questions. Patriarch Burler, what were the Sentinel races going to do with the captured Gatherer? The Chalt Patriarch slowly stood and began pacing. It is believed by me and other scientific scholars, if given enough time to study a functioning specimen, it might be possible to introduce a virus that could damage or possibly destroy the Prul race. Many scholars theorize that something along the lines of a false self-destruct code has great potential. This is our thinking on the best-case scenario. The worst case is they could possibly use the unit as an agent that might be able to penetrate a supercarrier's security defenses. I thought about it for a moment, then asked, what would be gained by penetrating a supercarrier rather than destroying it? This time there was a small hesitation before he answered. I had a feeling he was about to pass on classified information. My race has information that some members of the Galactic Union wish to keep secret. I profess I cannot fathom why this particular information is sensitive to them, but as part of our unique pact with the Union, they have leeway when it comes to the dissemination of certain data. That being said, I intend to tell you regardless of the rules that apply to what I am about to tell you. The supercarriers are where large biomachine hive minds reside. The hive mind is made up of thousands of biomachines that have somehow melded their minds together to create a massive biologically enhanced machine intelligence. They are the master minds that determine how the rest of the biomachines conduct themselves. It is also believed that somewhere in the neighboring galaxy your race has named Andromeda, there is a ruling biomachine intelligence that is so large it could be considered a planetary object. In order to stop the Prul's conquest of this universe, it will be necessary to terminate the so-called supermind. Why would anyone want to conceal what I just heard? All races should know the threat facing all species of this galaxy. Regardless of the insanity of the Union's mindset, I would hold the data close until I felt it was right to pass it on, in hopes of it actually helping the situation rather than hinder a solution. Tria's father let me chew on it for a few minutes, then told me what he thought would happen next. The Chalt military was standing by, waiting to hear from me before Tria and I were taken by the pirates. A containment team was waiting and ready. Tria would not disclose the location of your base without speaking to you first. Once Iger captured us, it effectively put me out of contact with my people. They will assume the worst, and I am sure a full military mobilization has taken place. There are only so many members of the Galactic Council who can be trusted to use this information. The majority of races will not think what will happen is even possible. Many races will perceive our actions as a precursor to war. The entire galaxy will be thrown into disarray, and disarray will only help the Prul if they are indeed out there to accomplish their goals. It may all be too little too late if we don't get back to your base immediately. I knew it was unnecessary, but I called out to Justice. Justice! We need to get back sooner than later. Commander, I have already ceased core maintenance and deep charge cycling. I have calculated the minimum accumulated dark